Part 4, Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. After Kitty had gone and Levin was left alone, he felt such a restlessness and such an unendurable longing for the morning to come when he might see her again and settle his destiny forever, that he dreaded, as he dreaded death, the 14 hours which he should have to endure without her. He felt it absolutely necessary to be with and to talk with some one so as not to remain alone, so as to cheat the time. Stepan Arkadyevitch, whom he would have liked to keep with him, was going, so he said, to a reception, but in reality to the ballet. Levin could only tell him that he was happy, and should never, never forget what he owed to him. Stepan Arkadyevitch's eyes and smile showed Levin that he suitably appreciated his feelings. "What? Then you have nothing more to say about dying?" said Oblonsky, pressing his friend's hand affectionately. "No," replied the latter. Darya Alexandrovna, too, almost congratulated him when she bade him good night. She said, "How glad I am that you have made up with Kitty. We ought to prize old friends." And her words displeased Levin. She could not comprehend how lofty and inaccessible to her all this was for him, and she should not have dared to refer to it. Levin took his departure, but, to avoid being alone, he joined his brother. "Where are you going?" "To a meeting." "Well, I'll go with you. May I?" "Why not?" said Sergey Ivanovitch, smiling. "What has happened to you today?" "What has happened? Good fortune," said Levin, letting down the carriage window. "Have you any objection? I'm suffocating. Good fortune has happened to me. Why have you never been married?" Sergey Ivanovitch smiled. "I am delighted. She seems like a splendid he began. "No, don't say anything about it. Don't say anything about it," cried Levin, clutching the collar of his shuba with both hands and covering his face with the fur. A splendid girl! What commonplace words! And how feebly they corresponded to his feelings. Sergey Ivanovitch laughed a gay laugh. This was a rare occurrence with him. "I should think I might say that I am very glad of this." Tomorrow you may speak, but not another word now. Not another word. Not another word. Be silent," said Levin, and pulling his shuba still higher round his face, he added, "I love you very much. But tell me, may I go to your meeting?" "Of course you may." "What is the subject for your discussion tonight?" asked Levin, still smiling. They reached their destination. Levin heard the secretary stammer through the report, which evidently he did not understand, but he could see, from this secretary's face, that he was a good, amiable, sympathetic fellow. It was evident from the way he hesitated and became confused while reading. Then came the debates. They discussed about the disposal of certain sums of money and the laying of certain sewer pipes. Sergey Ivanovitch attacked 2 members of the commission, and made a long, triumphant speech against them. After which another member, reading from a paper, after some timid hesitation, replied briefly in a charming though bitter fashion, and then Sviazhsky, he too was there, in his turn expressed his opinions nobly and eloquently. Levin listened and clearly saw that neither the money to be expended nor the sewer pipes were of serious importance, and that they were not really quarreling, but were all such pleasant, congenial people, and consequently all was serene among them. They interfered with no one, and all seemed happy. Levin noticed with surprise that they all seemed to him to-day transparent, that, from some trifling incidents which once would have entirely escaped his notice, he could read their souls, and see how good they all were. Especially did they seem to like him, Levin. This was shown by the way they talked with him, and even those who did not know him looked at him pleasantly and in a friendly manner. "Well, how did you like it?" asked Sergey Ivanovitch. "Very much. I never should have believed that it would be so interesting. It is splendid." Sviazhsky approached Levin and invited him to come and take a cup of tea at his house. Levin could not for the life of him comprehend or remember why he had been prejudiced against Sviazhsky, or what he had seemed to him to lack. He was a clever and wonderfully good fellow. "I should be delighted," replied Levin, and he immediately inquired after Madame Sviazhsky and her sister. By a strange association of ideas, as Sviatsky's sister-in-law suggested marriage, he concluded that nobody would be more interested than she and her sister to hear of his happiness, so he was very much pleased with the idea of going to see them. Sviatsky questioned him about his affairs, always refusing to admit that anything could be discovered which had not already been discovered in Europe. But now his theory did not arouse Levin's opposition. On the contrary, he felt that Sviatsky was right, and Levin admired the gentleness and delicacy with which he avoided the expression of his arguments. The ladies were especially charming. It seemed to Levin that they all knew, and that they shared his joy, but that they avoided speaking of it from discretion. He remained for 3 hours, talking on various subjects, and continually alluding to what filled his soul, without noticing that he was mortally tiring his friends, and that they were falling asleep. At last Sviatsky, yawning, accompanied him to the vestibule, very much surprised at the strange state of mind in which his friend seemed to be. It was 2 o'clock. Levin reached his hotel and was aghast at the thought of passing the next 10 hours alone, a prey to his impatience. The watchman who was on duty in the corridor lighted his candles and was about to withdraw when Levin stopped him. This fellow, who was called Yegor, and whom Levin had never before noticed, seemed like a good, intelligent man, and above all, kind-hearted. "Tell me, Yegor, don't you find it hard to go without your sleep?" "What can I do about it? It is our calling. We have an easier time in gentlemen's houses, but here we get larger wages." It seemed that Yegor was the father of a family of 4 children, 3 boys and a girl trained as a seamstress, whom he hoped to marry to a harness-maker's clerk. Levin seized this opportunity to communicate his ideas about love in marriage to Yegor, remarking that people are always happy when there is love, because their happiness is in themselves. Yegor listened attentively, and evidently understood Levin's meaning, but he confirmed it by an unexpected reflection, that when he, Yegor, had served good masters, he had always been satisfied with them, and that he was contented with his master now, although he was a Frenchman. "What a wonderfully good fellow," thought Levin. "Well, and did you love your wife, Yegor, when you married her?" "Why shouldn't I have loved her?" replied Yegor. And Levin noticed Yegor also grew very enthusiastic and was eager to confide to him his inmost thoughts. "My life, too, has been extraordinary," he began, his eyes shining, overcome by Levin's enthusiasm as one catches a yawning fit. "From my childhood—" But the bell rang. Yegor departed, and Levin was left alone. He had eaten scarcely anything at dinner. He had refused to take any tea or supper at Sviatsky's, yet even now he could not think of eating. He had not slept the preceding night, yet he did not think of sleeping now. His room was cold, but it seemed so stifling that he could not breathe. He opened both casements and sat down on a table in front of one. Above the roofs, covered with snow, rose the carved cross of a church, and higher still were the triangular constellation of the Charioteer and the bright yellow Capella. He breathed in the cold air which filled his room, and looked now at the cross, and now at the stars, rising as in a dream among the figures and memories called up by his imagination. Toward 4 o'clock in the morning he heard footsteps in the corridor. He opened his door and saw a gambler named Myaskin, whom he knew, returning from his club. He walked along, coughing, gloomy, and scowling. "Poor unfortunate fellow," thought Levin, and his eyes filled with tears of pity and love for that man. He wanted to stop him, to speak to him and console him, but, remembering that he was undressed, he thought better of it, went back and sat down to bathe himself in the icy air, and to look at the silent, foreign-looking cross, so full of meaning to him, and at the brilliant yellow star poised above it. Toward 7 o'clock the men polishing the floors began to make a noise. The bells rang for early morning service, and Levin began to feel that he was taking cold. He closed the window, made his toilet, and went out. End of chapter 14. Part 4, Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The streets were still deserted. Levin walked to the Shtcherbatskys' house. The principal entrance was still closed, and every one was asleep. He returned to the hotel, went to his room, and asked for coffee. The day watchman, and not Yegor, brought it to him. Levin wished to enter into conversation with him, but some one rang for him, and he went out. Then Levin tried to take his coffee, and put a piece of kalach into his mouth, but his mouth did not know what to do with the bread. He eschewed it and put on his overcoat, and went out to walk again. It was just 10 o'clock when he reached the Shtcherbatskys' steps for the second time. They were beginning to get up. The cook was going to market. He would have to wait at least 2 hours longer. Levin had passed the whole night and the morning completely oblivious of the material conditions of existence. He had neither eaten nor slept, had been exposed, with almost no clothing, to the cold for several hours, and he not only was fresh and hearty, but he was unconscious of his body. He moved without using his muscles, and felt capable of doing anything. He was persuaded that he could fly through the air or jump over the top of a house if it were necessary. He roamed about the streets to pass away the time, consulting his watch every moment or two, and looking about him. What he saw that day he never saw again. He was particularly struck by the children on their way to school, the dark blue pigeons flying from the roof to the sidewalk, the sacks or little cakes powdered with flour that an invisible hand was arranging in a window. These cakes, the pigeons, and the 2 little lads were celestial objects. All this happened at once. One of the little lads ran toward a pigeon and looked at Levin, smiling. The pigeon flapped its wings and flew off glittering in the sunlight through a cloud of fine snow, and the smell of hot bread came through the window where the sacks were displayed. All these things, taken as a whole, produced so lively an impression on Levin that he laughed aloud until the tears came. After going round by the Gazetnya and Kislova streets, he went back to the hotel, sat down, placed his watch before him, and waited till the hands pointed to the hour of noon. In the next room someone was talking about machines and hoaxes, and someone coughed a morning cough. The person did not know that the hour hand was approaching 12. The hour pointed to 12. Levin went to the steps of the hotel. The izvoschiks evidently knew all about it. With happy faces they surrounded him, with eager emulation offering their services. Striving not to offend the others and promising to take them some other time, he made his choice and ordered the man to drive to the Shtcherbatskys'. The izvoshchik was charming, with his white shirt-collar above his kaftan surrounding his strong red neck. He had a comfortable sleigh, more comfortable than ordinary sleighs, such a sleigh as Levin had never seen before, and the horse was good and did his best to run, but did not stir from the spot. The izvoshchik knew the Shtcherbatsky house. He stopped before the door flourishing his arms and turned respectfully toward Levin, saying "Tprou" to his horse. The Shtcherbatskys' Swiss knew all about it, surely. That was plain from the look in his eyes and the way he said, "Well, it is a long time since you have been here, Konstantin Dmitrich." Not only did he know what had happened, but he was full of delight and tried to conceal his joy. Levin felt a shade happier when he caught the old man's good-natured eyes. "Are they up?" "Please come in. Leave that here," added the Swiss, as Levin was turning back to get his cap. That surely had some significance. "To whom shall I announce you, sir?" asked a lackey. This lackey, though young, new in the house, and with some pretension to elegance, was very obliging, very attentive, and he, too, seemed to understand the situation. "To the princess. I mean the prince. No, the young princess," replied Levin. The first person whom he met was Mademoiselle Linon. She was passing through the hall, radiant in her little curls and her shining face. He had hardly spoken to her when the rustling of a dress was heard at the door. Mademoiselle Linon disappeared from before his eyes, and a joyous trepidation at the thought of the happiness so near took possession of him. Mademoiselle Linon hastened away and vanished through another door. She had hardly gone when swift light steps were heard pattering on the inlaid floor, and his happiness, his life, the better part of himself, that which he had yearned for so long, drew near. She did not walk, some invisible power seemed to bring her toward him. He saw only her bright, truthful eyes, filled with the same timid joy of love that filled his own heart. These eyes, shining nearer and nearer to him, almost blinded him with their light of love. She stood before him, almost touching him. Then she placed her two hands gently on his shoulders. She did all she could. She went to him. She gave herself to him, trembling and happy. He folded her in his arms, and pressed his lips to hers, expectant of his kiss. She, too, had not slept at all that night. She had been waiting for him all the morning. Her parents were perfectly agreed and happy in her happiness. She had been on watch for his coming. She wanted to be the first to tell him of their happiness. She was prepared to meet him alone, and she was full of joy at the thought, and yet she was shy and confused, and hardly knew what she was going to do. She had heard his steps and voice, and hid herself behind the door to wait till Mademoiselle Linon had gone. Mademoiselle Linon went. Then, without any delay, without questioning further, she came to him, and did as she did. "Now, let us find mamma," said she, taking his hand. For a long time he could not utter a word, not so much because he was afraid of lessening the intensity of his joy by words, but because every time he tried to say anything he felt that instead of words, tears of joy burst forth. His tears choked him. He took her hand and kissed it. "Is it really true?" he said at last in a husky voice. "I cannot believe that you love me." She smiled at the way he used the second person singular, and at the timidity with which he looked at her. "Yes," she replied, slowly lingering on this word. "I am so happy." Without letting go his hand, she went with him into the drawing room. As soon as the princess saw them, she began to breathe fast, and then burst into tears, and then she laughed, and with an energetic movement which Levin was not prepared for, she ran to him, seized his head, and kissed him, bedewing his face with her tears. "So all is settled? I am delighted. Love her. I am so glad. For you, Kitty." "It didn't take you long to arrange matters," said the old prince, trying to appear calm, but Levin saw his eyes were full with tears as he looked at him. "It is something I have long been anxious for," said the prince, taking Levin's hand and drawing him toward him. "And even when this little giddy pate thought—" "Papa!" cried Kitty, putting her hand over his mouth. "Well, I won't say anything," said he. "I am very, very ach, how stupid I am!" And he took Kitty in his arms, kissed her face, her hands, and then her face again, blessing her with the sign of the cross. And Levin was filled with a new feeling of affection for the old prince, when he saw how tenderly and fervently Kitty kissed his great, strong hand. End of chapter 15. Part 4, Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The princess was sitting in her easy chair, silent and beaming. The prince was sitting beside her. Kitty was standing near her father, holding his hand. All of them were silent. The princess was the first to bring their thoughts and feelings back to the affairs of real life, and the transition gave each of them, for a moment, a strange and painful impression. When shall the wedding be? We must announce the marriage, and have them betrothed. But when shall the wedding be? What do you think about it, Alexander? "There is the person most interested," said the prince, pointing to Levin. "When?" replied the latter, reddening. "Tomorrow, if you wish my opinion. Today, the betrothal. Tomorrow, the wedding." "There, there, that'll do, mon cher. No nonsense." "Well, in a week then." "One would really suppose that you had lost your senses." "But why not?" "Mercy on us," said the mother, smiling gaily at his impatience. "And the trousseau?" "Is it possible that a trousseau and all the rest are indispensable?" thought Levin, with alarm. "However, neither the trousseau, nor the betrothal, nor anything else can spoil my happiness. Nothing can do that." He looked at Kitty, and noticed that the idea of the trousseau did not offend her at all. "It must be very necessary," he said to himself. "I admit that I know nothing about it. I have merely expressed my desire," said he, excusing himself. We will consider the matter. Now we will have the betrothal, and announce the marriage. That is what we will do." The princess stepped up to her husband, kissed him, and was about to move away again, but he held her, and kissed her again and again, like a young lover. The two old people seemed agitated, and ready to believe that it was not their daughter who was to be married, but themselves. When the prince and princess had gone out, Levin approached his fiancée and took her hand. He had regained his self-possession and could speak. He had many other things on his mind to tell her, but he did not say at all what he intended to say. "I knew that it would be like this. At the bottom of my heart I was sure of it, without ever daring to hope. I believe that it was predestined." "And I," replied Kitty, "even when—" she hesitated, then continued, looking at him resolutely out of her sincere eyes, "even when I rejected my happiness. I never loved anybody but you. I was led away. I ought to tell you. I must ask you. Can you forget it?" "Perhaps it was best that it should be so. You, too, will have to pardon me, for I must confess to you—" This was one of the things he had on his mind to tell her. He had decided to confess everything to her, from his earliest life. First, that he was not so pure as she, and then that he was not a believer. This was cruel, but he thought it his duty to make these confessions to her. "No, not now. Later," said he. "Very well, later. But be sure to tell me. I am not afraid of anything. I want to know all, everything, now it is decided." "Is it decided," he interrupted, "that you take me just as I am? You do not take back your word?" "No, oh no." Their conversation was interrupted by Mademoiselle Linon, who, trying to look properly serious, came to congratulate her favorite pupil. She had not left the drawing-room before the servants came to offer their congratulations. Next came the relatives and friends, and this was the beginning of that absurdly happy period from which Levin did not emerge till the day after his marriage. Although he felt constrained and ill at ease all the time, yet the force of his happiness kept increasing. He felt all the time that much which he knew nothing about would be required of him, and he did everything that he was told to do, and all this served to increase his joy. He imagined that his engagement would not be in the least like others, that the ordinary conditions of an engagement would destroy his especial happiness. But it came about that he did exactly as everybody else did in such cases, and his happiness for this very reason kept increasing, and grew more and more peculiar, and did not change, and was in no respect like that of other men. "Now," said Mademoiselle Linon, "we shall have all the candy we wish for." And Levin ran to buy candy. "Well, very glad," said Sviazhsky. "I advise you to get your bouquets at Fomin's." "Do you?" said Levin, and he went to Fomin's. His brother told him he would have to borrow money because there would be many expenses for presents and other things. "For presents? Really?" And he started off on the run to buy jewelry at Fulda's. At the confectioner's, at Fomin's, at Fulda's, he found that every one expected him, and every one seemed glad and rejoiced in his happiness, as did every one with whom he had to do those days. It was an extraordinary thing that not only did they all love him, but, strange as it may seem, even those who before had seemed cold, unsympathetic, and indifferent approved of him in every way, treated his feelings with delicacy and gentleness, and shared his convictions that he was the happiest man in the world, because his "bride" was the pink of perfection. Kitty also had the same feeling. When the Countess Nordstone alluded to the more brilliant hopes that she had conceived for her friend, Kitty became angry, and declared so vehemently that no one in the world could be better than Levin, that the countess had to confess it, and when Kitty was present she never met Levin without smiling enthusiastically. The confession which he had promised was a very trying incident of this period. He consulted the old prince, and, acting on his advice, Levin gave Kitty his journal in which were written out all the matters that troubled him. He had written this diary purposely to show to the one whom he should marry. Two things tormented him: his sins against virtue and his unbelief. The confession of his unbelief passed almost unnoticed. She was religious, and had never doubted the truth of her religion, but her lover's superficial skepticism did not trouble her very much. She knew through love his whole soul, and in his soul found all that she wanted. It was of little importance to her that he termed the state of his soul incredulity. But the second acknowledgment caused her to shed bitter tears. Levin had a great struggle with himself before he decided to let her read his diary. He knew that between him and her there could be and should be no secrets, and therefore he resolved that he must do it, but he did not realize what an effect it would have on a young girl. Only when, as he entered Kitty's room one evening before going to the theater, and saw her lovely face bathed in tears, and unhappy with the irreparable woe that he had caused, did he perceive the abyss that separated his shameful past from her dove-like purity, and he was horror-stricken at what he had done. "Take back these terrible papers! Take them back!" she said, pushing away the sheets lying on the table. "Why did you give them to me? However, perhaps it was for the best," she added, seized with pity at the sight of Levin's despairing face. "But it is terrible, terrible!" He hung his head and had nothing to say. "You will not forgive me," he murmured. "Yes, I have forgiven you, but it is terrible." However, his happiness was so immense that this confession did not diminish it, but only served to add a shade more to it. She forgave him. From that time he counted himself still more unworthy of her. Morally he bowed down still lower before her, and treasured the happiness that he had gained still higher. He understood the worth of it still better after this pardon. End of chapter 16. Part 4, Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. When he returned to his lonely room, Alexey Alexandrovitch involuntarily recalled, little by little, the conversations that had taken place at the dinner and in the evening. Darya Alexandrovna's words about pardon merely aroused his vexation. Whether he should apply the Christian rule to his case or not, was a question too difficult to be lightly decided. Besides, he had already considered this question, and decided it in the negative. Of all that had been said that day, the remark of that good stupid, Turotsuin, had made the liveliest impression on his mind. He did bravely, for he challenged the other man, and killed him. Evidently all approved this conduct, although out of politeness they had not said so openly. "However the matter is ended, it is useless to think about it," said Alexey Alexandrovitch to himself, and giving no more thought to anything except the preparations for his departure and his tour of inspection, he went to his room and asked the Swiss who showed him the way if he had seen his valet. The Swiss said his valet had only just gone out. Alexey Alexandrovitch ordered tea to be brought, and sitting down at the table opened a railway guide and began to study the departure of trains for his journey. "2 telegrams," said his valet, returning and coming into the room. "Will your Excellency please excuse me? I have only just stepped out." Alexey Alexandrovitch took the telegrams and opened them. The first announced the nomination of Stremov to the place for which he had been ambitious. Alexey Alexandrovitch threw down the dispatch, and with a flushed face began to walk back and forth through the room. "Quo vult perdere dementat," said he, applying quo to all those who had taken part in this nomination. He was not disturbed by the fact that he himself had not been nominated, that he had evidently been outwitted. But it was incomprehensible to him, amazing, that they could not see that Stremov, that babbler, that speechifier, was the least fitted of all men for the place. Could they not understand that they were ruining themselves, that they were destroying their prestige by such a choice? Some more news of the same sort, he thought, with bitterness as he opened the second telegram. It was from his wife. Her name, Anna, in blue pencil, was the first thing that struck his eyes. "I am dying. I beg you to come. I shall die easier if I have your forgiveness." He read these words with scorn and threw the paper on the floor. That there was some piece of trickery, some deception, in this, admitted of no doubt in his mind at first thought. There is no deceitfulness of which she is not capable. She must be on the eve of her confinement, and it is her sickness. But what can be her object? To legalize the child, to compromise me, to prevent the divorce. But what does it mean, I am dying?" He reread the telegram, and suddenly realized its full meaning. If it is true, if the suffering, the approach of death, have caused her to repent sincerely, and if I should call this pretense, and refuse to go to her, that would not only be cruel, but foolish, and all would blame me. "Pyotr, order a carriage. I am going to Petersburg," said he to the valet. Alexey Alexandrovitch decided to go to Petersburg and to see his wife. If her illness was a pretense, he would say nothing and go away again. On the other hand, if she were really ill unto death, and wanted to see him before she died, he would forgive her, and, if he reached her too late, he could at least pay his last respects to her. During the journey he gave no more thought of what he should do. Alexey Alexandrovitch, tired and dusty with his night in the coach, reached Petersburg in the midst of the early morning. He rode along the still deserted Nevsky Prospect, looking straight before him, without thinking of what was awaiting him at home. He could not think about it, because as soon as he tried to imagine what might be, he could not drive away the suggestion that his wife's death would put a sudden end to all difficulties of his situation. The bakers, the closed shops, the night isvostchiks, the dvorniks sweeping the sidewalks, all passed like a flash before his eyes. He noticed everything, in his endeavors to stifle the thought of what was before him, of what he dared not hope for, and yet hoped for. He reached his house. An isvostchik and a carriage with a coachman asleep were standing before the door. As he entered the vestibule, Alexey Alexandrovitch, as it were, snatched at a decision from the most hidden recess of his brain, and succeeded in mastering it. It was to this effect: "If she has deceived me, I will be calm and go away again. But if she has told the truth, I will do what is proper." The Swiss opened the door even before Alexey Alexandrovitch rang the bell. The Swiss Petrov, known as Kapitanuitch, presented a strange appearance, dressed in an old coat and slippers, without any cravat. "How is the Baroinya?" In the night there was a change for the better. Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped short and turned very pale. He now realized how deeply he had hoped for her death. "And how is she?" Karnai, the servant in morning dress, came quickly down the stairs. "Very low," he said. "There was a consultation yesterday, and the doctor is here now." "Take my things," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, a little comforted to learn that there was still hope of death, and he went into the reception room. A uniform overcoat hung in the hall. Alexey Alexandrovitch noticed it, and asked, "Who is here?" "The doctor, the nurse, and Count Vronsky." Alexey Alexandrovitch went through the inner rooms. There was no one in the drawing room, but the sound of his steps brought the nurse, in a cap with lilac ribbons, out of the boudoir. She came to Alexey Alexandrovitch, and, taking him by the hand, with the familiarity that the approach of death permits, led him into the sleeping room. "Thank the Lord that you have come. She talks of nothing but you, always of you," she said. "Bring some ice, quick," said the imperative voice of the doctor from the chamber. Alexey Alexandrovitch went into her boudoir. On a little low chair by her table sat Vronsky weeping, his face covered with his hands. He started at the sound of the doctor's voice, uncovered his face, and saw Alexey Alexandrovitch. The sight of the husband disturbed him so much that he sat back in his chair, crouching his head down between his shoulders, as if he wanted to disappear out of sight. Then, making a great effort, he rose and said, "She is dying. The doctors say that there is no hope. I am in your power. Only allow me to remain here. I will conform to your wishes in every other respect. When he saw Vronsky in tears, Alexey Alexandrovitch felt the involuntary tenderness that the sufferings of others always caused him, and he turned away his head without replying, and went to the door. Anna's voice could be heard from the sleeping room, lively, gay, and with clear intonations. Alexey Alexandrovitch went in and approached her bed. She was lying with her face turned toward him. Her cheeks were bright red, her eyes brilliant. Her little white hands coming out of the sleeves of her nightdress were playing with the corner of the coverlet. Not only did she seem fresh and well, but in the happiest frame of mind. She talked fast and loud, accenting her words with precision and nicety. "Because Alexey, I am speaking of Alexey Alexandrovitch. Strange, isn't it, and cruel, that both should be named Alexey? Alexey would not have refused me. I should have forgotten. He would have forgiven. Yes, why does he not come? He is good. He himself does not know how good he is. Ah, Bose moi, what agony! Give me some water, quick! Ah, but that is not good for her, my little daughter. Well, then, very good. Give her to the nurse. I am willing, that she will be even better. Now when he comes, she will be hateful in his sight. Take her away." "Anna Arkadyevna, he has come. Here he is," said the nurse, trying to draw her attention to Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Oh, what nonsense!" continued Anna, without seeing her husband. "There, give the little one to me. Give her to me. He hasn't come yet. You pretend that he will not forgive me because you do not know him. No one knows him. I alone. His eyes. One must know them. Serosa's are very like them. That is why I can no longer look at them. Has Serosa had his dinner? I know he will be forgotten. Oh, do not forget him. Let Serosa be brought into the corner chamber, and let Marietta sleep near him." Suddenly she shrank back and was silent, and, with a look of terror, raised her arms above her head as if to ward off a blow. She had recognized her husband. "No, no," she said quickly. "I am not afraid of him. I am afraid of dying. Alexey, come here. I am in a hurry, because there is no time to be lost. I have only a few minutes to live. The fever will be upon me again, and I shall know nothing more. Now I am conscious. I understand everything, and I see everything." Alexey Alexandrovitch's wrinkled face expressed acute suffering. He took her hand, and he wanted to speak, but his lower lip trembled so that he could not utter a word, and his emotion hardly allowed him to glance at the dying woman. Every time that he turned his head toward her, he saw her eyes fixed on him with a humility and enthusiastic affection which he had never seen there before. "Wait, you do not know. Wait, wait." She stopped to collect her thoughts. "Yes," she began again. "Yes, yes, yes, this is what I want to say. Do not be astonished. I am always the same. But there is another I within me. Her I fear. It is she who loved him, and hated you. And I could not forget what I had once been. That was not I. Now I am myself entirely, really myself, and not another. I am dying. I know that I am dying. Ask him if I am not. I feel it now. There are those terrible weights on my hand and my feet and on my fingers. My fingers, they are enormous. But all that will soon be over. One thing only is indispensable to me. Forgive me wholly. I am a sinner, but Serosa's nurse told me that there was a holy martyr. What was her name? Who was worse than I? I will go to Rome. There is a desert there. I shall not trouble anybody there. I will only take Serosa and my little daughter. No, you cannot forgive me. I know very well that it is impossible. Go away. Go away. You are too perfect." She held him with one of her burning hands and pushed him away with the other. Alexey Alexandrovitch's emotion had been all the time increasing, and now it reached such a degree that he could no longer control himself. He suddenly felt that what he had considered his spiritual discord was, on the contrary, a blessed state of the soul which imparted to him what seemed like a new and hitherto unknown happiness. He had not believed that the Christian law, which he had taken for a guide in life, ordered him to forgive and love his enemies. But now his soul was filled with joyous love and forgiveness to his enemies. He knelt beside the bed. He laid his forehead on her arm, the fever of which burned through the sleeve, and sobbed like a child. She bent toward him, placed her arm around her husband's bald head, and raised her eyes defiantly and proudly. "There, I knew that it would be so. Now farewell, farewell all. They are coming back again. Why don't they go away? There, take off all these furs from me." The doctor disengaged her arms, laid her back gently on her pillows, and drew the covering over her. Anna made no resistance, looking all the while straight before her, with shining eyes. "Remember that I have only asked your pardon. I ask nothing more. Why doesn't he come?" she said, suddenly looking toward the door, toward Vronsky. "Come, come here and give me your hand." Vronsky came to the side of the bed, and, when he saw Anna, he hid his face in his hands again. "Uncover your face. Look at him. He is a saint," said she. "Yes, uncover your face. Look at him," she repeated in an irritated manner. "Alexey Alexandrovitch, uncover his face. I want to see him." Alexey Alexandrovitch took Vronsky's hands and uncovered his face, disfigured by the expression of suffering and humiliation which it wore. "Give him your hand. Forgive him." Alexey Alexandrovitch held out his hand to him, without trying to keep back the tears. "Thank the Lord, thank the Lord," said she. "Now everything is right. I will stretch out my feet a little like that. That is better. How ugly those flowers are. They do not look like violets," she said, pointing to the hangings in her room. "Bose moi, when will this be over? Give me some morphine, doctor, some morphine. Bose moi, and she tossed about on the bed. The doctor said that this was perpetual fever, and that there was not one chance in 100 of her living. All that day there was fever, with alleviations of delirium and unconsciousness. Toward midnight she lay unconscious, and her heart had almost ceased to beat. The end was expected every moment. Vronsky went home, but he came back the next morning to learn how she was. Alexey Alexandrovitch came to meet him in the reception room and said to him, "Stay, perhaps she will ask for you." Then he himself took him to his wife's boudoir. In the morning the restlessness, the rapidity of thought and speech returned, but soon unconsciousness intervened again. The third day was much the same, and the doctors began to hope. On this day Alexey Alexandrovitch went to the boudoir where Vronsky was, closed the door, and sat down in front of him. "Alexey Alexandrovitch," said Vronsky, feeling that an explanation was at hand, "I cannot speak. I cannot think. Have pity on me. Hard as it may be for you, believe me, it is still more terrible for me." He was going to rise, but Alexey Alexandrovitch prevented him and said, "Pray listen to me. It is unavoidable. I am forced to explain to you the feelings that guide me, and will continue to guide me, that you may avoid making any mistake in regard to me. You know that I have decided on a divorce, and that I have taken preliminary steps to obtain one. I will not deny that at first I was undecided. I was in torment. I confess that the desire to avenge myself on you and on her pursued me. When I received the telegram, I came home. I felt the same desire. I will say more. I wished for her death. But—" He was silent for a moment, considering whether he would wholly reveal his thoughts. "But I have seen her, and I have forgiven her. The happiness I feel at being able to forgive clearly shows me my duty. I have absolutely forgiven her. I desire to offer the other cheek to the smiter. I wish to give my cloak to him who has robbed me of my coat. I only ask one thing of God, that he will not take away from me this joy of forgiving." Tears filled his eyes. Vronsky was amazed at the calm, luminous face. "This is my position. You may drag me in the mire, and make me the laughing stock of creation, but I will not give up Anna for that, nor will I utter a word of reproach to you," continued Alexey Alexandrovitch. "My duty seems clear and plain to me. I must remain with her. I shall remain with her. If she wishes to see you, I shall inform you of it. But now I think it will be better for you to go away." He rose. Sobs choked his voice. Vronsky rose too, and, standing with bowed head and humble attitude, looked up at Karenin without a word to say. He was incapable of understanding Alexey Alexandrovitch's feelings, but he felt that this was something too high for him, something even unapproachable for a person who looked on the world as he did. Chapter 17. Part 4, Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. After this conversation with Alexey Alexandrovitch, Vronsky went out on the steps of the Karenin house and stopped, hardly knowing where he was and what he had to do. He felt humiliated, perplexed, and deprived of all means of washing away his shame. He felt thrown out of the path where till now he had walked proudly and easily. All the rules which had been the guides of his life, and which he had believed irreproachable, proved false and untrue. The deceived husband, whom he had considered a melancholy character, an accidental obstacle, at times absurd, happily for him had suddenly been raised by her to a height inspiring respect. And this husband on this height appeared not ugly, not false, not ridiculous, but good, grand, and generous. Vronsky could not understand it. Their roles had suddenly been interchanged. He felt Karenin's grandeur and straightforwardness, and his own baseness and falsity. He felt that this husband was magnanimous in his grief, while he himself seemed little and miserable in his deception. But this consciousness of inferiority, in comparison to a man whom he had unjustly scorned, constituted only a small part of his grief. He felt profoundly unhappy from the fact that his passion for Anna, which of late had as it seemed to him grown cold, was more violent than ever now that he knew he was to lose her. During her illness he had seen her as she was, had learned to know her very soul, and it seemed to him that he had never really loved her till now. He must lose her just as he had come to know her and love her truly. Lose her and be left with the most humiliating recollections. More horrible than anything else was his ridiculous and odious position when Alexey Alexandrovitch had uncovered his face while he was hiding it in his hands. Standing motionless on the steps of the Karenin house, he seemed to be entirely unconscious of what he was doing. "Shall I call an isvostchik?" asked the Swiss. "Yes, an isvostchik." When he reached home, after 3 sleepless nights, Vronsky, without undressing, threw himself down on a divan, folded his arms, and laid his head on them. His head was heavy. The strangest reminiscences, thoughts, and impressions succeeded one another in his mind with extraordinary rapidity and clearness. Now it was a drink which he poured out and gave the invalid from a spoon. Now he saw the nurse's white hands. Then Alexey Alexandrovitch's singular attitude as he knelt on the floor by the bed. "Sleep and forget," he said to himself with the calm resolution of a man in good health who knows that when he feels tired he can sleep if he will. His ideas became confused. He felt himself falling into the abyss of forgetfulness. The billows of the sea of unconscious life were already beginning to swell over his head, when suddenly something like a violent electric shock passed through him. He started up so abruptly that his body bounded upon the springs of the divan, and he found himself in his terror on his knees. His eyes were as wide open as if he had not slept at all. The heaviness of his head, and the lassitude which he felt in all his members but a moment before, had suddenly vanished. "You may drag me in the mire." These words of Alexey Alexandrovitch rang in his ears. He saw him standing before him. He saw, too, Anna's feverish face and her brilliant eyes looking tenderly, not at him, but at Alexey Alexandrovitch. He saw the stupid, ridiculous figure he must have presented when Alexey Alexandrovitch drew away his hands from his face. Again he threw himself back on the divan and closed his eyes. "Sleep and forget," he repeated to himself. But though his eyes were closed, he saw clearer than ever Anna's face, just as it looked on that memorable evening of the races. "It's impossible, and will not be. How can she efface this from her memory? I cannot live without this. But how can we be reconciled? How can we be reconciled?" He unconsciously pronounced these words aloud, and their mechanical repetition for some minutes prevented the recollections and forms which besieged his brain from returning. But the repetition of the words did not long deceive his imagination. Again, one after the other, with extraordinary swiftness, the sweet moments of the past and his recent humiliation began to arise in his mind. "Uncover his face," said Anna's voice. He took away his hands, and realized how humiliated and ridiculous he must have appeared. He still lay there trying to sleep, though he felt that there was not the slightest hope of it, and repeating in a whisper some formula with the design of driving away the new and distressing hallucinations that kept arising. He listened to his own voice repeating with a strange persistence, "You did not know how to appreciate her. You did not know how to value her. You did not know how to appreciate her. You did not know how to value her." "What is going to happen to me? Am I going mad?" he asked himself. "Perhaps so. Why do people go mad? And why did they commit suicide?" And, while he was answering himself, he opened his eyes, and was surprised to see at his head a cushion embroidered by Varya, his brother's wife. He lightly touched the tassel of the cushion, and tried to fix the thought of Varya in his mind, and how she looked the last time he saw her. But any idea foreign to what tormented him was still more intolerable. "No, I must sleep." He placed the cushion under his head, but it required an effort to keep his eyes closed. He leaped to his feet and sat down. "All is over with me. What else can I do?" And his imagination vividly pictured what life without Anna would be. Ambition, Serpukhowskoy, the world, the court. No more these had power to stop him. All this once had some meaning, but now it had none. He rose from the divan, took off his coat, loosened his necktie, and bared his shaggy chest that he might breathe more freely, and began to stride up and down the room. "This makes people insane," he repeated. "This causes suicide, to avoid disgrace," he added slowly. He went to the door and closed it. Then, with a look of determination, and with his teeth set, he went to the table, took out his revolver, examined it, turned the loaded chamber round, and stopped to consider. He stood motionless for 2 minutes, with the revolver in his hand, his head bowed in the attitude of intense thought. "Of course," he said to himself, as if a logical sequence of clear and exact ideas led him to this unquestionable decision. But in reality this to him conclusive "of course" was only the consequence of a continued circle of recollections and impressions which he had gone over for the 10th time in the last hour. There were the same recollections of happiness lost forever, the conception of the meaninglessness of all that was now before him in life, the same consciousness of his shame. There was the same repetition of these impressions and thoughts. "Of course," he repeated, when for the 3rd time his mind directed itself to the same enchanted circle of thoughts and recollections, and holding the revolver to the left side of his breast, with an unflinching grip he pulled the trigger. He did not hear the sound of the report, but the violent blow that he received in the chest knocked him over. He tried to save himself by catching hold of the table. He dropped his revolver, staggered, and fell on the floor, looking about him with astonishment. He could not recognize his room, the twisted legs of the table, the waste paper basket, the tiger skin on the floor. All seemed strange to him. The quick steps of his servant running to the drawing room obliged him to get control of himself. He collected his thoughts with an effort, and seeing that he was on the floor, and that blood was on his hands and on the tiger skin, he realized what he had done. "What stupidity! I missed my aim," he muttered, feeling round for his pistol. It was quite near him, but he could not find it. As he continued to grope for it, he lost his balance and fell again, bathed in his own blood. His valet, an elegant person with side whiskers, who complained freely to his friends about his delicate nerves, was so frightened at the sight of his master lying on the floor that he let him lie bleeding, and ran for help. In an hour, Varya, Vronsky's sister-in-law, arrived, and with the assistance of the 3 doctors whom she sent for in all directions, and who all came at once, she succeeded in putting the wounded man to bed, and established herself as his nurse. Chapter 18. Part 4, Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Alexey Alexandrovitch, when he prepared to see his wife again, had not foreseen the contingency of her repentance being genuine, and then of her recovery after she had obtained his pardon. This mistake appeared to him in all its seriousness 2 months after his return from Moscow. But the mistake which he had made proceeded not only from the fact that he had not foreseen this eventuality, but also from the fact that not until the day when he looked on his dying wife had he understood his own heart. Beside the bed of his dying wife he had given way, for the first time in his life, to that feeling of sympathy for the griefs of others, against which he had always fought as one fights against a dangerous weakness. His pity for her, and remorse at having wished for her death, but above all the joy of forgiving, had made him suddenly feel, not only a complete alleviation of his sufferings, but also a spiritual calmness such as he had never before experienced. He suddenly felt that the very thing that had been a source of anguish was now the source of his spiritual joy. What had seemed insoluble when he was filled with hatred and anger became clear and simple now that he loved and forgave. He had pardoned his wife, and he pitied her because of her suffering and repentance. He had forgiven Vronsky, and he pitied him too, especially after he heard of his desperate act. He also pitied his son more than before, because he felt that he had neglected him. But what he felt for the newborn child was more than pity, it was almost tenderness. At first, solely from a feeling of pity, he looked after this little newborn girl, who was not his daughter, and who was so neglected during her mother's illness that she would have surely died if he had not taken her in charge, and before he was aware of it, he became attached to her. He would go several times a day into the nursery, and sit there so that the wet nurse and the bonne, though they were a little intimidated at first, gradually became accustomed to his presence. He stayed sometimes for half an hour, silently gazing at the saffron red, wrinkled, downy face of the sleeping child, following her motions as she scowled and puckered her lips, watching her rub her eyes with the back of her little hands, curling up her round fingers. And at these moments especially, Alexey Alexandrovitch felt calm and at peace with himself, seeing nothing abnormal in his situation, nothing that he felt the need of changing. However, as time went on, he felt more and more that he would not be permitted to remain in this situation, however natural it seemed to him, and that nobody would allow it. He felt that, besides the holy and spiritual force that guided his soul, there was another force, brutal, equally if not more powerful, which directed his life, and that this power would not give him the peace that he desired. He felt that everyone was looking at him and questioning his attitude, not understanding it, and expecting him to do something. Especially he felt the unnaturalness and constraint of his relations with his wife. When the tenderness which she felt at the expectation of death had passed away, Alexey Alexandrovitch began to notice how Anna feared him, how she dreaded his presence, and did not dare to look him in the face. She seemed to be always pursued by a thought she dared not express, and as if she had a presentiment that their present relations could not last, she too expected some move from her husband. Toward the end of February, the little girl, who had been named Anna for her mother, was taken ill. In the morning Alexey Alexandrovitch had seen her in the nursery, and, after he had left orders about calling the doctor, he went to the ministry meeting. Having transacted his business, he returned at 4 o'clock. As he entered the anteroom, he noticed an Adonis of a lackey, in livery and bearskin cloak, holding a white rotonda or mantle, lined with American fox. "Who is here?" he asked. "The Princess Yelizaveta Fyodorovna Tverskaya," replied the lackey, with a smile, as it seemed to Alexey Alexandrovitch. All through this painful period Alexey Alexandrovitch noticed that his society friends, especially the women, showed a very marked interest in him and in his wife. He noticed in them all that veiled look of amusement which he saw in the lawyer's eyes, and which he now saw in the lackey's. They all seemed delighted, as if they were going to a wedding. When people met him and inquired after his health, they did so with the same half-concealed hilarity. The presence of the Princess Tverskaya was not agreeable to Alexey Alexandrovitch, both because he had never liked her and because she had called up unpleasant memories, and so he went directly to the nursery. In the first room, Seroza, leaning on a table, with his feet in a chair, was drawing and chattering merrily. The English governess, who had replaced the French woman soon after Anna's illness, was sitting near the child, with her fancy work in her hand. She rose, made a curtsy, and put Seroza's feet down. Alexey Alexandrovitch smoothed his son's hair, answered the governess's questions about his wife's health, and asked what the doctor said about baby. "The doctor said that it was nothing serious. He ordered baths, sir." "She is in pain, nevertheless," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, hearing the child cry in the next room. "I believe, sir, that the wet nurse does not suit her," replied the Englishwoman decidedly. "What makes you think so?" he asked, as he paused on his way. "It was the same at the Countess Falls, sir. They dosed the child with medicine, while it was merely suffering from hunger, sir. The wet nurse has not enough milk for it." Alexey Alexandrovitch considered for a few moments, and then went into the adjoining room. The child was crying as she lay in her nurse's arms, with her head thrown back, refusing the full breast that was offered her, and screaming without yielding to the blandishments of the two women bending over her. "Isn't she any better?" asked Alexey Alexandrovitch. "She is very worrisome," replied the old nurse in a whisper. "Miss Edwards says that perhaps the nurse hasn't enough milk for her," said he. "I think so too, Alexey Alexandrovitch." "Why haven't you said so?" "Whom should I say it to? Anna Arkadyevna is still ill," replied the old nurse discontentedly. The old nurse had been in the family a long time, and these simple words struck Alexey Alexandrovitch as an allusion to his position. The child cried harder and harder, losing its breath and becoming hoarse. The old nurse threw up her hands in despair, took the little one from the wet nurse, and rocked her as she walked back and forth. "You must ask the doctor to examine the wet nurse," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. The wet nurse, a healthy-looking woman of fine appearance, sprucely dressed, who was afraid of losing her position, muttered to herself as she fastened her dress over her great bosom, smiling scornfully at the doubt of her not having enough nourishment. In her smile Alexey Alexandrovitch also detected ridicule of his position. "Poor little thing," said the old nurse, trying to hush the child and still walking back and forth. Alexey Alexandrovitch sat down in a chair, sad and crestfallen, and followed the old nurse with his eyes as she walked up and down with the child. When at last she had pacified it and placed it in the cradle, and having arranged the little pillow had moved away, Alexey Alexandrovitch rose and went up to it on tiptoe. For a moment he was silent and looked with melancholy face at the little thing, but suddenly a smile which moved his hair and the skin on his forehead spread over his face, and he quietly left the room. He went into the dining room, rang the bell, and ordered the servant that answered it to send for the doctor again. He was displeased because his wife seemed to take so little interest in this charming baby, and in this state of annoyance he wished neither to go to her room nor to meet the Princess Betsy. But his wife might wonder why he did not come as usual. He crushed down his feelings and went to her chamber. As he walked along toward the door on a thick carpet, he unintentionally overheard a conversation which he would not have cared to hear. "If he were to go away, I should understand your refusal, and his also. But your husband ought to be above that," said Betsy. "It is not for my husband's sake, but my own, that I don't wish it. Say nothing more about it," replied Anna's agitated voice. "Yes, but but you can't help wanting to say good-bye to the man who shot himself on your account." "That is the very reason I do not wish to see him again." Alexey Alexandrovitch, with an expression of fear and guilt, stopped, and started to go away without being heard. But, considering that this would lack dignity, he turned round again, and, coughing, went toward the chamber. The voices were hushed, and he went into the room. Anna, in a grey khalat, with her dark hair cut short on her round head, was sitting in a reclining chair. All her animation disappeared, as usual, at the sight of her husband, and she bowed her head and glanced uneasily at Betsy. Betsy, dressed in the latest fashion, with a little hat perched on the top of her head, like a cap over a lamp, in a dove-coloured gown, trimmed with bright-coloured bands on the waist on one side, and on the skirt on the other, was sitting beside Anna. She sat up as straight as possible, and welcomed Alexey Alexandrovitch with a nod and a sarcastic smile. "Ah," she began, affecting surprise, "I'm delighted to meet you at home. You never show yourself anywhere, and I haven't seen you since Anna was taken ill. I learned of your anxiety from others. Indeed, you are a wonderful husband," she said, with a significant and flattering look, as much as to say that she conferred on him the Order of Magnanimity on account of his behavior toward his wife. Alexey Alexandrovitch bowed coldly, and, kissing his wife's hand, inquired how she was. "Better, I think," she replied, avoiding his look. "However, your face has a feverish look," he said, emphasizing the word feverish. "We have talked too much," said Betsy. "It was selfish on my part, and I am going now." She rose, but Anna, suddenly flushing, seized her quickly by the arm. "No, stay, I beg of you. I must tell you. No, you." She addressed Alexey Alexandrovitch, while the colour increased on her neck and brow. "I cannot, nor do I wish to, hide anything from you," she said. Alexey Alexandrovitch cracked his knuckles and bent his head. "Betsy has told me that Count Vronsky wishes to come to our house and say good-bye before he goes to Tashkend." She did not look at her husband, and she evidently was in haste to get through with it, however hard it might be. "I have said that I could not receive him." "You said, my dear, that it would depend on Alexey Alexandrovitch," corrected Betsy. "Yes. No, I cannot see him, and it would not do any—" She stopped suddenly, and looked inquiringly at her husband's face. He was not looking at her. "In short, I do not wish—" Alexey Alexandrovitch approached and wanted to take her hand. Anna's first impulse was to withdraw her hand from her husband's clammy hand with its big swollen veins, but she evidently controlled herself and pressed it. "I am very grateful to you for your confidence, but—" he began, then stopped, awkward and annoyed, feeling that what he could easily and clearly decide when by himself, he could not settle in the presence of the Princess Tverskaya, who was the incarnation of that brutal force which he had to take as the guide of his life in the eyes of the world, and obliged him to renounce his feelings of love and forgiveness. He stopped as he looked at the Princess Tverskaya. "Well, good-bye, my treasure," said Betsy, rising. She kissed Anna and went out. Karenin accompanied her. "Alexey Alexandrovitch, I know that you are an extraordinarily magnanimous man," said Betsy, stopping in the midst of the boudoir to press his hand again with unusual fervor. "I am a stranger, and I love her so much, and esteem you so highly, that I take the liberty of giving you a bit of advice. Let him come. Alexey Vronsky is the personification of honor, and he is going to Tashkend." "I thank you for your sympathy and your advice, Princess, but the question whether my wife can or cannot receive anybody is for her to decide." He spoke these words with dignity, raising his eyebrows as usual, but he felt at once that, whatever his words had been, dignity was inconsistent with the situation. The sarcastic and wicked smile with which Betsy greeted his remark proved it beyond a doubt. End of chapter 19. Part 4, Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Alexey Alexandrovitch took leave of Betsy in the hall and returned to his wife. She was lying down, but, hearing her husband's steps, she sat up quickly in her former position, and looked at him in a frightened way. He saw that she had been crying. "I am very grateful to you for your confidence in me," said he, gently, repeating in Russian the remark that he had just made in French before Betsy. When he spoke to her in Russian, and used the familiar second person singular "tui," this "tui" irritated Anna in spite of herself. "I am very grateful for your decision, for I agree with you that, since Count Vronsky is going away, there is no necessity of his coming here. Besides—" "Yes, but as I have said that, why repeat it?" interrupted Anna, with an annoyance which she could not control. "No necessity," she thought, "for a man to say farewell to a woman he loves, for whom he has wished to commit suicide, and who cannot live without him." She pressed her lips together and fixed her flashing eyes on her husband's hands with their swollen veins, as he stood slowly rubbing them together. "We will not say anything more about that," she added more calmly. "I have given you perfect freedom to decide this question, and I am happy to see," Alexey Alexandrovitch began again. "That my desires are in conformity with yours," finished Anna, quickly, exasperated to hear him speak so slowly, when she knew beforehand what he was going to say. "Yes," he affirmed, "and the Princess Tverskaya shows very poor taste to meddle in family affairs. She of all others." "I don't believe what they say about her," said Anna. "I only know that she loves me sincerely." Alexey Alexandrovitch sighed and was silent. Anna played nervously with the tassels of her calotte, and looked at him now and then with that feeling of physical repulsion which she reproached herself for, without being able to overcome. All that she wished for at this moment was to be rid of his distasteful presence. "Ah, I have just sent for the doctor," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "What for? I am well." "For the baby. The little one cries so much. They think that the nurse hasn't enough nourishment for her." "Why didn't you let me nurse her, when I urged it so? All the same," Alexey Alexandrovitch understood what she meant by "all the same." "She is a baby, and they will kill her." She rang and sent for the little one. "I wanted to nurse her, and you wouldn't let me, and now you blame me." "I do not blame you for anything." "Yes, you do blame me. Bozhe moi, why didn't I die?" she began to sob. "Forgive me. I am nervous and unjust," she said, trying to control herself. "But go away." "No, this state of things cannot go on," said Alexey Alexandrovitch to himself as he left his wife's room. Never before had he been so convinced of the impossibility of prolonging such a situation before the world. Never had his wife's dislike of him, and the strength of that mysterious brutal force which had taken possession of his life, to rule it contrary to the needs of his soul, and to make him change his relations to his wife, appeared to him with such clearness. He saw clearly that the world and his wife exacted something from him which he could not fully understand. He felt that it aroused within him feelings of hatred, which disturbed his peace, and destroyed the worth of his victory over himself. Anna, in his opinion, ought to have nothing more to do with Vronsky. But if everybody considered this impossible, he was ready to tolerate their meeting, on condition that the children should not be disgraced, or his own life disturbed. Wretched as this was, it was, nevertheless, better than a rupture whereby she would be placed in a shameful and hopeless position, and he himself would be deprived of all that he loved. But he felt his powerlessness in this struggle, and knew beforehand that all were against him, and that he would be prevented from doing what seemed to him wise and good, and that he would be obliged to do what was bad, but necessary to be done. End of chapter 20. Part 4, Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Betsy had not left the hall when Stepan Arkadyevitch appeared on the threshold. He had come from Eliasev's, where they had just received fresh oysters. "Ah, princess! You here? What a fortunate meeting! I have just been at your house." "The meeting is but for a moment. I am going," replied Betsy, smiling as she buttoned her gloves. "Wait just a moment, princess. Allow me to kiss your little hand before you put on your glove. Nothing pleases me so much, in returning to ancient ways, as the custom of kissing a lady's hand." He kissed Betsy's hand. "When shall we meet again?" "You don't deserve to see me," replied Betsy, laughing. "Oh, yes, I do, for I have become a very serious man. I regulate not only my own family affairs, but also other people's," said he with a significant expression in his face. "Ah, I am delighted to hear it," replied Betsy, instantly knowing that he referred to Anna. Going back into the hall, they stood in a corner. "He is killing her," she whispered with conviction. "It is impossible, impossible." "I am very glad that you think so," replied Stepan Arkadyevitch, shaking his head with sympathetic commiseration. "That is why I am in Petersburg." "The whole town are talking about it," said she. "This situation is intolerable. She is fading away before our very eyes. He doesn't understand that she is one of those women whose feelings cannot be treated lightly. One of two things. Either he ought to take her away, and act decidedly, or else be divorced. But this is killing her." "Yes, yes, exactly," said Oblonsky with a sigh. "I have come for that. That is to say, not entirely for that. I have just been made chamberlain, so I had to show my gratitude, but the main thing was to arrange this matter." "Well, may the Lord help you," said Betsy. Stepan Arkadyevitch accompanied the Princess Betsy to the door, once more kissed her wrist just above her glove, where the pulse beats, and after paying her such an impudent compliment that she did not know whether to laugh or take offense, he left her to go to his sister. He found her in tears. In spite of the exuberance of his lively spirits, Stepan Arkadyevitch fell instantly and with perfect genuineness into the tone of sympathetic and poetical tenderness which suited his sister's frame of mind. He asked how she felt, and how she had passed the day. "Wretchedly, very wretchedly. Night and day, the future, the past, all wretched," she replied. "It seems to me you have yielded to the blues. You must take courage, look life in the face. It is hard, I know, but—" "I've heard that some women love men for their very vices," began Anna suddenly. "But I hate him for his virtue. I cannot live with him. Understand me. The sight of him has a physical effect on me which drives me out of my mind. I cannot live with him. What shall I do? I've been unhappy before, and I thought it impossible to be more so. But this horrible state of things surpasses all that I could have imagined. Can you believe that, though I know how good and perfect he is, and how unworthy of him I am, still I hate him. I hate him for his magnanimity. There's absolutely nothing left for me but to—" She was going to add "die," but Stepan Arkadyevitch did not let her finish. "You are ill and nervous. Believe me, you exaggerate everything. There is really nothing so very terrible." And Stepan Arkadyevitch smiled. No one except Stepan Arkadyevitch, meeting such despair, would have ventured to smile, for it would have seemed rude. But his smile was so full of kindness and an almost effeminate sweetness that, instead of irritating, it was calming and soothing. His gentle soothing words and smile acted like oil of sweet almonds. Anna at once felt the effect. "No, Stiva," said she, "I am lost, worse than lost. And yet I'm not yet lost. I cannot still say that all is over. On the contrary, I feel that all is not yet over. I seem like a cord too tightly stretched, which must break. But the end has not yet come, and it will be terrible. No, no. The cord can be carefully unstrung. There is no difficulty without some way out of it. I have thought it over, and I see only one. Again he saw by her look of dismay that the one way that she meant was death, and again he did not allow her to finish. "No, listen to me. You cannot judge of your position so well as I. Let me tell you frankly my opinion." He smiled again cautiously, with his almond oily smile. "I will begin at the beginning. You married a man 20 years older than yourself, and you married without love, or, at least, without knowing what love was. It was a mistake, as well admit it." "A terrible mistake," said Anna. "But, I repeat it, it was an accomplished fact. You then had, let us say, the misfortune to fall in love, not with your husband. That was a misfortune, but that too was an accomplished fact. Your husband knew it, and forgave it." After each sentence he stopped, as if to give her time to reply, but she said nothing. "Now, the question is, can you continue to live with your husband? Do you wish it? Does he wish it?" "I know nothing about it. Nothing." "But you yourself have just said that you could no longer endure him." "No, I did not say so. I deny it. I know nothing. I understand nothing." "Yes, but allow me." "You cannot understand it. I feel that I am precipitated, head first, into an abyss, and I may not save myself. I cannot." "You will see that we can prevent you from falling and from being crushed. I understand you. I feel that you are not able to express your feelings, your desires." "I desire nothing, nothing, only to end all this." "He sees this and knows it. Do you suppose that he doesn't feel the strain as much as you do? You suffer. He suffers. And what way of escape is there from all this torture? Then, when a divorce would settle everything?" Stepan Arkadyevitch with difficulty expressed his principal idea, and looked to Anna to see what effect it would have. She said nothing, and shook her head disapprovingly. But by the expression of her face, which suddenly lighted up with something of her former beauty, he saw that, if she did not wish this, it was because the thought of its being realized was too enticing. "I am awfully sorry for you. How happy I should be if I could arrange it for you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Don't say a word. If God will only permit me to express all that I feel. I'm going to find Alexey Alexandrovitch." Anna looked at him out of her brilliant, thoughtful eyes, and did not reply. Chapter 22. Part 4, Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Stepan Arkadyevitch went into his brother-in-law's cabinet, with the solemn face which he tried to assume when he sat in his official chair at a council meeting. Alexey Alexandrovitch, with his arms behind his back, was walking up and down the room, considering the same thing that Stepan Arkadyevitch had been discussing with his wife. "Shall I disturb you?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, suddenly feeling an unwonted embarrassment. In order to conceal his embarrassment, he took a new cigar case out of his pocket, smelt of the leather, and took out a cigarette. "No. Do you wish to see me?" asked Alexey Alexandrovitch, reluctantly. "Yes. I would like. Yes, I must have a talk with you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, surprised at his confusion. This feeling was so strange and unexpected to him that he did not recognize in it the voice of conscience, warning him that what he hoped to do was evil. He recovered himself with an effort, and conquered the weakness which took possession of him. "I hope that you believe in my love for my sister, and my sincere sympathy and regard for you," said he, and his face grew red. Alexey Alexandrovitch listened and made no reply, but his face struck Stepan Arkadyevitch by its expression of humility and pain. I came on purpose, to speak with you about my sister, and the situation in which you and she are placed," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, still struggling with his unusual embarrassment. Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled sadly, looked at his brother-in-law, and, without replying, went to the table, took up a half-written letter, and handed it to him. "I can think of nothing else. This is what I began to write, thinking that I could express myself better in a letter, for my presence irritates her," said he, giving him the letter. Stepan Arkadyevitch took the paper, and looked with perplexity and surprise at his brother-in-law's dull eyes, which were fixed on him. Then he read: "I see that my presence is disagreeable to you. Painful as it is for me to recognize it, I know that it is so, and it cannot be otherwise. I do not blame you. God knows that, during your illness, I resolved to forget the past and to begin a new life. I am not sorry, I never shall be sorry, for what I did then. I desired only one thing, your salvation, the salvation of your soul, and now I see that I have not succeeded. Tell me yourself what will give you true peace and happiness, and I will submit to whatever you may deem just and right." Stepan Arkadyevitch gave the letter back to his brother-in-law, and with the same perplexity he simply stared at his brother-in-law, not knowing what to say. This silence was so uncomfortable to both that Stepan Arkadyevitch's lips trembled convulsively, while he did not take his eyes from Karenin's face. "That is what I wanted to say to her," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, turning away. Yes," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, but he could not go on, the tears so choked his utterance. Yes, I understand you." "I should like to know what she wishes," said he at last. "I am afraid that she herself does not realize her own situation. She is not a judge of the matter," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, trying to recover himself. "She is crushed, literally crushed, by your magnanimity. If she should read your letter, she would be unable to say a word, and could only bow her head still lower." "Yes, but what is to be done in such a case? How can it be settled? How can I know what she wishes?" "If you will allow me to express my opinion, I think it is for you to state clearly what measure you believe necessary to put an end to this situation at once." "Consequently, you think it ought to be ended at once?" interrupted Alexey Alexandrovitch. "But how?" he added, passing the back of his hand over his eyes in an unusual way. "I see no possible way out of it." "There is a way out of every difficulty, however serious it may be," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, rising and growing more animated. "There was a time when you wished for divorce. If you are convinced now that you can never be happy together again—" "Happiness may be understood in different ways. Let us grant that I agree to everything, that I have no wishes in the matter. What escape is there from our situation?" "If you wish for my advice," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the same smooth, almond-oily, affectionate smile with which he had spoken to his sister, and this smile was so persuasive that Alexey Alexandrovitch, giving himself up to the weakness which overpowered him, was involuntarily inclined to believe what his brother-in-law said. "She will never say what her wishes are, but there is one thing possible, one thing she may hope for," continued Stepan Arkadyevitch, "and that is to break the bonds which are only the cause of cruel recollections. In my opinion, it is indispensable to put your relations on an entirely new footing, and that can only be done by both of you resuming your freedom." "Divorce!" interrupted Alexey Alexandrovitch with disgust. "Yes, I suppose that divorce—" "Yes, divorce," repeated Stepan Arkadyevitch, blushing. "Taking everything into consideration, that is the most sensible course when two married people find themselves in such a situation as yours. What is to be done when a husband and wife find that living together is impossible? This can always be brought about." Alexey Alexandrovitch drew a deep sigh, and covered his eyes. "There is only one consideration, whether one of the parties wishes to marry again. If not, it is very simple," continued Stepan Arkadyevitch, recovering more and more from his feeling of constraint. Alexey Alexandrovitch, with his face distorted by emotion, muttered something to himself, but made no reply. What seemed so simple to Oblonsky, he had turned over 1,000 times in his mind, and, instead of finding it very easy, found it utterly impossible. Now that the conditions for divorce were known to him, it seemed to him impossible, because the sense of his personal dignity, as well as his respect for religion, prevented him from confessing to a fictitious accusation of adultery, and still less permitting his wife, whom he had once pardoned and still loved, to be disgraced and put to shame. Divorce seemed impossible from still other and even more important reasons. What would become of their son? To leave him with his mother was impossible. The divorced mother would have her own illegitimate family, in which the child's position and training would be wretched. Should he keep the child for himself? But he knew that would be an act of vengeance, and vengeance he did not want. But, above all, what made divorce impossible in his eyes was the thought that, in consenting to it, he himself would contribute to Anna's destruction. The words spoken by Darya Alexandrovna when he was in Moscow remained graven in his heart, that in getting a divorce he was thinking only of himself and forgetting that it would be her irretrievable ruin. These words, now that he had forgiven her and had become attached to the children, had a very significant meaning to him. To consent to a divorce, to give Anna her liberty, was to cut away the last tie that bound himself to life, to her children whom he loved, and was to take away her last help in the way of salvation, and to push her over the precipice. If she became a divorced woman, he knew very well that she would be united to Vronsky, and such a bond would be criminal and illegal, because a woman, according to the laws of the Church, cannot enter into a second marriage during the lifetime of her husband. And who knows but, after a year or two, either he might abandon her, or she might form a new liaison, thought Alexey Alexandrovitch, and I, having allowed an illegal divorce, should be responsible for her fall. He had gone over all this 100 times, and was convinced that divorce was not by any means so simple as his brother-in-law would make it out, that it was wholly impossible. He did not admit a word of what Stepan Arkadyevitch said. He had 1,000 arguments to refute such reasoning, and, notwithstanding this, he listened, feeling that his words were the manifestation of that irresistible force which ruled his life, and to which he would finally submit. The only question is, how, on what conditions, you will consent to a divorce, for she will never dare to ask anything of you, and will give herself up entirely to your magnanimity. My God, why has this come upon me? Thought Alexey Alexandrovitch, and as he remembered the condition of divorce in which the husband assumed the blame, from shame he buried his face in his hands, as Vronsky had done. You are distressed. I understand it. But if you will consider, whosoever smiteth thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man would take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also, thought Alexey Alexandrovitch. Yes, he cried in his piping voice. I will take all the shame upon myself. I will even give up my son. But will it not be better to leave all that? However, do as you please. And turning away from his brother-in-law, that he might not see his face, he sat down near the window. He was grieved. He was ashamed. But with this grief and shame he felt a sense of happiness and emotion in the consciousness of his own humility. Stepan Arkadyevitch was touched. Alexey Alexandrovitch, be assured that she will appreciate your generosity, said he, after a pause. It is, without doubt, the will of God, he added, but he felt, as soon as the words were out of his mouth, what a foolish remark it was, and he could hardly restrain a smile at his own foolishness. Alexey Alexandrovitch would have replied, but tears prevented him. The trial comes by fate, and it must be accepted. I accept it as an accomplished fact, and I will try to help you and her, said Stepan Arkadyevitch. When Stepan Arkadyevitch left his brother-in-law's cabinet, he was touched, but this fact did not prevent him from being delighted at having settled this matter, for he was certain that Alexey Alexandrovitch would not go back on his word. His satisfaction suggested a conundrum which he could ask his wife and intimate friends. What is the difference between me and a field marshal? The field marshal makes divorces and nobody is the better for it, while I make divorces and 3 people are better off. Or, rather, what resemblance is there between me and a field marshal? Where But by and by I'll improve on it," he said to himself with a smile. Chapter 22. Part 4, Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Vronsky's wound was dangerous, although it did not reach the heart. He hung for several days between life and death. When for the first time he was in a condition to talk, only Varya, his brother's wife, was in his room. "Varya," he said, looking at her gravely, "I shot myself accidentally. Now please never speak to me about this, but tell everyone so. Otherwise it will seem too stupid." Varya bent over him without replying, examining his face with a happy smile. His eyes were bright, but no longer feverish, but their expression was stern. "Well, thank the Lord," she replied. "Are you suffering?" "A little on this side," said he, pointing to his chest. "Let me change the dressing then." Squinting, he silently watched her change it, and when she had finished, he said, "I am not delirious now. See to it, I beg of you, that nobody says that I shot myself intentionally." "Nobody says so. I hope, however, that after this you will not shoot yourself accidentally again," she said with a questioning smile. "Probably I shall not, but it would have been better." And he smiled gloomily. In spite of these words and this smile which so alarmed Varya, when the inflammation had subsided and he began to recover, he felt that he was free from a part of his misfortunes. By his action he had washed away, as it were, his shame and humiliation, which had weighed on him before. Henceforth he could think calmly of Alexey Alexandrovitch. He recognized all his magnanimity without being crushed by it. Besides, he was able to be himself again, to look people in the face, and could live, governing himself by his customary habits. What he could not tear from his heart, in spite of all his efforts, was the regret, bordering on despair, at having lost Anna for ever, since he was firmly resolved, now that he had redeemed his fault toward Karenin, not to place himself between the repentant wife and her husband. But he could not put out of his heart the regret at the loss of her love. He could not blot out the memory of happy moments which he had spent with her and not have appreciated till now, and which pursued him continually in all their fascination. Serpukhowskoy thought of sending him to Tashkend, and Vronsky accepted the proposition without the least hesitation. But the nearer the time for his leaving came, the more cruel seemed the sacrifice to what he considered his duty. His wound was healed, and he had already gone out and was engaged in making preparations for his journey to Tashkend. To see her once more, and then bury myself and die, he thought, and while paying his farewell visit to Betsy, he expressed his wish to her. The latter sent at once an ambassador to Anna, but brought back her refusal. So much the better, thought Vronsky on receiving her reply. This is a weakness which would have cost me my last strength. The next morning Betsy herself went to Vronsky, announcing that she had, through Oblonsky, positive information that Alexey Alexandrovitch consented to a divorce, and that consequently Vronsky might see Anna. Without finding out when he could see her or where her husband would be, Vronsky immediately went to the Karenins. He flew up the steps, not seeing anything or anyone, and with hasty steps, almost running, entered Anna's room, and, without even noticing whether there might not be someone else in the room, he took her in his arms and began covering her hands, her face, her neck with kisses. Anna was prepared to see him again, and had made up her mind what to say to him, but she had no time to speak. Vronsky's passion overpowered her. She wanted to calm him, to calm herself, but it was already too late. Her lips trembled so that for a long time she was unable to speak a word. "Yes, you have conquered me," I'm yours," she succeeded in saying at last, pressing his hand to her breast. "So it had to be," said he. "As long as we live, it must be so. I know it now." "It is true," she replied, growing paler and paler as she put her arms around Vronsky's neck. "However, there is something terrible in this after what has happened." "All that will be forgotten. We shall be so happy. If there were any need of our love increasing, it would increase, because there is something terrible about it," said he, raising his head and displaying his strong teeth as he smiled. She could only reply with a smile, not with words, with her eyes which expressed such love for him. "I do not know you with your short hair. You are lovely so, just like a little boy. But how pale you are!" "Yes, I am still very weak," she replied, smiling, and her lips began to tremble again. "We will go to Italy. You will grow strong there," said he. "Is it possible that we could live like husband and wife, alone, by ourselves?" said she, looking him in the eye. "I am only surprised at one thing, that it has not always been so." "Stiva says that he will consent to everything, but I will not accept his generosity," said she, looking thoughtfully above Vronsky's head. "I do not wish for a divorce. It is all the same to me now. I only wonder what he will decide with regard to Zarosa." Vronsky could not understand how, in these first moments of their reunion, she could think of her son and of divorce. How could it be all the same to her? "Don't speak of that. Don't think of it," said he, turning Anna's hand over and over in his, to draw her attention to him. But she did not look at him. "Oh, why did I not die? It would have been so much better," said she, and though she did not sob, the tears rolled down her pale cheeks. She tried nevertheless to smile, that she might not give him pain. Once Vronsky would have thought it impossible and disgraceful to give up the flattering and perilous mission to Tashkend, but now he refused it without any hesitation. Then, noticing that his refusal was misinterpreted by the authorities, he gave in his resignation. A month later Alexey Alexandrovitch was left alone with his son, and Anna went abroad with Vronsky, without a divorce, and resolutely refusing to accept one. End of chapter 23. And end of part 4 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 5, Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 5, Chapter 1. The Princess Shtcherbatskaya found it would not be possible to have the wedding before Lent, which would come in 5 weeks, because the trousseau would not be half done. But she could not help agreeing with Levin that after Lent it might be too late, as an old aunt of the prince's was very ill and liable to die, and then mourning would still further postpone it. So having decided to divide the trousseau into 2 parts, one large, the other small, the princess agreed to have the wedding before Lent. She decided that she would prepare the smaller part of the trousseau at once, and send the larger part afterward, and she was very indignant with Levin because he would not answer her seriously whether this would suit him or not. This arrangement was all the more convenient because the young couple intended to set out for the country immediately after the ceremony, and would not need the larger part of the things. Levin continued in the same condition of lunacy, in which it seemed to him that he and his happiness constituted the chief and only aim of creation, and that it was wholly unnecessary for him to think or to bother himself about anything, but that his friends would arrange everything for him. He did not even make any plans or arrangements for his coming life, but left others to decide for him, knowing all would be admirable. His brother, Sergey Ivanovitch, Stepan Arkadyevitch, and the princess ruled him absolutely. He was satisfied to accept whatever they proposed. His brother borrowed the money that he needed. The princess advised him to leave Moscow after the wedding. Stepan Arkadyevitch advised him to go abroad. He consented to everything. "Make whatever plans you please," he thought. "I am happy, and whatever you may decide on, my joy will be neither greater nor less." But when he told Kitty of Stepan Arkadyevitch's suggestion about going abroad, he was surprised to see that she did not approve of it, and that she had her own very decided plans for the future. She knew that Levin's heart was at home in his work, and although she neither understood his affairs nor tried to understand them, still they seemed to her very important. As their home would be in the country, she did not wish to go abroad where they were not going to live, but insisted on settling down in the country where their home was to be. This very firm determination surprised Levin, but as it seemed to him all right, he begged Stepan Arkadyevitch, who had excellent taste, to go to Pokrovsky and take charge of the improvements in his house. It seemed to him that belonged to his friend's province. "By the way," said Stepan Arkadyevitch one day, after his return from the country, where he had arranged everything for the young couple's reception, "have you your certificate of confession?" "No. Why?" "You can't be married without it." "Ai, ai, ai!" cried Levin. "But it is 9 years since I have been to confession. I hadn't even thought of it." "That is good," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, laughing. "And you call me a nihilist? But that can't be allowed to go on. You must prepare for the sacrament." "When? There are only 4 days more." Stepan Arkadyevitch arranged this matter also, and Levin prepared for his devotions. For Levin, as for any man who is an unbeliever, yet respects the faith of others, it was very hard to attend and participate in all religious ceremonies. Now in his tender and sentimental frame of mind, the necessity of dissimulating was not only odious to him, it was well nigh impossible. Now he would be obliged either to lie or to mock at sacred things, at a time when his heart was bursting, when he felt at the height of bliss. He felt that he could do neither. But in spite of all his efforts to persuade Stepan Arkadyevitch that there must be some other way of obtaining a certificate without being forced to confess, Stepan Arkadyevitch declared that it was impossible. "Yes, but what harm will it do you? Only 2 days. And the priest is a capital, bright little old man. He will pull this tooth for you without your knowing it." During the first mass that he attended, Levin did his best to recall the strong religious impressions of his youth, when he was between 16 and 17 years old. But he found that this was perfectly impossible. He then tried to look on religious forms as an ancient custom, without any real meaning, something like the habit of making calls. This also he felt that he could never do. Like most of his contemporaries, Levin was completely undecided in regard to his religious views. He could not believe, at the same time he was not firmly convinced that all these things were unreasonable, and therefore not being in a condition to believe in the efficacy of what he was doing, or to look on it with utter indifference as only an empty formality, he experienced a sense of pain and annoyance during the time allotted to his devotions. His conscience cried out that to do what he himself did not understand was false and wicked. During the time of the service, he listened to the prayers, striving to attribute to them some significance which should not be in too open contradiction with his convictions. But finding that he could not understand them, he was compelled to criticize them. He tried not to listen, but occupied himself with his thoughts, with the observations and recollections that arose in his mind with extraordinary vividness during the solemn night office in the church. He stayed through Mass, Vespers, and evening prayers, and on the next morning he rose earlier than usual, and came at 8 o'clock, without having eaten anything, to morning prayers and confession. There was no one in the church, except a mendicant soldier, 2 old women, and the officiating priests. A young deacon with a long, thin back clearly defined in 2 halves beneath his short cassock came to meet him, and going to a little table near the wall, began to read prayers. Levin, hearing him repeat in a hurried, monotonous tone, clipping his words, the words, "Lord have mercy upon us," felt that his thought was locked up and sealed, and that to touch it and stir it now was out of the question, since, if he did, confusion would ensue. Therefore he stood behind the deacon, not listening and not trying to fathom what he said, but thinking his own thoughts. "What a wonderful amount of expression there is about her hands," he thought, recalling the evening before, which he had spent with Kitty at the table in one corner of the drawing room. There had not been much to talk about, as was usually the case at this time. She had rested her hand on the table, opening and shutting it, and laughing as she made this motion. He remembered how he had kissed this hand, and then examined the lines that crossed the pink palm. "Have mercy on us again," thought Levin, making the sign of the cross, and bowing while he noticed the deacon's supple movements as he prostrated himself in front of him. Then she took my hand, and in turn examined it. "You have a famous hand," she said to me. He looked at his own hand, and then at the deacon's, with its stubbed fingers. "Yes, now it will soon be over. No, he is beginning another prayer. Yes, he is bowing to the ground. That always comes just before the end." The deacon took the 3-ruble note, discreetly slipped into his hand, under his rough, shaggy cuff, and promised to register Levin's name. Then quickly clacking in his new boots across the flagstones of the empty church, he went to the altar. In a moment he looked out and beckoned to Levin. The thought till that moment locked up in Levin's brain began to stir, but he made haste to bring it to order. "It will be arranged somehow," he said to himself, and went toward the ambo. He mounted several steps, turned to the right, and saw the priest, a little old man, whose thin beard was almost white, with kindly but rather weary eyes, standing near the reading desk, turning over the leaves of a missal. After a slight bow to Levin, he began to read the prayers. Having finished them, he kneeled and faced Levin. "Christ is here, invisible though, to hear your confession," he said, pointing to the crucifix. "Do you believe all that the Holy Apostolic Church teaches us?" he continued, turning his eyes from Levin's face and crossing his hand under his stole. "I have doubted. I still doubt everything," said Levin, in a voice which sounded disagreeable to his own ears, and he was silent. The priest waited a few moments to see if he would say anything more, then closed his eyes, and speaking rapidly, with a Vladimirsky accent, he said, "To doubt is characteristic of human weakness. We must pray the Lord Almighty to strengthen you. What are your principal sins?" The priest spoke without the least interruption, and as if he were afraid of losing time. "My principal sin is doubt. I doubt everything, and I am generally doubting." "To doubt is a characteristic of human weakness," said the priest, using the same words. "What do you doubt principally?" "Everything. I sometimes doubt even the existence of God," said Levin, in spite of himself, horrified at the impropriety of what he was saying, but his words seemed to make no impression on the priest. "How can you doubt the existence of God?" he asked, with an almost imperceptible smile. Levin was silent. "What doubts can you have about the Creator when you contemplate his works?" pursued the priest in his quick habitual utterance. "Who ornamented the celestial vault with its stars? Who decked the earth with all its beauty? How can these things exist without a Creator?" And he cast a questioning glance at Levin. Levin felt that it would be out of place to enter into a philosophical discussion with the priest, and, therefore, in his reply said only what referred directly to the question. "I do not know." "You do not know? Then how can you doubt that God has created everything?" asked the priest with a light-hearted perplexity. "I cannot understand it," replied Levin, blushing, and feeling that his words were stupid, and that in such a position they could not be other than stupid. "Pray to God, have recourse to him. The fathers of the church themselves doubted, and asked God to strengthen their faith. The devil has mighty power, and we should resist him. Pray to God, pray to God," repeated the priest rapidly. Then he kept silent for a moment, as if he were buried in thought. "They tell me that you intend to marry the daughter of my parishioner and spiritual son, the Prince Shtcherbatsky," he added with a smile. "She is a beautiful girl." "Yes," replied Levin, blushing for the priest. "Why does he need to ask such questions at confession?" he said to himself. And, as if replying to his thought, the priest continued, "You are preparing for marriage, and perhaps God may grant you offspring. Isn't that so? Now, what education will you give to your little children if you do not conquer the temptations of the devil who causes you to doubt?" he asked with a gentle reproach. If you love your children as a good father, you will not only wish for them riches, luxury, and honor, but still more, their salvation and their spiritual enlightenment by the light of truth. Is this not so? How will you reply to the innocent child who asks you, Papasha, who made all that delights me on the earth, the water, the sunshine, the flower, the plants? Will you answer, I know nothing about it? Can you ignore what the Lord God in His infinite goodness has revealed to you? And if the child asks you, what awaits me beyond the tomb? What will you say to him if you know nothing? How will you answer him? Will you give him up to the seductions of the world and the devil? That is not right, said he, stopping, and turning his head on one side, looked at Levin out of his kind, gentle eyes. Levin was silent, not because he was afraid this time to enter into a discussion with the priest, but because nobody had ever put such questions to him before, and because he thought there was plenty of time to consider them before his children should be in a state to question him. You are about to enter upon a phase of life, continued the priest, where one must choose his path and keep to it. Pray God in His mercy to keep and sustain you. And in conclusion, may our Lord God, Jesus Christ, pardon you, my son, in His goodness and loving kindness to all mankind. And the priest, ending the formulas of absolution, took leave of him, after giving him his blessing. Levin, returning home that day, felt happy enough at the thought of being free from a false situation without having been obliged to lie. Besides, there remained with him a vague idea that what that good and gentle little old man said to him was not altogether so stupid as he at first had thought it was going to be, and that he really had something worth clearing up some time. Not now, of course, he thought, but later on. Levin felt more than ever at this time that there were troubled and obscure places in his soul, and that, concerning his religion, he was in exactly the same position which he so clearly saw others occupying and disliked, and which he blamed his friend Sviatsky for. Levin spent that evening with his betrothed at Dolly's, and in trying to explain to Stepan Arkadyevitch the excitable condition in which he found himself, was very gay. He said that he was like a dog being trained to jump through a hoop, which, delighted at having learned his lesson, wags his tail, and is eager to leap over the table and through the window. End of chapter 1. Part 5, Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The princess and Darya Alexandrovna insisted on strictly observing the established customs, so Levin was not to see his bride on the day of the wedding, and he dined at his hotel with 3 bachelors, who met in his room by chance. They were Sergey Ivanovitch, Katavasov, an old university friend, now professor of natural sciences, whom Levin had met on the street and brought home to dinner, Chirikov, his chauffeur, or best man, justice of the peace at Moscow, Levin's companion in bear hunting. The dinner was very lively. Sergey Ivanovitch was in the best of spirits, and greatly enjoyed Katavasov's originality. Katavasov, feeling that his originality was appreciated and understood, made a great display of it, and Chirikov added his share of gaiety to the conversation. So, here is our friend, Konstantin Dmitrievitch, said Katavasov, with the slow speech of a professor accustomed to talk ex cathedra. What a talented fellow he was! I speak of him in the past, for he no longer exists. He loved science when he left the university. He took an interest in humanity. Now he employs half his faculties in deceiving himself, and the other half in apologizing for the deception. I never met a more confirmed enemy of marriage than you, said Sergey Ivanovitch. No, I am not his enemy. I am a friend of the distribution of labor. People who cannot do anything ought to be the ones to propagate the race. All the rest should devote themselves to their intellectual development and welfare. That is my opinion. I know a great many people are inclined to confound these two, but I am not of the number. How delighted I should be to hear that you were in love, exclaimed Levin. Pray invite me to your wedding. But I am already in love. Yes, with some cuttlefish, you know," said Levin, turning to his brother. "Mikhail Semyonitch has written a work on the nutrition, and—" "Now I beg of you not to confuse matters. It is of no consequence what I have written, but it is a fact that I love a cuttlefish." "That need not prevent your loving a wife." "No, but my wife would object to my loving the cuttlefish." "Why so?" "You will see how it will be. Now, you love your farming, hunting. Well, just wait a while." "I met Arkhip to‐day," said Tchirikov. "He says that there are quantities of elk at Prudnoye, and 2 bears." "Well, you must hunt them without me." "You see how it is," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "You may as well say good bye to bear hunting. Your wife won't allow it." Levin smiled. The idea that his wife would object to his hunting seemed so delightful that he was ready to renounce the pleasure of ever meeting a bear again. "However, I am sorry to hunt those 2 bears without you," said Tchirikov. "Do you remember the last time at Kapolovo? The hunting was marvelous." Levin did not care to spoil his friend's illusion that life would be worth nothing without hunting, and so he made no reply. "The custom of saying good‐bye to one's bachelor life is not without meaning," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "However happy one may be, a man regrets his liberty. Confess that, like Gogolevsky, when he was engaged, you feel like jumping out of the window." "Certainly, but he won't confess it," said Katavasov with a loud laugh. "The window is open. Come now, let us go to Tver. We might find one bear in her lair. Indeed, we still have time to catch the 5 o'clock train," said Tchirikov, smiling. "Hear them laugh." "Well, upon my honor," replied Levin, smiling, too, "I cannot discover the least trace of regret in my soul for my lost liberty." "Yes, your soul is in such a chaos now that you cannot find anything in it," said Katavasov. "Wait till it becomes calmer, then you will see." "No, if I felt in the least degree that there was nothing beyond my feeling of—" he did not like to speak of love before Katavasov, "of happiness, I should regret my lost freedom. But it is not so at all. I am even delighted at my loss of freedom." "You are a hopeless case," exclaimed Katavasov. "However, let us drink to his recovery, or let us at least hope for him that 1% of his illusions may be accomplished. And even that would be such happiness as was never known on this earth." Shortly after dinner the guests separated to dress for the wedding. When he was left alone and had a chance to think over the conversation of these bachelors, Levin again asked himself whether he really regretted the liberty of which his friends had just been talking, and he smiled at the idea. Liberty! Why liberty? Happiness for me consists in loving, in thinking her thoughts, in wishing her wishes, without any liberty. That is happiness. "But can I know her thoughts, her wishes, her feelings?" whispered some voice. The smile disappeared from his face and he fell into a deep study. And suddenly a strange feeling came over him. Fear and doubt came over him. Doubt about everything. "Suppose she does not love me? What if she is marrying me merely for the sake of being married? What if she herself does not know what she is doing?" he asked himself. "Will she, perhaps, see her mistake and discover, after we are married, that she does not love me, and that she never can love me?" And strange, even painful thoughts about Kitty came to his mind. He began to be violently jealous of Vronsky, just as he had been the year before. There came up before him, like the memory of yesterday, that evening when he had seen them together, and he suspected her of not having confessed everything to him. He quickly sprang up. "No," he said in despair, "I cannot let this remain so. I will go and find her. I will talk with her, and say to her again for the last time, 'We are free. Is it not better to stop just where we are? Anything is better than lifelong unhappiness, shame, distrust.'" And with despair in his heart, full of hatred toward all mankind, toward himself and Kitty, he left the hotel and hastened to her house. He found her in one of the rear rooms sitting on a large chest, busy with her maid, looking over dresses of all colors, spread out over the backs of the chairs and on the floor. "Ah!" she exclaimed, beaming with joy at seeing him. "What brings thee? What brings you?" Even up to this last day she sometimes said "tui," sometimes "vous." "I was not expecting you. I am just disposing of my maiden wardrobe." "Ah, that is good," he replied, frowning at the maid. "Run away, Dunyasha. I will call you," said Kitty. And as soon as she had gone, she asked, using the second person of the pronoun, "What is the matter with thee?" this time resolutely. She remarked her lover's strange, excited, and gloomy face, and was seized with fear. "Kitty, I am in torture, and I cannot suffer alone," he said to her with despair in his voice, stopping in front of her and looking into her eyes in a beseeching way. He saw at once by her face, so sincere and loving, that nothing whatever would result from his determination, yet he felt an urgent need of being reassured from her own lips. "I came to tell you that it is not yet too late, that everything can even now be taken back." "What? I do not understand. What is the matter with thee?" "I am, as I have said and thought 1,000 times before, I am not worthy of you. You once could not consent to marry me. Think of it. Perhaps you are mistaken now. Think of it well. You cannot love me, if... It is better to acknowledge it," he continued without looking at her. "I shall be miserable, but no matter. Let people say what they please. Anything is better than unhappiness. But anything is better now, while there is yet time." "I do not understand you," she replied, frightened. "You mean you want to take back your word? Break off our—" "Yes, if you do not love me." "You must be insane!" she exclaimed, red with vexation. But the sight of Levin's piteous face arrested her anger, and pushing the frocks from one of the chairs, she sat down near him. "What are you thinking of? Tell me all." "I think that you cannot love me. Why should you love me?" "Bozhe moi! What can I do?" said she, and she burst into tears. "Oh, what have I done?" he cried instantly, and throwing himself on his knees, he covered her hands with kisses. When the princess came into the room 5 minutes later, she found them completely reconciled. Kitty had not only convinced him of her love, but in answer to his question, she had explained to him why she loved him. She said that she loved him because she understood him perfectly, because she knew that he could love, and that all he loved was good and beautiful. Levin found the explanation perfectly satisfactory. When the princes came in, they were sitting side by side on the big chest, looking over the frocks and discussing their fate. Kitty wanted to give Dunyasha the brown frock that she wore the day Levin proposed to her, and he insisted that it should not be given to any one, and that Dunyasha should have the blue frock. "But don't you see that she is a brunette, and the blue frock will not be becoming to her? I have thought it all over." When she learned why Levin was there, the princess was half vexed at him, and sent him home to make his own toilet, and leave Kitty in peace, as Charles was going to dress Kitty's hair. "She is quite excited enough," said she. "She has eaten nothing for days, and is losing all her beauty. And here you come to trouble her with your foolishness. Come, go away now, my dear." Levin went back to the hotel, guilty and ashamed, but reassured. His brother, Darya Alexandrovna, and Stepan Arkadyevitch, in full dress, were already waiting with holy images to bless him. There was no time to be lost. Darya Alexandrovna had to go home again to get her son perfumed and curled for the occasion. The child was to carry the sacred image before the bride. The one carriage must be sent for the Schäfer, or best man, while another was to come to the hotel for Sergey Ivanovitch. This day was full of complications. One thing was certain, that no delay was possible, for it was already 6:30. The ceremony of the benediction was anything but solemn. Stepan Arkadyevitch assumed a comically grave attitude beside his wife, raised the sacred image, and obliged Levin to kneel before it, while he blessed him with an affectionate and wicked smile. At last he kissed him 3 times, and Darya Alexandrovna did the same very hastily, for she was in a great hurry to get away, and in great perplexity about the carriage arrangements. "Well, this is what we will do. You go for him in our carriage, and perhaps Sergey Ivanovitch will be so good as to come immediately, and to send back his." "Certainly, with pleasure." "We will come back together. Has the luggage been sent?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Yes," replied Levin, and he called Kuzma to help him dress. Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. A throng of people, principally women, surrounded the church, brilliantly lighted for the wedding. Those who could not get inside were pushing up around the windows and elbowing one another as they strove to look through the gratings. Already more than 20 carriages stood in a line in the street, under the supervision of policemen. A police officer stood at the entrance in brilliant uniform, unmindful of the cold. Carriages kept driving up and departing, now ladies in full dress, holding up their trains, now men taking off their hats or kepis. In the church itself both chandeliers and all the candles before the images were already burning. The golden gleam on the red background of the iconostas, and the gilded chasings of the icons, and the silver of the candelabra and of the censers, and the flaggings of the floor, and the tapestries and the banners suspended in the choir and the steps of the pulpit, and the old dingy missals, and the priestly robes, were all flooded with lights. On the right-hand side of the warm church, amid the brave array of dress coats, uniforms, and white neckties, and satin, silk, and velvet robes, of coiffures, flowers, and bare necks and arms, and long gloves, there was a constant flow of restrained but lively conversation, which echoed strangely beneath the high, vaulted roof. Whenever the door opened with a plaintive creak, the murmur ceased, and everyone turned around, hoping at last to see the bridal pair. But the door had already opened more than 10 times, and each time it proved to be some belated guest, or guests, admitted among the number of the friends on the right, or some spectator who had been clever enough to deceive or elude the police officer, and sat down among the strangers on the left. The friends and strangers had passed through every phase of waiting. At first they supposed that the bride and bridegroom would be there any minute, and did not attach any importance to the delay. Then they began to look around at the door more and more frequently, wondering what could have happened. At last the delay began to be awkward, and the relatives and invited guests tried to assume an air of indifference, as if they were absorbed in their conversation. The archdeacon, as if to let people know that his time was precious, every now and then gave an impatient cough, which made the windows rattle. In the choir the singers, tired of waiting, could be heard, now trying their voices, and now blowing their noses. The priest kept sending, now a sacristan, now a deacon, to find out if the bridegroom was coming, and appeared himself more and more frequently at the side doors in his lilac cassock with its embroidered sash. Finally a lady looked at her watch and said to the one sitting next to her, "This is very strange," and immediately all the invited guests began to express their surprise and discontent aloud. One of the Schäfers, or best men, went to see what had happened. During all this time Kitty, in her white dress, long veil, and wreath of orange blossoms, was standing in the hall of the Shtcherbatsky mansion with her sister, Madame Lvova, and her nuptial godmother, looking out of the window, and had been waiting for half an hour for the Schäfer to announce the bridegroom's arrival at the church. Levin, meanwhile, in black trousers, but without either coat or waistcoat, was walking up and down his room at the hotel, opening the door every minute to look out into the corridor. But in the corridor nothing like what he wanted was to be seen, and, wringing his hands in despair, he would pour forth his complaints to Stepan Arkadyevitch, who was calmly smoking. "Did you ever see a man in such a horribly absurd situation?" "Yes, abominable," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with his tranquil smile. "But be calm, they will have it here very soon." "No, hang it," said Levin, with restrained fury. "All these idiotic open waistcoats! Absolutely useless," he added, looking at his tumbled shirt bosom. "And what if my trunks have already gone to the railway station?" he exclaimed in despair. "Then you can wear mine." "I might have done that in the first place." "Don't be ridiculous. Wait, it is sure to come all right." The fact was that when Levin began to dress, Kuzma, his old servant, was supposed to have taken out his dress coat, his waistcoat, and all that was necessary. "But the shirt!" cried Levin. "You have your shirt on," replied Kuzma, with an innocent smile. Kuzma had not thought to provide a clean shirt, and having received his orders to pack everything up and take them to the Shtcherbatskys' house, from which the young couple was to start away that same evening, he had done so, leaving out only his dress suit. The one that Levin had worn all day was tumbled and unfit to wear with his open waistcoat. It would take too long to send to the Shtcherbatskys. They sent out to buy one. The lackey returned empty-handed. Everything was shut up. It was Sunday. A shirt was brought from Stepan Arkadyevitch's house. It was ridiculously broad and short. At last, in despair, he had to send to the Shtcherbatskys to have his trunks opened. So, while the people were waiting in the church, the unfortunate groom, like a wild beast in a cage, was ramping with despair up and down his room, looking out into the corridor, and in his horror and despair imagining what Kitty might be thinking all this time. Finally the guilty Kuzma rushed into the room, all out of breath, with the shirt in his hand. "I got there just in time, as they were carrying off the trunks," he exclaimed. In 3 minutes Levin rushed through the corridor, without daring to look at his watch, for fear of increasing his agony of mind. "You can't change anything," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with a smile, following leisurely. "I told you it would come out all right." Chapter 4 Part 5, Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. "Here they come. There he is. Which one? Is it the youngest? Just look at her. Poor little Matushka, more dead than alive," was murmured through the crowd, as Levin, having met the bride at the entrance, came into the church with her. Stepan Arkadyevitch told his wife the reason of the delay, and a smile passed over the congregation as it was whispered about. Levin neither saw any one nor anything, but kept his eyes fixed on his bride. Everyone said that she had grown very homely during these last days, and certainly she did not look so pretty under her bridal wreath as usual, but such was not Levin's opinion. He looked at her high coiffure, with the long white veil attached, and white flowers, at her high plaited collar encircling her slender neck in a peculiarly maidenly fashion, and just showing it a little in front, her remarkably graceful figure, and she seemed more beautiful to him than ever. But it was not because the flowers, or the veil, or her Paris gown added anything to her beauty, but because of the expression of her lovely face, her eyes, her lips, with their innocent sincerity, preserved in spite of all this adornment. "I was beginning to think you had made up your mind to run away," she said to him with a smile. "What happened to me was so absurd that I am ashamed to tell you about it," he replied, reddening, and he was compelled to turn to Sergey Ivanovitch, who came up at that moment. "The tale of the shirt is a good one," said Sergey Ivanovitch, throwing back his head with a laugh. "Yes, yes," replied Levin, without understanding a word which had been said. "Well, Kostya, now is the time to make a serious decision," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pretending to look greatly scared. "The question is a grave one, and you must appreciate its full importance. I have been asked whether the candles shall be new ones, or those that have been partially burned. The difference is 10 rubles," he added, pursing his lips in a smile. "I have decided about it, but I am afraid that you will not approve of it." Levin knew that there was some joke about it, but he could not smile. "What will you decide on? New ones or old ones? That is the question." "Yes, yes, new ones." "Well, I am very glad. The question is settled," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Oh, how little importance a man is at such a time as this," he murmured to Chirikov, while Levin drew near to his bride, after looking at her in a bewildered way. "Notice, Kitty, who first sets foot on the carpet," said the Countess Nordstone, stepping up to her. "You look your best," she said, addressing Levin. "Are you frightened?" asked Marya Dmitrievna, an old aunt. "You aren't cold, are you? You look pale. Bend forward a moment," said Madame Lvova, raising her beautiful round arms to repair some disarrangement of her sister's flowers. Dolly came up and tried to say something, but she could not speak, and burst into tears and laughed unnaturally. Kitty looked at those around her as absent-mindedly as Levin. During this time the officiating clergymen had put on their sacerdotal robes, and the priest, accompanied by the deacon, came to the lectern placed at the entrance of the sacred doors. The priest addressed a few words to Levin, but Levin failed to understand what he said. "Take the bride's hand and go forward," whispered his best man to him. For a long time he was unable to make out what was expected of him. For a long time they tried to coach him, and were ready to give it up, because he did the opposite of what he was told. Finally, he comprehended that he was to take Kitty's right hand with his right hand, without changing his position. When at last he took the bride by her hand in the proper way, the priest advanced a few steps and stopped in front of the lectern. The relatives and invited guests followed the young couple with a murmur of voices and a rustling of trains. Someone stooped down to arrange the bride's train. In the church, a silence so profound reigned that the drops of wax could be heard falling from the candles. The old priest in a calotte, his white hair shining like silver, drawn back behind his ears, drew forth his wrinkled hands from beneath his heavy silver chasuble, ornamented with a cross of gold, approached the lectern, and turned over the leaves of the missal. Stepan Arkadyevitch came softly and spoke in his ear, and made a sign to Levin, and then stepped back. The priest lighted 2 candles decorated with flowers, and, holding them slanting in his left hand, so that the wax slowly fell from them, turned toward the young couple. It was the same old man who had heard Levin's confession. He looked at the bride and bridegroom, out of his sad, weary eyes, and then, with a sigh, blessed Levin with his right hand, then, with a special tenderness, placed his fingers on Kitty's bended head, gave them the candles, and taking the censer, moved quietly away. "Is this all real?" thought Levin, and he glanced at his bride. He looked down somewhat from above on her profile, and by the motion of her lips and her eyebrows he knew that she felt his look. She did not raise her head, but the high plaited collar which reached to her little pink ear trembled a little. He saw that she was stifling a sigh, and her hand imprisoned in its long glove trembled as it held the candle. The whole affair of the shirt, his late arrival, his conversation with his relatives and friends, their displeasure, his ridiculous position, everything at once vanished from his memory, and he was conscious of a mixed feeling of terror and joy. The archdeacon, a tall, handsome man, his hair curling all around his head, and wearing a stikar, or surplice, of silver cloth, came briskly forward, and with the customary gesture raised his stole with 2 fingers and stopped before the priest. "Bless us, O Lord!" Slowly, one after the other, rocking the atmosphere into billows of sound, echoed the solemn syllables. "May the Lord bless you now and through all ages," replied the old priest, in a sweet and musical voice, still turning over the leaves. And the response, chanted by the invisible choir, filled the church to the very roof of the vault with a deep, full sound, which increased, then ceased for a moment, and softly died away. They prayed as usual for the eternal repose and welfare of their souls, for the synod and the emperor, and then for the servants of God, Konstantin and Yekaterina, that day about to be wed. "Let us pray the Lord to send them his love, his peace, and his aid," the whole church seemed to say in the voice of the archdeacon. Levin listened to these words, and was impressed by them. How did they know that aid was exactly what I need? Yes, aid. What can I know? What can I do without aid? He thought, recalling his recent doubts and fears. When the deacon had ended the liturgy, the priest, with a book in his hand, turned toward the bridal couple. "O eternal God, who unitest by an indissoluble bond those who are separate," he read, in a strong melodious voice. "Thou who didst bless Isaac and Rebekah, and showest thy mercy to their descendants, bless also these thy servants, Konstantin and Yekaterina, and pour forth thy benefits upon them. Because thou art a merciful and beneficent God, we offer thee the glory, to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be." "Amen," again chanted the invisible choir. "Who unitest by an indissoluble bond those who are separate. How those profound words respond to what one feels at such a time. Does she understand it as I do? Thought Levin. And looking down, he gazed into her eyes. From the expression of Kitty's face he concluded that she did feel it as he did, but he was mistaken. She scarcely comprehended the words of the service, and during the time of the espousal did not even hear them. She could not hear them or comprehend them, so powerful was the single feeling which filled her heart and kept increasing all the time. This feeling was one of delight at the perfect fulfillment of what had been taking place in her heart during the past month and a half, and during those 6 weeks had made her happy and restless by turns. From that day when, in her cinnamon-colored gown, in the hall of their house on the Arbatsky, she had silently approached Levin to give herself wholly to him, from that day, from that moment, she felt a complete rupture had been made with all her past life, and another existence, new and unknown, without, however, changing her outward life, had begun. These 6 weeks had been at once a very happy and a very trying time. Her whole life, her hopes and desires, were all concentrated on this man, whom she did not even yet fully understand, to whom she was united by a sentiment which she understood still less, and which attracted her and repelled her by turns, and at the same time she had gone on living in the conditions of her former life. Living in this old life, she was horrified at herself, at her complete and invincible indifference toward her whole past, to things, to habits, even to her relatives, whom she loved, and who loved her, her mother, who was pained by her indifference, and her gentle father, whom she had loved more than any one else in the world. At one moment she was horrified at this indifference, at the next she was filled with joy at that which had brought her to such a feeling. She could not imagine or desire anything except life with this man. But this new life had not yet begun, and she could form no definite idea of it. It was only an expectation, a fear and joy of something new and unknown. And now this expectation, as well as her remorse for not regretting the past, were at an end, and the new life was beginning. This new and unknown future could not fail to be alarming. But whether it was alarming or not, it was only the fulfillment of what had taken place in her soul 6 weeks before, only the sanctification of what had been taking place in her soul for a long time. The priest, turning to the lectern again, with difficulty took off Kitty's little ring and passed it as far as the first joint of Levin's finger. "I unite thee, Konstantin, servant of God, to Karenina, servant of God." And he repeated the same formula in placing a large ring on Kitty's delicate little rosy finger, pathetic in its weakness. The bridal pair tried to understand what was expected of them, but each time made a mistake, and the priest corrected them in a low voice. At last the priest, blessing them with his fingers, again gave Kitty the large ring and Levin the small one, and again they got confused, and twice passed the rings from hand to hand, failing to interchange them as they should have done. Dolly Chirikov and Stepan Arkadyevitch stepped out to assist them in their difficulty. The people around them smiled and whispered, but the tenderly solemn expression on the faces of the young couple did not change. On the contrary, even when they were blundering with the rings, they looked more serious and solemn than before, and the smile on Stepan Arkadyevitch's face died away, as he whispered to them that they were to put on their own rings. It seemed to him that a smile might be offensive to them. "O thou who, from the beginning of the world, hast created man, male and female," continued the priest, after the ceremony of the rings, "and hast given to man the woman to be his aid and delight. Therefore, O thou, our Lord God, who hast given thy blessing to thy chosen, to thy servants, our fathers, to thine inheritance, do thou bless thy servants Konstantin and Ekaterina, and confirm their nuptials in faith and concord and truth and love." Levin's breast heaved. Disobedient tears filled his eyes. He kept feeling more and more that all his thoughts on marriage, his visions of how he should dispose his life, had hitherto been infantile, and that there was something that had never been comprehensible to him. And now he understood its meaning less than ever, although he was now wholly in its power. End of chapter 4. Part 5, Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A recording by Marianne Spiegel. All Moscow, all the relatives and acquaintances, were at the church. And during the time of the marriage service, in the brilliant light that flooded the church, in that throng of handsomely dressed women and girls, and of men in white neckties, in swallow-tails, or in uniform, there was a decorously subdued conversation, especially among the men, for the women were absorbed in observing all the details of a ceremony which is always so full of interest for them. A little group of friends surrounded the bride, and among them were her two sisters, Dolly and the beautiful Madame Lvova, just returned from abroad. "Why is Mary in lilac at a wedding? It is almost mourning," said Madame Kerensky. "With her complexion it is her only salvation," replied Madame de Butsky. "But I wonder why they had the ceremony in the evening. That savours of the merchant." "It is pleasanter. I too was married in the evening," said Madame Kerensky, sighing and recalling how beautiful she had been on that day, and how ridiculously in love with her husband had been, and how it was all so different now. "They say that those who have been best men more than 10 times never marry. I tried to make myself proof against marriage in this way, but the place was taken," said Count Zineavin to the handsome young Princess Tverskaya, who had designs on him. A smile was her only reply. She was looking at Kitty, and thinking how and when she would stand with Count Zineavin in Kitty's place, and how she would then remind him of the joke that he had made. Shtcherbatsky confided to the old Frylina Nikolaevna his intention to place the crown on Kitty's headdress to bring her good luck. "There's no need of wearing a headdress," replied Frylina Nikolaevna, who had long ago decided that if the old widower, whom she was setting her cap for, should offer himself, she would be married very simply. "I don't like this display." Sergey Ivanovitch, who was talking with Darya Dmitrievna, jestingly declared that the fashion of wedding tours was becoming widespread because young couples were always rather bashful. "Your brother must be very proud of his choice. She is charming. You must envy him." "The time is gone by for that, Darya Dmitrievna," he replied, and an unexpected expression of sadness overspread his face. Stepan Arkadyevitch was telling his sister-in-law his pun on divorce. "Somebody ought to arrange her wreath," replied the latter, without listening. "What a pity that she has grown so ugly," said the Countess Nordstone to Madame Lvova. "After all, he isn't worth her little finger, is he?" "I don't agree with you. I am very much pleased with him, and not only because he is going to be my beau-frère," replied Madame Lvova. "How well he appears! It is so difficult to appear well at such a time, and not to be absurd. He is neither ridiculous nor stiff. One feels that he is touched." "Did you expect this marriage?" "Almost. He has always been in love with her." "Well, we shall see which will be the first to step on the carpet. I've advised Kitty to look out for that." "That makes no difference," replied Madame Lvova. "In our family we are all submissive wives. But I have taken pains to keep mine under the thumb. How is it with you, Dolly?" Dolly was standing near them and heard them, but she did not reply. She was affected. Tears filled her eyes, and she could not have uttered a word without crying. She was glad for Kitty and Levin. She was thinking of her own wedding, and as she glanced at the brilliant Stepan Arkadyevitch, she forgot the real state of things, and only remembered his first innocent love. She was thinking, too, of other women, her relatives and acquaintances, whom she remembered at this important and solemn hour of their lives, how they, like Kitty, stood under the crown, how they renounced the past with joy, and began a mysterious future, with hope and fear in their hearts. Among the number she recalled her dear Anna, the details of whose approaching divorce she had just heard. She had seen her enveloped in a white veil, as pure as Kitty, with her wreath of orange blossoms. And now? "It is terribly strange," she whispered. The sisters and friends were not the only ones to follow with interest the minutest details of the ceremony. There were women among the strangers looking on who held their breath, for fear of losing a single movement of the bride or bridegroom, and who replied absent-mindedly to the jokes or idle remarks of the men, often not even hearing them. "Why is she so troubled? Are they marrying her against her will?" "Against her will? To such a handsome man? Is he a prince?" Is that her sister in white satin? There, just hear the deacon howl. Let her fear her husband." "Are the singers from Chudov?" "No, from the synod. I've asked the servant about it. He says that her husband is going to take her away to his estate. Awfully rich, they say. That is why she is marrying him." "They make a handsome pair." "And you pretend to say, Marya Vasilievna, that they don't wear crinolines any longer. Just look at that one in the puce-colored dress. You would say she was an ambassador's wife by the way she is dressed. Do you see now? What a sweet little creature the bride is, like a lamb for the slaughter. You may say what you please. I can't help pitying her." Such were the remarks of the spectators who had succeeded in getting past the door of the church. Chapter 6. Part 5, Chapter 6 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. As the service of espousal was coming to an end, one of the officiating priests spread a piece of rose-colored silk in front of the lectern, in the center of the church. The choir chanted an artistic and complicated psalm, in which the tenor and bass sang responsively, and the priest, turning to the young couple, attracted their attention to the piece of rose-colored fabric. They were both familiar with the superstition that whichever one of the bridal couple first sets foot on the carpet becomes the real head of the family, but neither Kitty nor Levin remembered anything about it after they had gone a few steps. They did not hear the remarks exchanged about them, or the discussions between those who thought that he was the first and those who were sure that they touched it simultaneously. After the customary questions as to their willingness to enter into the bonds of matrimony, and would they plight their mutual troth, and their answers, which sounded strangely loud to their own ears, a new office began. Kitty listened to the words of the prayers and tried to understand them, but she could not. The farther the ceremony proceeded, the more her heart overflowed with triumphant joy, which prevented her from fixing her attention. They prayed to God that the pair might have the gift of chastity, and might rejoice in the sight of many sons and daughters. They recalled how God had made the first woman from Adam's side, that the woman must leave father and mother and cling to her husband, and the twain shall be one flesh, and that this is a great miracle. They prayed God to give them fecundity and prosperity, as he had blessed Isaac and Rebekah, Joseph, Moses, and Sephora, and to let them see their children to the third and fourth generation. "All this is lovely," thought Kitty, as she heard these words. "All this is just as it should be," and a smile of happiness, which was reflected on the faces of all who saw her, shone on her fair, lovely face. "Put it entirely on," were the words heard in every part of the church, as the priest brought forward the crowns, and Shtcherbatsky, in his 3-buttoned gloves, tremblingly held the wreath high above Kitty's head. "Put it on," whispered the latter, smiling. Levin turned round and was struck by the radiant joy which filled her face, and the same feeling, in spite of himself, took possession of him. He felt, like her, happy and serene. They listened with joy in their hearts to the reading of the epistle, and the archdeacon's voice echoing the last verse, fully appreciated by the strangers who were impatiently waiting for it. Joyfully they drank the warm red wine and water from the flat cup, and they felt still more joyful when the priest, throwing back his chasuble, led them around the lectern, holding both their hands in his, while the bass sang, at the top of his voice, Isayi Luki. Shtcherbatsky and Chirikov, carrying the crowns, smiling and constantly treading on the bride's train, now straggled behind, now bumped into the crowned couple, as the priest paused in front of the relics. The gleam of joy on Kitty's face seemed to be communicated to all present. Levin was sure that the deacon and the priest fell under its influence as well as himself. When the crowns had been taken from their heads, the priest read the last prayers and congratulated the young couple. Levin looked at Kitty and thought he had never seen her so beautiful. It was the beauty of that new radiance of happiness which transformed her. He wanted to say something to her, but did not know whether the ceremony was yet over or not. The priest relieved him from his uncertainty, and said gently to him, with a kindly smile, "Kiss your wife, and you kiss your husband," and he took the candles. Levin, with circumspection, kissed his wife's smiling lips, gave her his arm, and went out of the church with a new and strange feeling of being suddenly very near to her. He had not believed, he could not believe, that all this was reality. Nor until their astonished and timid eyes met did he believe it, because he felt that they were indeed one. That same evening, after the supper, the young couple started for the country. End of chapter 6. Part 5, Chapter 7 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Vronsky and Anna had been traveling together in Europe for 3 months. They had visited Venice, Rome, Naples, and now they were just arrived at a small Italian city where they intended to make a considerable stay. At the hotel the head butler, a regular Adonis of a man, who wore his thick pomaded hair parted behind from the neck, and a dress coat with a wide expanse of white shirt front and watch charms over his rotund belly, was standing with his hands thrust into his pockets, scornfully blinking his eyes, and giving curt answers to a gentleman who had entered the hotel. Hearing steps on the other side of the entrance, the head butler turned around, and, seeing the Russian count, who rented his most expensive apartments, he respectfully drew his hands out of his pockets, and, with a low bow, informed the count that a messenger had come to say that the palazzo was at his service. The agent was ready to sign the agreement. "Ah, I am very glad," said Vronsky. "Is Madame at home?" "She has been out, but she has returned," replied the butler. Vronsky took off his wide-brimmed soft hat, and wiped his heated forehead with his handkerchief, and smoothed his hair, which was so arranged as to hide his bald spot. Then, casting a hasty glance at the stranger, who had stopped and was looking at him earnestly, he started to go. "This gentleman is a Russian, and was inquiring for you," said the head butler. With a mingled feeling of vexation because he never could get away from acquaintances, and of pleasure at the idea of any distraction from his monotonous existence, Vronsky once more looked at the gentleman, who had started to go and then stopped, and at one and the same time their eyes met. "Golenishev! Vronsky!" It was indeed Golenishev, one of Vronsky's schoolmates at the Corps of Pages. He had belonged to the Liberal party in the Corps, and, after his graduation, he had taken a civil rank, and had not served. The comrades had entirely drifted apart since their graduation, and had met only once. At that meeting Vronsky had perceived that Golenishev looked down from the lofty heights of his chosen liberal profession on Vronsky's profession and career. Consequently, Vronsky at that meeting with Golenishev had given him that cold and haughty reception with which it was his fashion to treat people, as much as to say, "You may like or dislike my manner of life, but it is absolutely of no consequence to me, and you must respect me if you want to know me." Golenishev had been scornfully indifferent to Vronsky's manner. That meeting, it would seem, should have driven them still further apart. Yet now, at the sight of each other, they each uttered a cry of delight. Vronsky had never realized how glad he would be to see Golenishev, but the fact was that he did not know how bored he was. He forgot the unpleasant impression of their previous meeting, and with magnificent pleasure extended his hand to his old comrade. And likewise a look of satisfaction succeeded the troubled expression on Golenishev's face. "How glad I am to see you," said Vronsky, with a friendly smile which showed his handsome white teeth. "I heard the name Vronsky, but which, I did not know. I am very, very glad. But come in. Well, what are you doing?" "Oh, I have been living here more than a year, working." "Ah," said Vronsky, with interest. "But come in." And, according to the habit of Russians, instead of saying in Russian what he did not wish to be understood by servants, he said in French, "Do you know Madame Karenin? We have been traveling together. I was just going to her room." And while he was speaking, he studied Golenishev's face. "Ah, I did not know," remarked Golenishev carelessly, but he did know. "Have you been here very long?" "I? Oh, this is the 4th day," replied Vronsky, continuing to study his companion. "Yes, he is a gentleman, and looks upon things in the right light," he said to himself, giving a favorable interpretation to Golenishov's way of turning the conversation. "He can be presented to Anna. His views are all right." Vronsky, during this 3 months which he had been spending with Anna abroad, had felt every time that he met with new acquaintances a hesitation as to the manner in which they would look on his relations with Anna, and for the most part the men had looked on them "in the right light." If he or they had been asked what they meant by the expression "in the right light," they would have found it hard to tell. In reality, those that according to Vronsky looked on it "in the right light" had never looked on it at all, but as a general thing contented themselves with a wise discretion, not asking questions or making allusions, and behaved altogether as well-bred people behave when presented with delicate and complex questions such as surround life on all sides. They pretended that they fully appreciated the meaning and significance of the situation, recognized and even approved of it, but considered it ill-judged and superfluous to explain it. Vronsky instantly saw that Golenishev was one of those discreet people, and was therefore glad to meet him. In fact, Golenishev behaved toward Madame Karenin when he was introduced to her in exactly the manner that Vronsky demanded. It evidently cost him no effort to avoid all words that would lead to any awkwardness. He had never seen Anna before, and was delighted with her beauty, and still more with the perfect simplicity with which she accepted the situation. She flushed when she saw Vronsky come in with Golenishev, and this infantile color which spread over her frank and lovely face pleased him immensely. But he was delighted because from the very first, as if purposefully, even in the presence of a stranger, which might have caused restraint, she called Vronsky Alexey, and told how they had just rented a house which the people called a palazzo, and how she was going to occupy it with him. The simple and straightforward facing of their situation was delightful to Golenishev. Perceiving Anna's happy and vivacious manner, knowing Alexey Alexandrovitch and Vronsky, it seemed to him that he thoroughly understood her. It seemed to him that he understood what she herself did not understand, how she could desert her unhappy husband and her son, and lose her good repute, and still feel animated, gay, and happy. "It is in the guide-book," said Golenishev, speaking of the palazzo which Vronsky called by name. "There is a superb Tintoretto there, in his latest manner." "Do you know that? It is splendid weather. Let's go over and look at it again," said Vronsky, addressing Anna. "I should like to very much. I will go and put on my hat. Did you say it was hot?" said she, pausing at the door and looking back to Vronsky, and again the bright color came into her face. Vronsky saw by her look that she was uncertain how he wished to treat Golenishev, and that she was afraid that her behavior might not be what he desired. He looked at her long and tenderly. Then he replied, "No, not very." And it seemed to her that she comprehended him perfectly, and especially that he was satisfied with her, and, replying with a smile, she went out with a quick and graceful motion. The friends looked at each other, and there came into the faces of both an expression of embarrassment, as if Golenishev, admiring her, wished to make some complimentary remark, and had not the courage, while Vronsky both wished and feared to hear it. "Well, then," Vronsky began, so that some conversation might be started, "so you are settled here? Are you still interested in the same pursuits?" he asked, remembering that he had been told that Golenishev was writing something. "Yes, I have been writing the second part of the 'Two Origins,'" replied Golenishev, kindling with delight at the question. "That is, to be more exact, I am not writing yet, but have been collecting and preparing my materials. It will be far more extended, and will touch on almost all questions. At home, in Russia, they can't understand that we are successors of Byzantium," and he began a long and vehement explanation. Vronsky at first felt awkward because he did not know about the first part of the "Two Origins," about which the author spoke as if it were something well known. But afterward, as Golenishev began to develop his thought, and Vronsky saw what he meant, then, even though he did not know about the "Two Origins," he listened not without interest, for Golenishev spoke well. But Vronsky was surprised and annoyed at the irritable excitement under which Golenishev labored while talking about the object that absorbed him. The longer he spoke, the brighter grew his eyes, the more animated were his arguments in refutation of imaginary opponents, and the more angry and excited the expression of his face. Vronsky remembered Golenishev at the School of Pages, a lad of small stature, thin, nervous, agile, a good-hearted and gentlemanly lad, always at the head of his class, and he could not understand the reasons for such irascibility, and he did not approve of it. And it especially displeased him that Golenishev, a man of good social standing, should put himself down on the level of these common scribblers, and get angry with them because they criticized him. Was it worth while? It displeased him, but, nevertheless, he felt that it was Golenishev who was making himself miserable, and he was sorry for him. This unhappiness, almost amounting to insanity, was particularly noticeable on his mobile and rather handsome face, while he went on so hurriedly and heatedly expressing his thoughts that he did not notice Anna's return. As Anna came in, wearing her hat and with a mantle thrown over her shoulders, and stood near them, twirling her sunshade in her lovely, slender hand, Vronsky felt a sense of relief in turning away from Golenishev's feverish eyes fixed keenly on him, and looked with an ever new love at his charming companion, radiant with life and gaiety. It was hard for Golenishev to come to himself, and at first he was surly and cross. But Anna, who was flatteringly amiable toward everyone, for such as this time was her disposition, quickly brought him into sympathy with her gay and natural manner. After essaying various topics of conversation, she brought him round to painting, about which he spoke very well, and she listened to him attentively. They walked over to the palazzo and made a thorough inspection of it. "I am very glad of one thing," said Anna to Golenishev. "Alexey will have a nice atelier. Of course you'll take this room?" she added, turning to Vronsky and speaking to him in Russian, using the familiar tu, thou, as if she already looked on Golenishev as an intimate, before whom it was not necessary to be reserved. "Do you paint?" said Golenishev, turning vivaciously to Vronsky. "Yes, I used to paint long ago, and now I'm going to take it up again," replied Vronsky, with color. "He has great talent," cried Anna, with a radiant smile. "Of course I am not a judge, but good judges say so." Chapter 7. Part 5, Chapter 8 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Anna, during this first period of freedom and rapid convalescence, felt herself inexcusably happy and full of joyous life. The memory of her husband's unhappiness did not poison her pleasure. This memory in one way was too horrible to think of. In another, her husband's unhappiness was the cause of a happiness for her too great to allow regret. The memory of everything that had followed since her sickness, the reconciliation with her husband, the quarrel, Vronsky's wound, his sudden appearance, the preparations for the divorce, the flight from her husband's home, the separation from her son, all this seemed like a delirious dream, from which she awoke and found herself abroad alone with Vronsky. The recollection of the injury which she had done to her husband aroused in her a feeling akin to disgust, and like that which a drowning man might experience after having pushed away a person clinging to him. The other person was drowned. Of course, what had been done was evil, but it was the only possible salvation, and it was better not to return to those horrible memories. One consoling argument in regard to her conduct occurred to her at the first moment of the rupture, and now, whenever she thought of all that had passed, she went over this argument. "I have done my husband an irrevocable injury," she said to herself, "but at least I get no advantage from his misfortune. I also suffer and shall suffer. I give up all that was dearest to me. I give up my good name and my son. I have sinned, and therefore I do not desire happiness, do not desire a divorce, and I accept my shame and the separation from my son." But, however sincere Anna was when she reasoned thus, she had not suffered. She had felt no shame. With that tact which both she and Vronsky possessed to perfection, they had avoided, while abroad, any meeting with Russian ladies, and they would never put themselves into any false position, but only associated with those who pretended to understand their situation much better than they themselves did. Nor even the separation from her son, whom she loved, caused her any pain at this time. Her baby, her daughter, was so lovely and had so filled her heart since only the daughter was left to her, that she rarely thought of the son. The joy of living caused by her convalescence was so keen, the conditions of her existence were so new and delightful, that Anna felt inexcusably happy. The more she came to know Vronsky, the more she loved him. She loved him for his own sake, and for his love for her. The complete surrender to him was a delight. His presence was always a joy to her. All the traits of his character, as she came to know them better and better, became to her inexpressibly dear. His appearance, now that he dressed in civil attire instead of uniform, was as entrancing to her as for a young girl desperately in love. In all he said, thought, or did, she saw something noble and elevated. She herself often felt frightened at this excessive worship of him. She tried in vain to find any imperfection in him. She did not dare to confess to him her own inferiority, lest he, knowing it, should love her less. And now there was nothing that she feared so much, although there was not the slightest occasion for it, as to lose his love. But she could not fail to be grateful to him for the way he treated her, or to show him how much she prized it. Although in her opinion he had shown such a decided vocation for statesmanship, in which he would certainly have played an important part, and had sacrificed this ambition for her, still he had never expressed the slightest regret. He was more than ever affectionately respectful, and careful that she should never feel in the slightest degree the compromising character of her position. This man, so masculine, not only never opposed her, but moreover it might be said that he had no will besides hers, and that his only aim seemed to be to anticipate her desires. And she could not but appreciate this, though this very assiduity in his attentions, this atmosphere of solicitude which he threw around her, was sometimes oppressive to her. Vronsky, meantime, notwithstanding the complete realization of all that he had desired so long, was not entirely happy. He soon began to feel that the accomplishment of his desires was only a small portion of the mountain of pleasure which he had anticipated. This realization now proved to him the eternal error made by men who imagine their happiness lies in the accomplishment of their desires. During the first of the time after he had begun to live with her, and had put on his citizen's clothes, he experienced all the charm of a freedom such as he had never known before, and the freedom of love, and he was satisfied with that. But not for long. He soon began to feel rising in his soul the desire of desires, Tosca, melancholy, homesickness, ennui. Involuntarily he began to follow every light caprice as if it were serious aspirations and ends. It was necessary to fill 16 hours each day with some occupation, living, as they did, abroad, in perfect freedom, away from the social and military duties that took Vronsky's time at Petersburg. He could not think of indulging in the pleasures such as he had enjoyed as a bachelor during his previous trips abroad, for one experiment of that kind, a scheme of a late supper with some acquaintances, reduced Anna to a most unexpected and uncomfortable state of dejection. The enjoyment with foreign or Russian society was impossible on account of the peculiarity of their relation. And to amuse himself with the curiosities of the country was not to be spoken of, not only because he had already seen them, but because as a Russian and a man of sense, he could not find in them that immense importance that the English are pleased to attach to them. And as a hungry animal throws itself on everything that presents itself, hoping to find in it something to eat, so Vronsky, with perfect spontaneity, attacked now politics, now new books, now painting. As, when he was young, he had shown some inclination toward art, and not knowing what to do with his money, he began to collect engravings, and had tried his hand at painting. And now he took it up again, and employed in it that expended superfluity of energy which demanded employment. He had the capacity for appreciating art, and he thought that this was all that an artist needed. After having for some time hung doubtful which he would choose, the religious, the historical, genre, or the realistic, he actually began to paint. He understood all kinds, and could get inspiration from each. But he could not imagine that it was possible to be entirely ignorant of the various styles of art, and to draw inspiration directly from what is in the soul itself, not caring what may be the result, or to what famous school it may belong. As he did not know this, he drew his inspiration, not directly from life, but from life as expressed in art. So he became easily and speedily inspired, and with equal ease and rapidity succeeded in making what he undertook to paint a very good resemblance to that style which he was trying to imitate. More than all others, the graceful and effective French school appealed to him, and in this style he began a portrait of Anna in an Italian costume, and this portrait seemed to him and to all that saw it very successful. End of chapter 8. Part 5, Chapter 9 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The old, dilapidated palazzo into which they had moved supplied Vronsky with the agreeable illusion that he was not so much a Russian proprietor, a stallmeister, in retirement, as he was an enlightened amateur and protector of art, in his own modest way an artist, who had sacrificed society, his ties, his ambition, for a woman's love. This ancient palace, with its lofty stuccoed ceilings, its frescoed walls, its mosaic floors, its yellow tapestries, its thick yellow curtains at the high windows, its vases on mantelpiece and consoles, its carved doors, and its melancholy halls hung with paintings, lent itself readily to this illusion. This new role which Vronsky had chosen, together with their removal to the palazzo and acquaintance with several interesting persons, which came about through Golenishtchev, made the first part of this period very enjoyable. Under the instruction of an Italian professor of painting, he made some studies from nature, and he took up the study of Italian life during the Middle Ages. The medieval Italian life became so fascinating to him that he began to wear his hat and throw his plaid over his shoulders in the medieval style, which was very becoming to him. "Here we are alive, and yet we know nothing," said Vronsky one morning to Golenishtchev, who came in to see him. "Have you seen Mikhailov's painting?" he asked, and at the same time handed him a Russian paper just received, and indicated an article on this artist, who was living in that very city and had just completed a picture about which many reports had long been in circulation, and which had been sold on the easel. The article severely criticized the government and the Academy that an artist of such genius was left without any encouragement and aid. "I have seen it," replied Golenishtchev. "Of course he is not without talent, but his tendencies are absolutely false. He always shows the Ivanov Strass raisin concept of Christ and religious art." "What is the subject of his painting?" asked Anna. "Christ before Pilate. The Christ is a Jew with all the realism of the new school." And as this subject was a favorite one with him, he began to develop his ideas. "I cannot understand how they can fall into such a gross mistake. The type of the Christ in art was clearly represented by the old masters. Accordingly, if they want to paint, not God, but a sage or a revolutionist, let them take Franklin or Socrates or Charlotte Corday, but not Christ. They take the very person whom art should not attempt to portray, and then—" "Is it true that this Mikhailov is in such poverty?" asked Vronsky, who felt that in his quality of Russian Maecenas he ought to find some way of aiding the artist, whether his painting was good or not. "It is doubtful. He is a famous portrait painter. Have you not seen his portrait of Madame Vassiltchikov? But it seems he doesn't care to paint portraits any longer, and perhaps that is the reason he is in need. I say that— Couldn't we ask him to paint Anna Arkadyevna's portrait?" "Why mine?" she demanded. "After your portrait of me, I want no other. It would be better to let him paint Annie," so she called her daughter, "or her," she added, looking out of the window at the pretty Italian nurse who was just taking the baby into the garden. And at the same time she gave Vronsky a furtive glance. This pretty Italian woman, whose face Vronsky had taken as a model for a picture, was the only secret woe in Anna's life. Vronsky painted her picture, admired her beauty and her medieval qualities, and Anna did not dare to confess to herself that she feared she was going to be jealous, and was accordingly all the more kind to her and her little boy. Vronsky also looked out of the window, and at Anna's eyes, and instantly turning to Golenishev, said, "And so you know this Mihailov?" "I have met him, but he is an original, a chudak, without any education, you know, one of these new-fashioned savages such as you meet with nowadays. You know them, these free-thinkers, who rush headlong into atheism, materialism, universal negation. Once," Golenishev went on to say, either not noticing or not wishing to notice that both Vronsky and Anna were ready to speak, "once the free-thinker was a man educated in the concepts of religion, law, and morality, who did not ignore the laws by which society is regulated, and who reached freedom of thought only after long struggles. But now we have a new type of them, free-thinkers who grow up without even knowing that there are such things as laws in morality and religion, who will not admit that such authorities exist, and who possess only the sentiment of negation. In a word, savages. Mihailov is one of these. He is the son of a major domo, or oberlakai, at Moscow, and never had any education. When he entered the academy, and made a reputation, he was willing to be taught, for he is not a fool, and, with this end in view, he turned to that source of all learning, the magazines and reviews. Now you know in the good old times, if a man, let us say a Frenchman, wanted to get an education, he would study the classics. The preachers, the tragic poets, the historians, the philosophers, and you can see all the intellectual labor that involved. But nowadays he turns to negative literature, and succeeds very speedily in getting a smattering of such a science. And, again, 20 years ago, he would have found in this same literature traces of the struggle against the authorities and secular traditions of the past. He would have understood from this dispute that there was something else. But now he turns directly to a literature where the old traditions are of no avail at all, but men say up and down there is nothing, natural selection, evolution, struggle for existence, negation, and all. In my article—" "Do you know," said Anna, after exchanging several glances with Vronsky, and noticing that he was not interested in the artist's education, but was occupied only with the thought of helping him and getting him to paint the portrait. "What do you say?" said she, resolutely cutting short Golenishev's verbiage. "Let us go and see him." Golenishev, after deliberating, readily consented, and, as the artist lived in a remote quarter, they had a carriage called. An hour later, Anna, occupying the same seat in the calash with Golenishev and Vronsky, drove up to an ugly new house in a distant part of the city. When they learned from the concierge's wife, who came to receive them, that Mihailov permitted visitors to his studio, but that he was now at his lodgings a few steps distant, they sent her to him with their cards, and begged to be admitted to see his paintings. Chapter 10. Part 5, Chapter 10 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The painter Mihailov was at work as usual when the cards of Count Vronsky and Golenishev were brought to him. He had been painting all the morning in his studio on his great picture, but, when he reached his house, he became enraged with his wife because of her failure to make terms with their landlady, who demanded money. "I have told you 20 times not to go into explanations with her. You are a fool anyway, but when you try to argue in Italian, you are 3 times as much of a fool," said he, at the end of a long dispute. "Why do you get behindhand so? It is not my fault. If I had any money—" "For heaven's sake, give me some peace!" cried Mihailov, his voice thick with tears, and, putting his hands over his ears, he hastily rushed to the workroom, separated from the sitting-room by a partition, and bolted the door. "She hasn't any common sense," he said to himself, as he sat down at his table, and, opening a portfolio, addressed himself with feverish ardor to a sketch which he had already begun. He never worked with such zeal and success as when his life went hard, and especially when he had been quarreling with his wife. "Ah, it must be somewhere," he said to himself, as he went on with his work. He had begun a study of a man seized with a fit of anger. He had made the sketch some time before, but he was dissatisfied with it. "No," said he, "that one was better. But where is it?" He went back to his wife with an air of vexation, and, without looking at her, asked his eldest daughter for the piece of paper which he had given her. The paper with the sketch on it was found, but it was soiled and covered with drops of tallow. Nevertheless, he took it as it was, laid it on the table, examined it from a distance, squinting his eyes, then suddenly he smiled, with a satisfied gesture. "So, so!" he cried, taking a pencil and drawing some rapid lines. One of the tallow spots gave his sketch a new aspect. He sketched in this new pose, and suddenly remembered the prominent chin and energetic face of the man of whom he bought his cigars, and instantly he gave his design the same kind of a face and prominent chin. He laughed with delight. The figure ceased to be something vague and dead, but became animated, and took a form which could not be bettered. This figure was alive, and was clearly and indubitably delineated. It was possible to correct the sketch in conformity with the demands of this figure. It was possible and even requisite to set the legs in a different way, to make an absolute change in the position of the left arm, to rearrange the hair. But after he had finished these corrections he made no changes in the figure, but only cleared away what concealed it. He, as it were, took from it the veils behind which it was not wholly visible. Each new stroke only the more exposed the entire figure in all its energetic power, just as it had suddenly appeared to him in the spot made by the wax. He laughed with delight. He was carefully finishing his design when the 2 cards were brought to him. "I will come instantly," he replied. He went to his wife. "There, come, Sasha, don't be vexed," he said with a smile tender and timid. "You were wrong, so was I. I will settle matters." And, having made his peace with her, he put on an olive green overcoat with velvet collar, took his hat, and went to his studio. His successfully completed sketch was already quite forgotten. Now he was delighted and surprised by the visit of these stylish Russians, who had come to see him in a carriage. In the depth of his soul his opinion on the painting which was on his easel at that time was as follows: "No one has ever painted another like it." He did not believe that his painting was better than all the Raphaels, but he knew that no one had ever put into a picture what he had tried to put into this one. This he knew assuredly, and had known it ever since he had begun to paint it. Nevertheless, the criticisms of others, whatever they were, possessed for him an enormous weight, and stirred him to the depths of his soul. Any remark, however insignificant, which showed that the critics saw even the smallest part of what he himself saw in this picture, stirred him to the depths of his soul. He felt that his critics had a depth of insight superior even to his own, and he expected to have them discover in his picture new features that had escaped his own observation. And often in the judgments of visitors who came to look at it, it seemed to him he discovered this. He hurried to the door of his studio, and, in spite of his emotion, was struck by the soft radiance of Anna, who was standing in the shadow of the portico and listening to something which Golenishev was saying to her, and at the same time eagerly watching the artist's approach. The artist, without definite consciousness of it, instantly stowed away in the pigeonholes of his brain the impression she had made on him, to make use of it some day, just as he had used the tobacconist's chin. The visitors, whose ideas of Mikhailoff had been greatly modified by Golenishev's description of him, were still more disenchanted when they saw him. Mikhailoff was a thick-set man of medium height and with a nimble gait, and in his cinnamon-colored hat, his olive-green coat, and his trousers worn tight when the style was to wear them loose, produced an unfavorable impression, increased by the vulgarity of his broad face and the mixture of timidity and pretentious dignity which it expressed. "Do me the honor to enter," he said, trying to assume an air of indifference, and, going to the vestibule, he took a key out of his pocket and opened the door. Chapter 11. Part 5, Chapter 11 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. As they entered the studio, Mikhailoff again glanced at his guests and stored away in his memory the expression of Vronsky's face, especially its cheekbones. Notwithstanding the fact that this man's artistic sense was always at work storing up new materials, notwithstanding the fact that his emotion grew greater and greater as the crucial moment for their criticism of his work approached, still he quickly and shrewdly gathered from almost imperceptible indications his conclusions regarding his three visitors. That one, meeting Golenishev, must be a Russian resident in Italy. Mikhailoff did not remember either his name or the place where he had met him, or whether he had ever spoken to him. He remembered only his face, as he remembered all the faces that he had ever seen, but he also remembered that he had once before classed him in the immense category of pretentiously important, but really expressionless faces. An abundance of hair and a very high forehead would make the casual observer take him to be a man of importance, but his face had an insignificant expression of puerile agitation concentrated in the narrow space between his eyes. Vronsky and Anna were, according to Mikhailoff's intuition, rich and distinguished Russians, ignorant of art, like all rich Russians who play amateur and the connoisseur. They have undoubtedly seen all the old galleries, he thought, and now are visiting the studios of the German charlatans and the imbecile English pre-Raphaelites, and have come to me in order to complete their survey. He knew very well the fashion in which the dilettanti, the more intellectual they were, the worse they were, visited the studios of modern painters, with the single aim of having the right to say that art was declining, and that, the more you study the moderns, the better you see how inimitable the great masters of old were. He expected all this, he saw it in their faces, and he read it in the indifference with which his visitors conversed together as they walked up and down the studio, leisurely examining the mannequins and busts, while waiting for him to take the covering off his painting. But, in spite of this, all the time that he was turning over his studies, raising his window blinds, and uncovering his paintings, he experienced a powerful emotion, all the more so because, though he considered that all distinguished and wealthy Russians must necessarily be cattle and fools, yet Vronsky, and particularly Anna, pleased him. "Here," he said, stepping back from the easel and pointing to the painting, "is the Christ before Pilate, Matthew, chapter 27. He felt his lips tremble with emotion, and he took his place behind his guests. During the few seconds, during which the visitors looked silently at the painting, Mikhailoff also looked at it, and looked at it with the indifference of a stranger. In those few seconds he anticipated a superior and infallible criticism from these three persons, whom but a moment before he had despised. He forgot all that he had thought about his painting during the 3 years while he had been painting it. He forgot all those merits which had been so indubitable to him. He looked at it now with the cold and critical look of a stranger, and found nothing good in it. He saw in the foreground the irate face of Pilate and the Christ's serene countenance, and in the middle distance the figures of Pilate's servants, and among them John, looking on at the proceedings. Each face, with its attempted expression, with its faults, with its recidifications, each face which, with its own peculiar character, had, as it were, been a growth from himself, and had cost him so much travail and delight, and all these faces, which he had changed so many times so as to unify them, all the shades of color, all the nuances obtained with such extraordinary pains, all this, taken together and looked at in such a way, now seemed to him commonplace, 1,000-fold commonplace. The face which he had regarded with the most complacency, the face of the Christ in the very center of the picture, which had roused his enthusiasm as he had developed it, was wholly spoilt for him when he looked at his painting with their eyes. He saw a well-painted picture, nay, not even well-painted, for now he clearly detected hosts of faults in it, a repetition of all those interminable Christs of Titian, Raphael, Rubens, and all the same soldiers and Pilate. All about it was trivial, poor, and antiquated, and even badly painted, spotty and feeble. They would be justified in repeating politely hypocritical remarks in his presence. pitying him and ridiculing him after they were gone. The silence, which in reality did not last more than a minute, seemed to him intolerably long, and to abridge it and show that he was not agitated, he made an effort and addressed Golenishev. "I think that I have had the honor of meeting you before," said he, glancing anxiously first at Anna, then at Vronsky, so that he might not lose for an instant the changing expression of their faces. "Certainly. We met at Rossi's the evening when that Italian girl, the new Rachel, made a recitation. Don't you remember?" replied Golenishev, turning away his face from the picture without the least show of regret, and addressing the artist. Seeing, however, that Mihailov was expecting him to say something about the picture, he added, "Your work has made great progress since the last time I saw it, and I am now, just as I was then, greatly impressed with your pilot. You have represented a good but feeble man, a chinovnik to the bottom of his soul, who is absolutely blind to what he is doing. But it seems to me—" Mikhailov's mobile face suddenly lighted up, his eyes gleamed, he wanted to reply, but his emotion prevented him, and he pretended to have a fit of coughing. In spite of his low estimation of Golenishev's artistic instinct, in spite of the insignificance of the remark, true though it was, about the expression a pilot's face represented in the face of a functionary, in spite of the humiliation which such a remark spontaneously elicited at the first sight of the painting, implicitly subjected him to, since the more important features of the painting were left unnoticed, Mihailov was in raptures over this criticism. Golenishev had expressed his own conception of Pilate. The fact that this observation was one out of a million possible observations, all of which, as Mihailov knew perfectly well, would be true, did not diminish for him the significance of Golenishev's remark. He suddenly conceived a liking for his guest, and suddenly flew from dejection to enthusiasm. Instantly his whole painting became vital once more with a life inexpressibly complex and profound. He again tried to say that he himself had that conception of Pilate, but his lips trembled so that he had no control over them, and he could not say a word. Vronsky and Anna were talking in that low tone of voice peculiar to picture exhibitions, and caused by the desire not to say anything that might give offense to the artist, and, more than all, not to let anyone hear those absurd remarks which are so easily made in regard to art. Mihailov thought that his picture was making an impression on them also, and he approached them. "What an admirable expression the Christ has," said Anna. This expression pleased her more than anything else in the painting, and she felt that the Christ was the principal figure in it, and therefore that this eulogy would be agreeable to the artist. She added, "One can see that he pities Pilate." This, again, was one of those million accurate but idle observations which his picture, and especially the figure of Christ, might have elicited. She said that Christ pitied Pilate. In the expression of the Christ there was bound to be an expression of pity, because there was in it the expression of love, a supernal color, a readiness for death, and a realization of the idleness of words. Of course, Pilate should stand for the functionary, the chinovnik, and the Christ should show pity for him, since one is the incarnation of the fleshly life, the other of the spiritual life. All this and much besides flashed through Mikhailov's mind, and once more his face was radiant with joy. "Yes, and how that figure is painted! How much atmosphere! One could go round it," said Golenishev, evidently showing by this observation that he did not approve of the design and scope of the figure. "Yes, it is a wonderful masterpiece," said Vronsky. "How alive those figures in the background are! There is technique for you," he added, turning to Golenishev and alluding to a discussion in which he had avowed his discouragement in the technique of the art. "Yes, yes, very remarkable," said Golenishev and Anna simultaneously. Notwithstanding the condition of enthusiasm to which he had risen, the remark about technique nettled Mihailov. He scowled and looked at Vronsky with an angry expression. He had often heard this word technique, and he really did not know what was meant by it. He knew that this word signified the mechanical ability to paint and sketch, and had nothing to do with the thing painted. He had often noticed, as in the present case, that technical skill was opposed to the intrinsic merit of a work, as if it were possible to paint a bad picture with talent. He knew that it required great attention and care in removing the cloth not to injure the work, and in removing all the covers. But the technique of painting was not in that. If in the same way to a little child, or to his cook, were revealed what he saw, then the cook or the child would not hesitate to express what they saw. But the most experienced and skillful of technicians could not paint anything by mechanical ability only. It requires that the realm of inspiration should be opened before him. Moreover, he saw that the very fact of talking about technique made it impossible to praise him for it. In everything that he had painted and was painting, he saw the glaring faults resulting from the carelessness with which he had removed the covers, faults impossible now to rectify without ruining the whole production. And in almost all the figures and faces he saw the remains of veils that had not been perfectly removed, and spoiled the painting. "The only criticism that I should dare to make, if you will allow me," said Golenishtchev. "Oh, I should be very glad, beg you to favor me," replied Michailoff, pretending to smile, "is that you have painted a man made God, and not God made man. However, I know that that was your intention." "I cannot paint any Christ that is not in my heart," replied Michailoff gloomily. "Yes, but in that case, excuse me, if you will allow me to express my thought, your painting is so beautiful that this observation can do it no harm, and, besides, it is my own individual opinion. You look on this in one way. Your very motive is peculiar. Take Ivanov, for example. I imagine that if the Christ is to be reduced to the proportions of a historical figure, then it would be better for him to choose a new historical theme, one less hackneyed." "But suppose this theme is the grandest of all for art?" "By searching, others may be found, just as grand. But the fact is, art, in my estimation, cannot suffer discussion. Now this question is raised in the minds of believers or non-believers by Ivanov's painting. Is that God or not God? And thus the unity of the impression is destroyed." "Why so? It seems to me that this question can no longer exist for enlightened men," replied Michailoff. Golenishtchev was not of this opinion, and, dwelling on his first thought about the unity of the impression required by art, he made an onslaught on Michailoff. Michailoff grew excited, but could not say anything in defense of his ideas. Chapter 12. Part 5, Chapter 12 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Anna and Vronsky, weary of their friend's learned loquacity, exchanged glances. Finally Vronsky, without saying anything to his host, went over to a small painting. "Oh, how charming! What a gem! Wonderful! How fascinating!" said both of them at once. "What pleases them so?" thought Michailoff. He had completely forgotten this picture, painted 3 years before. He had forgotten all the anguish and joy which that painting had caused him while he had been working at it day and night for days at a time. He had forgotten about it as he always forgot about his pictures when once they were finished. He did not even like to look at it, and he had brought it out only because he was expecting an Englishman who had thought of purchasing it. "That is nothing," he said, "only a study." "But it is capital," replied Golenishtchev, very honestly, falling under the charm of the painting. 2 children were fishing under the shade of a laburnum. The elder, all absorbed in his work, was cautiously disentangling his float from a bush. The younger one was lying in the grass, leaning his blond, frowsy head on his hand, and gazing at the water with great, pensive blue eyes. What was he thinking about? The enthusiasm caused by this study brought back somewhat of Michailoff's first emotion, but he did not love the vain memories of the past, and, therefore, pleasant as such praise was to him, he preferred to take his guests to a third painting. But Vronsky asked him if the painting was for sale. But to Michailoff, who was excited by the presence of visitors, the question of money was very distasteful. "It was put up for sale," said he, darkly frowning. After his visitors had gone, Michailoff sat down before his painting of Christ and Pilate, and mentally reviewed all that had been said, and if not said had been understood by them. And how strange! The observations which seemed so weighty when they were present, and when he put himself on their plane of observation, now lost all significance. He began to examine his work with his artist's eye, and soon regained his full conviction of its perfection and significance, so that he could shut out all other interests and make the effort necessary for his best work. The foreshortening in the leg of the Christ was not quite correct. He seized his palette and set himself to work, and, while he was correcting it, looked long at the figure of John, which seemed to him to show the highest degree of perfection, and yet his visitors had not even noticed it. Having corrected the leg of Christ, he tried to give this also a few touches, but he felt too excited to do it. However, he could not work when he was cool any better than he could when he was too near the melting point, or when he was too clairvoyant. It was only one stop of transition from indifference to inspiration, and only when he reached this was work possible. But today he was too excited. He started to cover the canvas. Then he stopped, lifting the drapery with one hand, and smiled ecstatically, and looked for a long time at his St. John. At last, tearing himself from his contemplation, he let the curtain fall and went home, weary but happy. Vronsky, Anna, and Golenishev, returning to the palazzo, were very lively and gay. They talked about Mikhailoff and his paintings. The word talent was often heard as they talked. They meant by it an innate gift, almost physical, independent of intellect and heart, and they tried to express it by all that had been experienced by the artist. It seemed as if they needed to have a term which should express something of which they had not the slightest comprehension, but yet wanted to talk about. There is no denying his talent, they said, but his talent is not sufficiently developed because he lacks intellectual culture, a fault common to all Russian artists. But the painting of the two boys appealed to their tastes, and again they recurred to it. How charming, how natural, and how simple! And he did not realize how good it was. Certainly I must not fail to buy it, said Vronsky. End of chapter 12. Part 5, Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Mikhailoff sold Vronsky the little picture, and also agreed to paint Anna's portrait. He came on the appointed day and began his work. Even on the fifth sitting the portrait struck everyone, and especially Vronsky, by its resemblance and by its peculiar beauty. It was remarkable how Mikhailoff was able to hit upon her peculiar beauty. One must know her and love her as I love her to get her gentle and spiritual expression, thought Vronsky. And yet he found in Mikhailoff's portrait exactly that expression. But this expression was so faithful that it seemed to him and to others that they had always known it. I have spent so much time and never get ahead, said Vronsky, referring to his own portrait of Anna. And he has only to look at her to paint her. That is what I call technique. That will come, said Golenishev, to console him, for in his eyes Vronsky had talent, and, moreover, had a training which ought to give him a lofty view of art. But Golenishev's belief in Vronsky's talent was sustained by the fact that he needed Vronsky's praise and sympathy with him in his own work, and he felt that the praise and support ought to be reciprocal. It was a fair exchange. In a stranger's house, and especially in Vronsky's palazzo, Mikhailoff was an entirely different man from what he was in his own studio. He showed himself almost venomously respectful, as if he were anxious to avoid all intimacy with people whom at heart he did not respect. He always called Vronsky "Your Excellency," and in spite of Vronsky's and Anna's repeated invitations, he never would stay to dinner, or come except at the hours for the sitting. Anna was even more genial to him than to the others, and grateful for her portrait. Vronsky was more than polite to him, and was anxious for his criticism on his paintings. Golenishev never lost an opportunity of inculcating sound theories of art. Still Mikhailoff remained just as cool as ever to them all. But Anna felt that he liked to look at her, even though he avoided all conversation with her. When Vronsky wanted to talk about his own work he remained obstinately silent, and he was just as obstinately silent when he was shown Vronsky's painting and pictures, and he took no pains to conceal the weariness which Golenishtchev's sermons caused him. On the whole, Mihailov, by his distant and disagreeable, as it were hostile, behavior, was very unpopular with them, even after they came to see him closer, and they were glad when the sittings were over, and the painter, having completed an admirable portrait, ceased to come. Golenishtchev was the first to express a thought which all had been thinking, that Mihailov was envious of Vronsky. We will agree that he is not envious because he has talent, but he is vexed to see a wealthy man of high position, a count, and apparently they are all vexed at that, reaching without especial trouble the skill to paint as well, if not better, than he, though he has devoted his life to painting, but above all at your mental culture, which he has not. Vronsky took Mihailov's part, but he felt at heart that his friend was right, for it seemed to him extremely natural that a man in an inferior position should envy him. The two portraits of Anna, painted from life by him and Mihailov, might have shown Vronsky the difference between him and Mihailov, but he did not see it. Only after Mihailov had finished his portrait, he ceased to work at his, having decided it was a superfluity, but he still devoted himself to his painting of medieval life. He himself, and Golenishtchev, and Anna especially, felt that it was very good, because it resembled the works of the old masters far more than Mihailov's painting did. Mihailov, meantime, in spite of the pleasure which he took in doing Anna's portrait, was even more glad than the others were when the sittings came to an end, and he no longer had to hear Golenishtchev's discourses about art, and he was allowed to forget Vronsky's paintings. He knew that it was impossible to prevent Vronsky from amusing himself with painting. He knew that he, and all other dilettanti, had the right to paint as much as they pleased, but it was disagreeable to him. No one can prevent a man from making for himself a big wax doll and kissing it, but if this man takes his doll and sits it in the presence of a lover and begins to caress his doll as the lover caresses the woman he loves, then it becomes unpleasant to the lover. Vronsky's painting produced on him a similar feeling. It was ridiculous and vexatious, pitiable and disgusting. Vronsky's enthusiasm for painting and the Middle Ages was, however, of short duration. His art instinct was strong enough to prevent him from finishing his painting. His work came to a standstill. He had a dim consciousness that his faults, at first apparently trifling, would grow more and more grievous if he went on. The same thing happened to him that happened to Golenishtchev, who was conscious that he had nothing to say, and kept deceiving himself with the notion that his thought was not yet ripe, that he was training it and collecting materials. But this made Golenishtchev bitter and irritable, while Vronsky could not deceive himself, or torture himself, and, least of all, grow irritable. With his habitual decision of character, without speaking to justify himself or to offer explanations, he simply gave up his painting. But, without this occupation, his life in this little Italian city quickly became intolerable. The palazzo suddenly appeared old and filthy. The spots on the curtains assumed a sordid aspect. The cracks in the mosaics, the broken stucco of the cornices, the eternal Golenishtchev, the Italian professor, and the German tourist, all became so unspeakably wearisome that it was necessary to make a change. Accordingly he and Anna, who was surprised by this abrupt disenchantment, decided to return to Russia to live in the country. Vronsky wanted to pass through Petersburg to make business arrangements with his brother, and Anna was anxious to see her son. They decided to spend the summer on Vronsky's large patrimonial estate. End of chapter 13. Part 5, Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Levin had been married 3 months. He was happy, but in a different way from what he had anticipated. At every step he had found that his former expectations were illusory, and that his joy lay in what he had not anticipated. He was happy, but as he went on in his married existence he discovered at each step that it was utterly different from what he had imagined it would be. At each step he experienced what a man would experience who had been charmed with the graceful and joyful motion of a boat on the sea, and afterwards should find himself in the boat. He saw that it was not enough to sit still and not rock. It was necessary to be on the lookout, never for a moment forgetful of the course, to think of the water under his feet, to row, and rowing for unaccustomed arms is hard. Easy enough it is to look on, but it is hard, very hard, to work, even though it be very agreeable. When still a bachelor, looking at the conjugal life of others, at their little miseries, quarrels, jealousies, he had often laughed scornfully in his heart of hearts. In his future married life never should any such thing happen. Even all the external forms of his private life should be in every respect absolutely different from that of others. And lo and behold, instead of that, his life with his wife not only refused to arrange itself peculiarly, but, on the contrary, was wholly made up of those very same insignificant trifles which he had formerly so despised, but which now, in spite of him, assumed an extraordinary and irrefutable importance. And Levin saw that the regulation of all these trifles was not nearly so easy as he had supposed it would be. Notwithstanding the fact that Levin supposed he had the most delicate comprehension of family life, he, like all men, had imagined that it was only meant as the gratification of his love, and that nothing should prevent it, and that no petty details ought to interfere with it. According to his idea, he was to do his work, and rest from it in the delights of love. His wife was to be his love, and that was all. But, like all men, he forgot that she, too, had to work. His surprise was great to find how this charming and poetic Kitty, in the first weeks, even in the first days of their married life, could be thinking, planning, taking charge of the tablecloths, the furniture, the mattresses, the table service, the kitchen. Even during their engagement, he was dumbfounded at the decided way in which she refused to travel abroad, and at her determination to go immediately to their country home, as if she knew what was needful, and could think of other things besides her love. It vexed him then, and now many times he still felt vexed, to find that she took upon herself these petty cares and labours. But he saw that it was unavoidable, and, as he loved her, although he could not see why she did such things, and although he laughed at her for doing them, he could not help admiring. He laughed to see how she disposed of the new furniture which came from Moscow, how she rearranged everything in her room and his, how she hung the curtains, provided for the guest rooms and the rooms that Dolly would have, directed her new chambermaid, how she ordered the old cook to provide for dinner, how she discussed with Agafya Mikhailovna, whom she removed from the charge of the provisions. He saw how the old cook smiled gently as he received fantastic orders, impossible to execute. He saw how Agafya Mikhailovna shook her head pensively at the new measures introduced by her young mistress into the larder. He saw how wonderfully charming she was when she came to him, half laughing, half crying, to complain because her maid, Masha, insisted on treating her like a child, and no one would heed her orders. It all seemed to him charming, but strange, and he thought it would be better if it were otherwise. He could not comprehend the sense of metamorphosis which she felt at finding herself the mistress, permitted to see the preparation of cauliflower and kvass, or confections, to spend all the money she wanted, and to command whatever pastry she pleased, after having always had her parents to restrain her fancies. She was now making joyful preparations for the arrival of Dolly and the children, and was thinking of the pies which she would have made for them, and how she would surprise Dolly with all her new arrangements. She herself could not have given any reasons for it, but it was a fact that the details of housekeeping had an irresistible attraction for her. She foresaw evil days to come, instinctively feeling the approach of spring, and knowing that unhappy days would also surely come. She prepared her little nest as well as she could, and made haste both to build it and to learn how to build it. This zeal for trifles, so entirely opposed to Levin's lofty ideal of happiness, seemed to him one thing that disillusioned him, while the same activity, the meaning of which escaped him, but which he could not help loving, was one of the things that gave him new delight. The quarrels were also a disenchantment and a charm. Never had it entered into Levin's head that between him and his wife there could be any relations other than those of gentleness, respect, tenderness, and here, even in their honeymoon, they were disputing, so that Kitty declared that he did not love her, that he was selfish, and burst into tears and wrung her hands. The first of these little differences arose in consequence of a ride which Levin took to see a new farm. He stayed half an hour longer than he had said, having missed his way in trying to come home by a shorter road. He rode homeward, thinking only of her love, of her happiness, and the nearer he came to the house the more his heart glowed with affection for his wife. He hurried to her room with the same feeling, only much intensified, as he had experienced on the day when he went to the Shtcherbatskys' to offer himself. An angry expression, such as he had never seen in her face, received him. He was going to kiss her. She pushed him away. "What is the matter?" "You've been enjoying," she began, wishing to show herself cold and bitter. But hardly had she opened her mouth when the ridiculous jealousy, which had been tormenting her for half an hour while she had been waiting for him, sitting on the window-seat, broke out in a torrent of angry words. He then began for the first time to understand clearly what before he had seen only confusedly, when after the crowning they went out of the church. He saw that she was not only near to him, but that he did not know at all where his personality began or her personality ended. He felt this by the painful sensation of internal division which he experienced at that instant. At first he was offended, but at the same moment he realized that he had no right to be offended, because she and he were one and the same. At that first instant he experienced a feeling such as a man might have when, having suddenly received a sharp blow from behind, turns around with an angry desire to revenge himself on the culprit, and discovers that he has accidentally inflicted the blow on himself, and that there is no one to be angry with, and that he must bear the pain and appease it. Never again did he experience this feeling with such force, but this first time it was long before he could give an account of it. A natural impulse impelled him to exonerate himself, and show Kitty how wrong she was, but that would have irritated her still more and increased the rupture which was the cause of all their unhappiness. A natural impulse tempted him to disavow the blame and cast it at her, but a second and stronger impulse came to close the breach as quickly as possible and not let it grow wider. For him to remain under the shadow of an injustice was cruel, but, under the pretext of a justification, to cause her pain was still worse. Like a man half asleep, wearied with pain, he wished to free himself from it, to throw off the painful place. But, on fully waking, he found that the painful place was himself. Patience only was necessary to give relief to the pain, and he tried to apply this remedy. Reconciliation followed. Kitty felt herself in the wrong, and, though she did not confess it, was more than ever tender to him, and they felt a new and doubled happiness of love. But this did not prevent these differences from coming up, and coming up very frequently from the most unexpected and insignificant causes. These collisions often arose from the fact that they were still ignorant of what was indispensable for each, and from the fact that during all this first period they both were often in a bad frame of mind. When one was happy and the other depressed, then peace was disturbed, but when they both happened to be in low spirits, then such childish things were sufficient to provoke misunderstandings, that they could not even remember afterwards what they were quarreling about. It is true, when they were both in good spirits, their joy of life was doubled. But nevertheless this first period was a trying time for them both. All those early days, they felt with a special vividness the strain, just as if both of them were pulling in contrary ways on the chain that bound them. Especially the honeymoon, from which Levin expected so much, was far from honey-sweet, but remained in the memories of both of them the most trying and humiliating period of their lives. Both of them afterwards tried to blot from their memories all the ugly, shameful incidents of this unhealthy period, during which they so rarely found themselves in a normal state of mind, were so rarely themselves. Life became better regulated only after their return from Moscow, where they made a short visit in the 3rd month after the wedding. End of chapter 14. Part 5, Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. They were just back from Moscow and enjoying their solitude. Levin was sitting at his library table, writing. Kitty, dressed in a dark violet dress, which she had worn in the first days of their marriage, and which Levin had always liked, was making broderie anglaise, as she sat on the divan, on the great leather divan which ever since the days of Levin's father and grandfather had stood in the library. Levin enjoyed her presence while he was writing and thinking. He had not abandoned his occupations, his farming, and the treatise in which the principles of his new method of conducting his estate were to be evolved. But, as before, these occupations and thoughts seemed to him small and useless in comparison with the gloom that overshadowed his life, so now they seemed just as petty and unimportant in comparison with the life before him, irradiated as it was with the full light of joy. He kept up his occupations, but felt now that the center of gravity of his interests had shifted, and that consequently he looked otherwise and more clearly than formerly at the matter. In former days this occupation seemed like the salvation of his life. In former days he felt that without it life would be altogether gloomy. Now these occupations were necessary in order that his life might not be too monotonously bright. As he took up his manuscript again, reading over what he had written, he felt with satisfaction that the work was worth his attention. Many of his former thoughts seemed to him exaggerated and extravagant, but many of the gaps became clearly evident to him as he reviewed the whole subject. He was now writing a new chapter, in which he treated of the causes for the unfavorable condition of Russia's agriculture. He argued that the poverty of the country was caused not entirely by the unequal distribution of the land property and false economical tendencies, but that this cooperated with the abnormal introduction of a veneer of civilization, especially the means of communication, the railways, which produced an exaggerated centralization in the cities, the development of luxury, and consequently the creation of new industries at the expense of agriculture, an extraordinary extension of the credit system, and its concomitant stock speculation. It seemed to him that with a normal development of riches in the empire all these signs of exterior civilization would appear only when the cultivation of the land should have attained a proportional development, when it should have at least been established on correct, determining conditions. That the wealth of a country ought to increase at a regular ratio, and in such a way that agriculture should not be outstripped by other branches of wealth. That the means of intercommunication ought to be developed in conformity with the natural development of agriculture, and that in view of our improper use of the land, the railways, constructed not by reason of actual necessity, but from political motives, were premature, and instead of the cooperation which they were expected to give to agriculture, they arrested it by encouraging the spread of manufacturing and the credit system. And that, therefore, just as a one-sided and premature development of one organ in the body would prevent its general development, so for the general development of wealth in Russia, the credit system, the means of intercommunication, the recrudescence of manufacturing industries, however indispensable they may have been in Europe where they are opportune, have in Russia done nothing but harm by keeping from sight the most important question as to the organization of agriculture. While Levin was writing, Kitty was thinking how her husband, on the evening before they left Moscow, had watched unnaturally the young Prince Charsky, who with remarkable lack of tact had made love to her. "He is jealous," she said to herself. "Bose moi, how good and stupid he is, to be jealous of me. If he only knew that for me they are all like Pyotr, the cook." And she glanced with a strange feeling of proprietorship at the back of her husband's head and sunburnt neck. "It is a shame to interrupt him, but he has plenty of time. I must see his face. Will he feel how I am looking at him? I will for him to turn around. There, I will make him." And she opened her eyes as wide as she could, as if to concentrate more strength into her gaze. "Yes, they attract all the best sap and give a false appearance of wealth," murmured Levin, ceasing to write and conscious that she was looking at him and smiling. He turned around. "What is it?" he asked, smiling and getting up. He did turn around, she thought. "Nothing, I only willed to make you turn around." And she looked at him as if to fathom whether he was vexed or not because she had disturbed him. "Well, how good it is to be alone together, for me at least," said he, radiant with joy, going to where she sat. "I am so happy here. I never want to go away again, especially not to Moscow." But what were you thinking about?" "I? I was thinking. No, no, go on with your writing. Don't let your mind be distracted," she replied, pouting. "I must cut all these eyelet holes now. Do you see?" And she took her scissors and began to snip. "No, tell me what you were thinking about," he insisted, sitting down near her and following all the movements of her little scissors. "Oh, what was I thinking about? About Moscow and the nape of your neck." "What have I done to deserve this great happiness? It is supernatural. It is too good," said he, kissing her hand. "To me, on the contrary, the happier I am, the more natural I find it." "You have a little stray curl," he said, turning her head around carefully. "A stray curl? Let it be. We must think about serious things." But their conference was interrupted, and, when Kuzma came to announce tea, they separated as if they were guilty. "Are they returned from town?" asked Levin of Kuzma. "They're just back. They're unpacking the things now." "Come as quickly as you can," said Kitty, going from the library. Levin, left alone, shut up his books and papers in a new portfolio, bought by his wife, washed his hands in a new wash basin, supplied with elegant new appurtenances, also bought by her, and, smiling at his thoughts, nodded his head disapprovingly. He was tormented by a feeling which resembled remorse. His life had become too indolent, too spoiled. It was a life of a Capuan, and he felt ashamed of it. "To live so is not good," he thought. "Here, for 3 months, I have scarcely done a thing. To-day, almost for the first time, I have set about anything seriously, and what was the result? I have hardly begun before I give it up. I even neglect my ordinary occupations. I don't watch the men. I don't go anywhere. Sometimes I am sorry to leave her. Sometimes I see that she is out of spirits. I, who believed that existence before marriage counted for nothing, and that life only began after marriage. And here, for 3 months, I have been spending my time in absolute idleness. This must not go on. I must do something. Of course, she is not to blame, and one could not lay the least blame on her. But I ought to have shown more firmness and have preserved my manly independence. Otherwise, I shall get into confirmed bad habits. Of course, she's not to blame." A discontented man finds it hard not to blame someone or other for his discontent, and generally the very person who is nearest. And so Levin felt vaguely that while the fault was not his wife's, and he could not help lay it to her charge, it was owing to her bringing up. It was too superficial and frivolous. "That fool of a Charsky, for example. I know she wanted to get rid of him, but she did not know how." Then he went on again. "Yes, besides the petty interest of housekeeping. She looks out for those and enjoys them. Besides her toilette and her broderie anglaise, she has no serious interests, no sympathy in my labours, in my schemes, or for the musics. No taste for reading or music, and yet she is a good musician. She does absolutely nothing, and yet she is perfectly content." Levin in his heart judged her thus, and did not comprehend that his wife was making ready for the time of activity which was ere long to come to her, when she would be at once wife, mistress of the house, mother, nurse, teacher. He did not understand that she knew this by intuition, and in preparation for this terrible task could not blame herself for these indolent moments and the enjoyment of love which made her so happy, while she was cheerily building her nest for the future. Chapter 15. Part 5, Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. When Levin came upstairs again, his wife was sitting in front of the new silver samovar, behind the new tea set, reading a letter from Dolly, with whom she kept up a brisk correspondence. Old Agafya Mikhailovna, with a cup of tea, was cosily sitting at a small table beside her. "You see your lady has asked me to sit here," said the old woman, looking affectionately at Kitty. These last words showed Levin that the domestic drama which had been going on between Kitty and Agafya Mikhailovna was at an end. He saw that, Notwithstanding the chagrin which Agafya Mikhailovna felt at resigning the reins of government to the new mistress, Kitty was victorious, and had just made peace with her. "Here, I have been looking over your letters," said Kitty, handing her husband an illiterate-looking envelope. "I think it is from that woman, you know, of your brother's. I have not read it, but this is from Dolly. Imagine it! She has been to take Grisha and Tanya to a children's ball at the Sarmatskys'. Tanya was dressed like a little marchioness." But Levin was not listening. With a flushed face he took the letter from Marya Nikolaevna, his brother Nikolai's discarded mistress, and began to read it. This was already the second time that she had written him. In her first letter she told him that Nikolai had sent her away without reason, and she added, with touching simplicity, that she asked no assistance and wanted nothing, though she was reduced to penury, but that the thought of what Nikolai Dmitrich would do without her in his feeble condition was killing her. She begged his brother to look out for him. Her second letter was in a different tone. She said that she had found Nikolai Dmitrievitch and was living with him again in Moscow, that she had gone with him to a provincial city where he had received an appointment. There they had quarreled with the chief and immediately started for Moscow. But on the way he had been taken so violently ill that he would probably never leave his bed again. "He constantly calls for you, and besides, we have no money," she wrote. "Read what Dolly writes about you," Kitty began. But when she saw her husband's dejected face, she suddenly stopped speaking. Then she said, "What is it? What has happened?" "She writes me that Nikolai, my brother, is dying. I must go to him." Kitty's face suddenly changed. The thought of Tanya as a little marchioness, of Dolly and all, vanquished. "When shall you go?" "Tomorrow." "May I go with you?" she asked. "Kitty, what an idea!" he replied reproachfully. "Why, what an idea!" she exclaimed, vexed to see her proposal received with such bad grace. "Why, pray, should I not go with you? I should not hinder you in any way. I am going because my brother is dying," said Levin. "Why should you go?" "For the same reason that you do." "At the same time so solemn for me, she thinks only of the discomfort of being left alone," said Levin to himself, and this excuse for taking part in such a solemn duty angered him. "It is impossible," he replied sternly. Agafya Mikhailovna, sensing that a quarrel was imminent, quietly put down her cup and went out. Kitty did not even notice it. Her husband's tone wounded her all the more deeply because he evidently did not believe what she said. "I tell you, if you go, I am going too. I shall certainly go with you. I certainly am going," said she, with angry determination. "Why is it impossible? Why did you say that?" "Because God knows when, or in what place I shall find him, or by what means I shall reach him. You would only hinder me," said he, doing his best to retain his self-control. "Not at all. I don't need anything. Where you can go, I can go too, and—"
"Well, if it were nothing else, it would be because of that woman, with whom you cannot come in contact."
"Why not? I know nothing about all that, and don't want to know. I know that my husband's brother is dying, and that my husband is going to see him, and I am going too, because—"
"Kitty, don't be angry. And remember that in such a serious time it is painful for me to have you add to my grief by showing such weakness, the fear of being alone. There now, if it would bore you to be alone, go to Moscow."
"You always ascribe to me such miserable sentiments," she cried, choking with tears of vexation and anger. "I am not so weak. I know that it is my duty to be with my husband when he is in sorrow, and you want to wound me on purpose. You don't want to take me."
"No, this is frightful, to be such a slave," cried Levin,
rising from the table, no longer able to hide his anger. At the same instant he perceived that he was doing himself harm. "Why then did you get married? You might have been free. Why, if you repent already—" and Kitty fled into the drawing-room. When he went to find her, she was sobbing. He began to speak, striving to find words not to persuade her, but to calm her. She would not listen, and did not allow one of his arguments. He bent over her, took one of her recalcitrant hands, kissed it, kissed her hair, and then her hands again, but still she refused to speak. But when, at length,
He took her head between his two hands and called her Kitty. She softly wept, and the reconciliation was complete. It was decided that they should go together on the next day. Levin told his wife he was satisfied that she wished nothing but to be useful, and agreed that Marya Nikolaevna's presence with his brother would not be an impropriety. But at the bottom of his heart he was dissatisfied with himself and with her. He was dissatisfied with her because she would not let him go alone when it was necessary. And how strange it was for him to think that he who such a short time before had not dared to believe in the possibility of such joy as her loving him, now felt unhappiness because she loved him too well. And he was dissatisfied with himself because he had yielded in such a weak way. In the depths of his heart he was even more dissatisfied to think of the inevitable acquaintance between his wife and his brother's mistress. The thought of seeing his wife, his Kitty, in the same room with this woman, filled him with horror and repulsion. End of chapter 16. Part 5, Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The inn where Nikolai Levin was dying was one of those establishments which are found in governmental cities, built on a new and improved model, with the very best regard for neatness, comfort, and even elegance, but which the public frequenting them cause to degenerate with extraordinary rapidity into filthy grog-shops with pretensions to modern improvements, and by some reason of this very pretentiousness become far worse than old-fashioned inns which are simply filthy. The inn had already reached this condition. The soldier in dirty uniform, who served as Swiss and was smoking a cigarette in the vestibule, the perforated cast-iron staircase, gloomy and unpleasant, the impertinent waiter in dirty black coat, the common hall with its table decorated with a dusty bouquet of wax flowers, the dirt, dust, and slovenliness everywhere, and at the same time a certain new restlessness and self-sufficiency characteristic of these railway days. Everything about this inn produced a feeling of deep depression in the Levins after their recent happiness, and especially from the fact that the wretched condition of the inn was wholly irreconcilable with what was waiting for them. As usual, after they had been asked what priced rooms they wanted, it proved that the best rooms were taken, one by the supervisor of the railroad, another by a lawyer from Moscow, the third by Princess Astavyeva from the country. One disorderly bedroom was left for them, with the promise that they should have the one next to it when evening came. Levin took his wife to it, vexed to find his prognostications so speedily realized, and impatient because when his heart was overwhelmed with emotion at the thought of how he should find his brother, he was obliged to get settled instead of hurrying to his brother. "Go, go," said Kitty, with a melancholy look of contrition. He left her without saying a word, and just outside the door he ran against Marya Nikolaevna, who had just heard of his arrival, but had not ventured to knock at his room. She had not changed since he last saw her in Moscow. She wore the same woolen dress, without collar or cuffs, and her pock-marked face expressed the same unfailing good nature. "Well, how is he? Tell me." "Very bad. He doesn't sit up, and he is all the time asking for you. Is your wife with you?" Levin at first did not see why she seemed confused, but she immediately explained herself. "I am going to the kitchen," she went on to say. "He will be glad. He remembers seeing her abroad." Levin perceived that she meant his wife, and did not know what to say. "Come," he said, "let us go to him." But they had not gone a step before the chamber door opened and Kitty appeared. Levin grew red with vexation and mortification to see his wife in such a predicament. But Marya Nikolaevna was still more confused, and crouching back against the wall ready to cry, she caught the ends of her apron and wound it around her red hands, not knowing what to say or to do. For an instant Levin saw an expression of lively curiosity in the look with which Kitty regarded this terrible creature, so incomprehensible to her. It lasted but a moment. "Tell me, what is it? How is he?" she asked, turning to her husband, and then to the woman. "We cannot talk in the corridor," replied Levin, looking with an expression of annoyance at a gentleman who, with leisurely steps, as if on his own business bent, was coming along the corridor just at this time. "Well, come into the room then," said Kitty, addressing the apologetic Marya Nikolaevna. Then seeing the look of alarm on her husband's face, she added, "Or rather go and send for me," and she turned back to the room. Levin hastened to his brother. He had never expected to see and experience what he now saw and experienced. He expected to find him in that state of illusion so common to consumptives, and which had so struck him during his visit the preceding autumn. He had expected to find him with the physical indications of approaching death more distinct than before, greater feebleness, greater emaciation, but practically about the same state of things. He expected that he should have the same feeling of pity for this well-beloved brother, and a horror of that presence of death, only intensified. He was quite prepared for this, but what he saw was absolutely different. In a little, close, dirty, ill-smelling room, the panelled walls of which were covered with red stains of expectoration, separated by a thin partition from another room, where conversation was going on, he saw lying on a wretched bed moved out from the wall a body covered with a counterpane. One hand huge as a rake, and holding in a strange way by the end of a sort of long and slender bobbin, was on the outer side of the counterpane. The head, resting on the pillow, showed the thin hair glued to his temples, and a strained, almost transparent brow. "Can it be that this horrible body is my brother Nikolai?" thought Levin. But as he came near, he saw his face, and the doubt ceased. In spite of the terrible change that had taken place, it was enough to glance at the lively eyes turned toward him as he entered, or the motions of his mouth under the long moustache, to recognize the frightful truth that this dead body was indeed his living brother. Nikolai's gleaming eyes gazed at his brother with a stern and reproachful look. His look seemed to bring living relations between living beings. Konstantin instantly felt the reproach in the eyes fixed on him, and regret for his own happiness. When Konstantin took his brother's hand, Nikolai smiled, but the smile was slight, almost imperceptible, and in spite of it the stern expression of his eyes did not change. "You did not expect to find me so," said he, with effort. "Yes. No," replied Levin with confusion. "Why didn't you let me know sooner, before my marriage? I had inquiries made for you everywhere." He wanted to keep on speaking, so as to avoid a painful silence, but he did not know what to say, the more as his brother looked at him without replying, and seemed to be weighing each one of his words. Finally he told him that his wife had come with him, and Nikolai appeared delighted, adding, however, that he was afraid he should frighten her by his condition. A silence followed. Suddenly Nikolai began to speak, and Levin felt by the expression of his face that he had something of importance to tell him. But he spoke only of his health. He blamed his doctor, and regretted that he could not have consulted a celebrity in Moscow, and Levin perceived that he was still hopeful. Taking advantage of the first moment of silence, Levin got up, wishing to escape for a little while at least from these cruel impressions, and said that he would go and fetch his wife. "Good. I will have things put in order here. It is dirty here and smells bad, I imagine. Masha, you attend to this," said the sick man with effort. "Yes. And when you have put things to rights, go away," he added, looking at his brother questioningly. Levin made no reply, but as soon as he had reached the corridor he paused. He had promised to bring his wife, but now as he recalled what he himself had suffered, he made up his mind to persuade her that she had best not make this visit. "Why torment her as I am tormented?" he asked himself. "Well, how is it?" asked Kitty with a frightened face. "Oh, it is horrible, horrible. Why did you come?" Kitty looked timidly, compassionately at her husband for a few seconds without speaking. Then going to him, she put both hands on his arm. "Kostya, take me to him. It will be easier for both of us. Take me and leave me with him, please. Can't you see that it is far harder for me to see you and not to see him? Perhaps I shall be useful to him, and to you also. I beg of you, let me go." She besought him as if the happiness of her life depended on it. Levin was obliged to let her go with him, but in his haste he completely forgot all about Marya Nikolaevna. Kitty, walking lightly and showing her husband a courageous and sympathetic face, stepped quietly into the sick man's room and shut the door noiselessly. She went with light, quick steps up to the bed and sat down so that the sick man would not have to turn his head, and with her cool, soft hand she took the dying man's enormous bony hand, pressed it, and employing that tact peculiar to women of showing sympathy without wounding, she began to speak to him with a gentle cheerfulness. "We saw each other at Soden without becoming acquainted. You did not think then that I should ever become your sister." "You would not have known me, would you?" he said. His face was lighted up with a smile when he saw her come in. "Oh, yes, indeed. How good it was of you to send for us. Not a day has passed without Kostya speaking of you. He has been very anxious about you." But the sick man's animation lasted only a short time. Kitty had not finished speaking before his face again assumed that expression of stern, reproachful envy which the dying feel for the living. "I am afraid that you are not very comfortable here," said she, avoiding the look which he gave her, and examining the room. "We must ask for another room, and be nearer to him," she said to her husband. Chapter 17. Part 5, Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Levin could not bear to look at his brother, could not even be himself and feel at ease in his presence. When he came into the sick man's room, his eyes and his motions entirely absorbed him, and he did not see and did not realize the details of the frightful situation. He perceived the horrid odor. He saw the uncleanliness and disorder. He heard the sick man's groans, and it seemed to him that there was no way of helping it. It did not occur to him to investigate how the body lay under the coverlid, how the lean, long legs, the thighs, the back, were doubled up and accommodated. Nor did he ask whether he might not help him lie more easily and do something to improve his condition, at least to make a bad situation less trying. The mere thought of these details made a cold chill run down his back. He was undoubtedly persuaded in his own mind that it was impossible to do anything either to prolong his life or to lighten his sufferings, and the sick man, feeling instinctively that his brother was powerless to help him, was irritated. And this made it all the harder for Levin. To be in the sick room was painful to him. To be away from it was still worse. And he kept leaving the room under various pretexts and coming back again, for he was unable to stay alone by himself. Kitty thought, felt, and acted in an entirely different way. As soon as she saw the sick man she was filled with pity for him, and this pity in her womanly heart, instead of arousing a sense of fear or repulsion as it did in her husband's case, moved her to act, moved her to find out all the details of his condition and to ameliorate them. And as she had not the slightest doubt that it was her duty to help him, neither did she doubt the possibility of it, and she set herself to work without delay. The details the mere thought of which repelled her husband were the very ones that attracted her attention. She sent for a doctor. She sent to the drugstore. She set her own maid and Marya Nikolaevna to sweeping, washing, and dusting, and she even helped them herself. She had all needless articles carried away, and she had them replaced by things that were needed. She went several times to her room, paying no heed to those whom she met on the way, and she unpacked and carried with her sheets, pillowcases, towels, shirts. The waiter who served the table d'hôte dinner to the engineers several times came with a surly face when she rang, but she gave her orders and with such gentle authority that he never failed to execute them. Levin did not approve of all this. He did not believe that any advantage would result from it for the sick man. More than all, he was afraid that it would worry his brother. But Nikolai, although he seemed to be indifferent, did not lose his temper, and only felt a little ashamed and watched with a certain interest everything she did for him. When Levin came back from the doctor's, whither Kitty had sent him, he saw, on opening the door, that under Kitty's directions they were changing the sick man's linen. His long white back and his stooping shoulders, his prominent ribs and vertebrae, were all uncovered, while Marya Nikolaevna and the lackey were in great perplexity over the sleeves of Nikolai's nightshirt, into which they were vainly striving to get his long thin arms. Kitty, quickly closing the door behind Levin, did not look at him, but the sick man groaned and she hastened to him. "Be quick," she said. "There, don't come near me," muttered the sick man angrily. "I myself—" "What do you say?" asked Marya. but Kitty had heard and understood that he was ashamed of being stripped in her presence. "I am not looking, I am not looking," she said, trying to get his arm into the nightshirt. "Marya Nikolaevna, you go to the other side of the bed and help us. Please go and get a little flask out of my bag, and bring it to me," she said to her husband. "You know, in the side pocket. Please bring it, and in the meantime we will finish arranging him." When Levin came back with the flask, he found the invalid lying down in bed, and everything about him had assumed a different appearance. The oppressive odor had been exchanged for that of aromatic vinegar which Kitty, pursing up her lips and puffing out her rosy cheeks, was scattering about from a glass tube. The dust was all gone. A rug was spread under the bed. On the table were arranged the medicine vials, a carafe, the necessary linen, and Kitty's English embroidery. On another table, near the bed, stood a candle, his medicine, and powders. The sick man, bathed, with smoothly brushed hair, was lying between clean sheets, and propped up by several pillows, was dressed in a clean nightshirt, the white collar of which came around his unnaturally thin neck. A new expression of hope shone in his eyes as he looked at Kitty. The doctor whom Levin went for and found at the club was not the one who had been treating Nikolai and had aroused his indignation. The new doctor brought his stethoscope and carefully sounded the sick man's lungs, shook his head, wrote a prescription, and gave explicit directions first about the application of his remedies and then about the diet which he wished him to observe. He ordered fresh eggs, raw, or at least scarcely cooked, and seltzer water with milk heated to a certain temperature. After he was gone, the sick man said a few words to his brother, but Levin heard only the last words, "Your Katya." But by the way he looked at Kitty, Levin knew that he had said something in her praise. Then he called Katya, as he had named her. "I feel much better already," he said to her. "With you I should have gotten well long ago. How good everything is." He took her hand and lifted it to his lips, but as if he feared that it might be unpleasant to her, he hesitated, put it down again, and only caressed it. Kitty pressed his hand affectionately between her own. "Now turn me over on the left side, and all of you go to bed." No one heard what he said. Kitty alone understood. She understood because she was ceaselessly on the watch for what he needed. "Turn him on the other side," she said to her husband. "He always sleeps on that side. Is it not pleasant to call the man? I cannot do it. Can you?" she asked of Marya Nikolaevna. "I am afraid not." Levin, as terrible as it was to put his arms around this frightful body, to feel what he did not wish to feel under the coverlid, submitted to his wife's influence, and assuming that resolute air which she knew so well, and putting in his arms, took hold of him. But in spite of all his strength he was amazed at the strange weight of these emaciated limbs. While he was, with difficulty, changing his brother's position, Nikolai threw his arms around his neck, and Kitty quickly turned the pillows so as to make the bed more comfortable, and carefully arranged his head and his thin hair, which was again sticking to his temples. Nikolai kept one of his brother's hands in his. Levin felt that the sick man was going to do something with his hand and was drawing it toward him. His heart sank within him. Yes, Nikolai put it to his lips and kissed it. Then, shaken with sobs, Levin hurried from the room without being able to utter a word. End of chapter 18. Part 5, Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. "He has hidden it from the wise, and revealed it unto children and fools." Thus thought Levin about his wife, as he was talking with her a little while later. He did not mean to compare himself to a wise man in thus quoting the Gospel. He did not call himself wise, but he could not help feeling that he was more intellectual than his wife and Agafya Mikhailovna, that he employed all the powers of his soul when he thought about death. He knew also that many great and manly minds whose thoughts on the subject he had read had tried to fathom this mystery, but they had not seemed to know 1/100th part as much as his wife and his old nurse. Agafya Mikhailovna, and Katya, as his brother called her, and he also now began to take pleasure in doing, had, in this respect, a perfect sympathy, though otherwise they were entirely opposite. Both unquestionably knew what life meant and what death meant,
and though they were of course incapable of answering or understanding the questions that presented themselves to Levin's mind, they not only had their own way of explaining these great facts of human existence, but they also shared their belief in this regard with millions of human beings. As a proof of their well-grounded knowledge of what death was, they without a second of doubt knew what to do for those who were dying, and felt no fear of them. While Levin and others, who could talk much about death, evidently knew nothing about it because they were afraid of it, and actually had no notion what to do when men were dying. If Konstantin Levin had been alone now with his brother Nikolai, he would have gazed with terror into his face, and with growing terror awaited his end with fear, and been able to think of nothing to do for him. What was more, he did not know what to say, how to look, how to walk. To speak of indifferent things seemed unworthy, impossible. To speak of melancholy things, of death, was likewise impossible. To be silent was even worse. "If I look at him, he will think I am studying him, I fear. If I do not look at him, he will believe that my thoughts are elsewhere. To walk on tiptoe irritates him. To walk as usual seems brutal." Kitty apparently did not think about herself, and she had not the time. Occupied only with the invalid, she seemed to have a clear idea of what to do, and she succeeded in her endeavor. She related the circumstances of their marriage. She told about herself. She smiled on him. She caressed him. She cited cases of extraordinary cures, and it was all delightful. She understood how to do it. The proof that her activity, and Agafya Mikhailovna's, was not instinctive, was animal, was above reason, lay in the fact that neither of them was satisfied with offering physical solace or performing purely material acts. Both of them demanded for the dying man something more important than physical care, something above and beyond merely physical conditions. Agafya Mikhailovna, speaking of the old servant who had lately passed away, said, "Thank God, he had confession and extreme unction. God grant us all to die likewise." Katya, though she was busy with her care of the linen, the medicines, and the bed-sores, even on the first day succeeded in persuading her brother-in-law to receive the sacrament. When Levin at the end of the day returned from the sick-room to their own 2 rooms, he sat down with bowed head, confused, not knowing what to do, unable to think of eating his supper, of arranging for the night, of doing anything at all. He could not even talk with his wife. He felt ashamed of himself. But Kitty showed extraordinary activity. She had supper brought. She herself unpacked the trunks, helped arrange the beds, and even remembered to scatter Persian powder upon them. She felt the same excitement and quickness of thought which men of genius show on the eve of battle, or at those serious and critical moments in their lives, those moments when, if ever, a man shows his value, and all the preceding days of his life are only the preparation for these moments. The whole work made such rapid progress that before 12 o'clock all their things were neatly and carefully arranged. Their 2 hotel rooms presented a thoroughly homelike appearance. The beds were remade, the brushes, the combs, the hand mirrors were taken out, the towels were in order. Levin found it unpardonable in himself to eat, to sleep, even to speak, and he felt that every motion he made was inappropriate. But she took out her toilet articles and did everything in such a way that there was nothing in the least disturbing or unsuitable in it. Neither of them could eat, however, and they sat long before they could make up their minds to go to bed. "I am very glad that I persuaded him to receive extreme unction tomorrow," said Kitty, as she combed her soft perfumed hair before her mirror, sitting in her dressing-sack. "I never saw it given, but Mamma told me that they repeat prayers for restoration to health." "Do you believe that he can get well?" asked Levin, as he watched the narrow parting at the back of her little round head disappear as she moved the comb forward. "I asked the doctor. He says that he cannot live more than 3 days. But what does he know about it? I am glad that I persuaded him," she said, looking at her husband from behind her hair. "All things are possible," she added, with that peculiar, almost crafty expression which came over her face when she spoke about religion. Never, since the conversation that they had had while they were engaged, had they spoken about religion. But Kitty still continued to go to church and to say her prayers with the calm conviction that she was fulfilling a duty. Notwithstanding the confession which her husband had felt impelled to make, she firmly believed that he was a good Christian, perhaps even better than herself, and that all he had said about it was only one of his absurd masculine freaks,
such as he liked to indulge in, just as he did when he jested about her border anglaise, as if good people mended holes, but she purposely created them. "There, this woman Marya Nikolaevna would never have been able to persuade him," said Levin. "And I must confess that I'm very, very glad that you came. You made everything look so neat and comfortable." He took her hand, but did not kiss it. It seemed to him a profanation even to kiss her hand in the presence of death, but he pressed it as he looked with contrition into her shining eyes. "You would have suffered too terribly all alone," she said, as she raised her arms, which covered the glow of satisfaction that made her cheeks red, and began to coil up her hair and fasten it to the top of her head. "No, she would not have known how. But fortunately I learned many things at Soden." "Were there people there as ill as he is?" "Yes, more so." "It is terrible to me not to see him as he used to be when he was young. You can't imagine what a handsome fellow he was, but I did not understand him then." Indeed, I believe you. I feel that we should have been friends," said she, and she turned toward her husband, frightened at what she had said, and the tears shone in her eyes. "Yes, would have been," he said mournfully. "He is one of those men of whom you can say with reason that he was not meant for this world." "Meanwhile, we must not forget that we have many days ahead of us. It is time to go to bed," said Kitty, consulting her tiny watch. End of chapter 19. Part 5, Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Death. On the next morning communion was administered to the sick man. Nikolai prayed fervently during the ceremony. There was such an expression of passionate entreaty and prayer in his great eyes gazing at the sacred image placed on a card table covered with a colored towel, that it was terrible for Levin to look at him so, for he knew that this passionate entreaty and hope made it all the harder for him to part from life, to which he clung so desperately. He knew his brother and the trend of his thoughts. He knew that his skepticism did not arise from the fact that it was easier for him to live without a religion, but from the fact that gradually his religious beliefs had been supplanted by the theories of modern science, and therefore he knew that his return to faith was not logical or normal, but was ephemeral and due simply to his unreasonable hope for recovery. He knew likewise that Kitty had strengthened this hope by her stories of extraordinary cures. Levin knew all this and was tormented by these thoughts as he looked at his brother's beseeching, hopeful eyes, as he saw his difficulty in lifting his emaciated hand to touch his yellow forehead to make the sign of the cross, and saw his fleshless shoulders and his hollow rattling chest, unable to contain the life which he was begging to have restored. During the sacrament Levin did what he had done 1,000 times, skeptic that he was. "Heal this man, if thou dost exist," he said, addressing God, "and thou wilt save me also." The invalid felt suddenly much better after the anointing with the holy oil. For more than an hour he did not cough once. He assured Kitty, as he kissed her hand with smiles and tears of thanksgiving, that he felt well, that he was not suffering, and that he felt a return of strength and appetite. When his broth was brought, he got up by himself and asked for a cutlet. Hopeless as his case was, impossible as his recovery was, as any one might see by a glance, Levin and Kitty spent this hour in a kind of timid joy. "Is he not better?" "Much better." "It is astonishing." "Why should it be astonishing?" "He is certainly better," they whispered, smiling at each other. The illusion did not last. The sick man went serenely to sleep, but after half an hour his cough wakened him, and instantly those who were with him and the sick man himself lost all hope. The actuality of suffering unquestioned made them forget their late hopes. Nikolai, giving no thought to what he had believed a half hour previously, and apparently ashamed even to remember it, asked for a bottle of iodine to inhale. Levin gave him the bottle, which was covered with a piece of perforated paper, and his brother looked at him with the same imploring, passionate look which he had given the image, as if asking him to confirm the words of the doctor, who attributed miraculous virtues to the inhaling of iodine. "Kitty isn't here?" he asked in his hoarse whisper, when Levin had unwillingly repeated the doctor's words. "No. Then I may speak. I played the comedy for her sake. She is so sweet. But you and I cannot deceive ourselves. This is what I put my faith in," said he, pressing the bottle in his bony hands as he smelt the iodine. About 8 o'clock in the evening Levin and his wife were taking tea in their room, when Marya Nikolaevna came running toward them all out of breath. She was pale, and her lips trembled. "He is dying," she whispered. "I am afraid that he is dying." Both of them hurried to Nikolai. He had lifted himself and was sitting up in bed, leaning on his elbow, his head bowed, his long back bent. "How do you feel?" asked Levin tenderly, after a moment of silence. "I feel that I am going," whispered Nikolai, struggling painfully to speak, but as yet pronouncing the words distinctly. He did not raise his head, but only turned his eyes up, without seeing his brother's face. "Katya, go away," he whispered once again. Levin sprang up, and in an imperative whisper bade her to leave the room. "I am going," the dying man whispered once again. "Why do you think so?" asked Levin, for the sake of saying something. "Because I am going," he repeated, as if he had an affection for the phrase. "It is the end." Marya Nikolaevna came to him. "If you would lie down, it will be easier for you," said she. "Soon I shall be lying down," he remarked softly. "Dead," he added with angry irony. "Well, lay me back, if you will." Levin laid his brother down on his back, took a seat near him, and, hardly able to breathe, gazed into his face. The dying man lay with his eyes shut, but the muscles of his forehead twitched from time to time as if he were in deep thought. Levin involuntarily tried to comprehend what was taking place in him, but in spite of all the efforts of his mind to accompany his brother's thoughts, he saw by the expression of his calm stern face, and the play of the muscles above his eyebrows, that his brother perceived mysteries hidden from him. Yes. So, the dying man murmured slowly, with long pauses. "Lay me down." Then long silence followed. "So," he said suddenly, with an expression of content, as if all had been explained for him. "Oh Lord!" he exclaimed, and he sighed heavily. Marya Nikolaevna felt of his feet. "They are growing cold," she said in a low voice. Long, very long, as it seemed to Levin, the sick man remained motionless, but he was still alive, and sighed from time to time. Weary from the mental strain, Levin felt that in spite of all his efforts he could not understand what his brother meant to express by the exclamation "so." He seemed to be far away from the dying man. He could no longer think of the mystery of death. The most incongruous ideas came into his mind. He asked himself what he was going to do: to close his eyes, dress him, order the coffin. Strange, he felt perfectly cold and indifferent. He did not experience any sense of grief or loss, or even the least pity for his brother. The principal feeling that he had was one almost of envy for the knowledge which the dying man would soon have, and which he himself could not have. Long he waited by his bedside, expecting the end. It did not come. The door opened, and Kitty came in. He got up to stop her, but instantly heard the dying man move. "Don't go away," said Nikolai, stretching out his hand. Levin took it, and angrily motioned his wife away. Still holding the dying man's hand, he waited a half hour, an hour, and still another hour. He ceased to think of death. He thought what Kitty was doing. Who was occupying the next room? Had the doctor a house of his own? Then he became hungry and sleepy. He gently let go the dying man's hand, and felt of his feet. His feet and legs were cold, but still Nikolai was breathing. Levin started to go away on his tiptoes, but again the invalid stirred and said, "Don't go away." It began to grow light. The situation was unchanged. Levin gently rose, and without looking at his brother went to his room and fell asleep. When he awoke, Instead of hearing of his brother's death as he expected, he was told that he had come to his senses again. He was sitting up in bed, was coughing, and wanted something to eat. He became talkative, but ceased to talk about death, and once more began to express the hope of getting well again, and was more irritable and restless than before. No one, not even his brother or Kitty, could calm him. He was angry with them all, and said disagreeable things, and blamed everyone for his suffering, demanded that the famous doctor from Moscow should be sent for, and whenever they asked him how he was, he replied with expressions of anger and reproach. "I am suffering terrible, unendurable agony." He suffered more and more, especially from his bed sores, which they were wholly unable to heal, and his irritability kept increasing, and he reproached them all bitterly, especially because they did not fetch the doctor from Moscow. Kitty tried every means in her power to help him, to calm him, but it was all in vain, and Levin saw that she was suffering physically as well as morally, although she would not confess it. The sentiment of death which had been aroused in all by his farewell to life that night when he had summoned his brother was mightily weakened. All knew that he would inevitably and speedily reach the end, that he was already half dead. They all felt that the sooner he died the better it would be, yet, concealing this, they still gave him medicines from vials, sent for new medicines and doctors, and they deceived him and themselves and one another. All this was falsehood, vile, humiliating, blasphemous falsehood. And this falsehood was more painful to Konstantin than to the others, because he loved his brother more deeply, and because nothing was more contrary to his nature than lack of sincerity. Levin, who had long felt the desire to reconcile his two brothers before Nikolai should die, wrote to Sergei Ivanovitch. He replied, and Konstantin read the letter to the sick man. Sergei Ivanovitch could not come, but he asked his brother's pardon in touching terms. Nikolai said nothing. "What shall I write him?" asked Konstantin. "I hope you are not angry with him." "No, not at all," replied Nikolai, in a tone of vexation. "Write him to send me the doctor." 3 cruel days passed in this manner, the invalid remaining in the same condition. All those who saw him, the hotel waiter and the landlord and all the lodgers, and the doctor and Marya Nikolaevna, and Levin and Kitty, now wished only one thing, and that was his death. The invalid only did not express any such wish, but, on the contrary, continually grumbled because they did not send for the doctor, and he took his remedies, and he spoke of life. Only at rare moments, when opium caused him for a little to be oblivious of his incessant agony, he would in a sort of doze confess what weighed on his mind even more heavily than the others. "Oh, if this could only end, or when this is over." His sufferings, growing ever more and more severe, did their work and prepared him to die. There was no position in which he could find relief. There was not a moment in which he could forget himself. There was not a place or a single member of his body that did not cause him pain, agony. Even the memories, the impressions, and the thoughts about his body now awakened in him the same feeling of repulsion as his body itself. The sight of other people and their talk, their individual recollections, were a torment to him. Those who surrounded him felt it and instinctively refrained in his presence from using any freedom of motion, from conversation or expressing their wishes. All his life was concentrated in one feeling, suffering, and in an ardent desire to be freed from it. Evidently there was accomplishing in him that revolution whereby he would be induced to look on death as a consummation of his desires, even as a joy. Hitherto every individual desire called forth by suffering or privation, as by hunger, weariness, thirst, was satisfied by some bodily exercise producing pleasure. But now privation and suffering got no relief, and any attempt at relieving them caused new suffering. And so all his desires were concentrated on one thing, the wish to be delivered from all his woes, and the very source of his woes, from his body. But he had no words to express this thought, and he continued out of habit to ask for what once gave him comfort, but could no longer satisfy him. "Turn me on the other side," he would say, and then immediately wished to return to his former position. Give me bouillon. Take it away. Speak, and don't stay so still." And as soon as anyone began to speak, he would shut his eyes and show fatigue, indifference, and disgust. On the 10th day after their arrival Kitty was taken ill. She had a headache and nausea, and all the morning felt unable to get up. The doctor declared that it was caused by her emotions and weariness. He advised quiet and rest. Yet after dinner she got up and went as usual with her work to Nikolai's room. He looked at her sternly and smiled scornfully when she told him that she had been ill. All day long he had never ceased to cough and to groan piteously. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Worse," he replied with difficulty. "I am in pain." "Where do you feel the pain?" "All over." "You will see. The end will come to-day," said Marya Nikolaevna in an undertone. Levin hushed her, thinking that his brother, whose ear was very acute, might hear. He turned and looked at him. Nikolai had heard, but the words made no impression. His look remained as before, reproachful and intense. "What makes you think so?" asked Levin, when she followed him into the corridor. "He has begun to pick with his fingers." "What do you mean?" "This way," she said, plucking at the folds of her woolen dress. Levin himself noticed that all that day the invalid had been plucking at his bedclothes, as if to pick off something. Marya Nikolaevna's prediction came true. Toward evening Nikolai had not strength enough to lift his arms, and his motionless eyes assumed an expression of concentrated attention. Even when his brother and Kitty bent over him in order that he might see them, this look remained unchanged. Kitty had the priest summoned to say the prayers for the dying. While the priest was reading the prayer, the dying man gave no sign of life. His eyes were closed. Levin, Kitty, and Marya Nikolaevna were standing by his bedside. Before the prayers were ended, Nikolai stretched himself a little, sighed, and opened his eyes. The priest, having finished the prayer, placed the crucifix on his icy brow, then put it under his stole, and after he had stood for a moment or two longer, silently he touched the huge, bloodless hand. "It is all over," he said at last, and started to go away. But suddenly Nikolai's lips trembled slightly, and from the depths of his breast came these words, which sounded distinctly in the silent room. "Not yet. Soon." A moment later his face brightened, a smile came to his lips, and the women who had been summoned hastened to lay out the body. The sight of his brother and the propinquity of death awakened in Levin's mind that feeling of horror at the inexplicability and the unavoidableness of death, just as he had felt on that autumn night when his brother came to see him. This feeling was now more intense than ever. More than ever he felt his inability to fathom this mystery, and even more terrible seemed to him its proximity. But now, thanks to his wife's presence, this feeling did not lead him to despair, for in spite of his terrors, he felt the need of living and loving. He felt that love saved him from despair, and that this love became all the stronger and purer because it was threatened. And scarcely had this mystery of death taken place before his eyes, ere he found himself face to face with another miracle of love and of life equally unfathomable. The doctor confirmed his surmise in regard to Kitty. Her discomfort was the beginning of pregnancy. End of chapter 20. Part 5, Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. As soon as Alexey Alexandrovitch had learned from Betsy and Stepan Arkadyevitch that all that was expected of him was that he should leave his wife in peace and not trouble her with his presence, and that his wife herself wished this, he had felt himself in too great perplexity to be able to decide anything for himself, and he did not know what he wanted. But, having placed his fate in the hands of others, who were willing enough to occupy themselves with his affairs, he was ready to accept whatever might be proposed to him. Only when Anna had taken her departure, and when the English governess sent to inquire if she should dine with him or by herself, did he for the first time clearly realize his position and its full horror. The hardest element in this state of affairs was that he could not coordinate and reconcile his past with the present.
Nor was it the past when he lived happily with his wife that disturbed him. The transition from that past to the knowledge of his wife's infidelity he had borne like a martyr. That state of things was trying, but it was incomprehensible to him. If at the time when his wife had confessed her wrong to him she had left him, he would have been mortified and unhappy, but he would not have been in that inextricable, incomprehensible position in which he now felt that he was. He could never now reconcile his present position, his reconciliation, his love for his sick wife and the alien child, with the present state of things. In other words, with the fact that as a reward for all his sacrifices, he was now deserted, disgraced, useful to no one, and a ridiculous laughing-stock to all. The first 2 days after his wife's departure Alexey Alexandrovitch received petitioners and his chief secretary, attended committee meetings, and ate his meals in the dining-room as usual. Without trying to explain to himself why he did this, he directed all the powers of his mind to one single aim, to seem calm and indifferent. As he answered the questions of the servants in regard to what should be done about Anna's rooms and her things, he made superhuman efforts to assume the manner of a man for whom the event that had occurred was not unexpected, and had nothing in it outside the range of ordinary, everyday events, and he accomplished his purpose. No one would have detected in him any sign of despair. But on the second day after her departure, Kornei handed him a milliner's bill which Anna had neglected to pay, and told him that the manager of the business himself was waiting. Alexey Alexandrovitch had the man shown in. "Excuse me, your Excellency," said the manager, "for venturing to disturb you, but if you order us to apply to her ladyship personally, you will kindly give us her address?" Alexey Alexandrovitch seemed to the manager to be cogitating. Then suddenly turning round, he sat down at the table. Dropping his head into his hands, he sat there a long time in that position. He tried several times to speak, but still hesitated. Kornei, understanding his baron's feelings, asked the manager to come another time. When he was left alone again, Alexey Alexandrovitch realized that he no longer had the power to keep up the role of firmness and serenity. He gave orders to send away the carriage which was waiting for him, and he declined to see callers, and would accept no invitations out to dine. He felt that he could not endure the disdain and derision which he clearly read on the face of this manager and of Kornei, and of all without exception whom he had met during these 2 days. He felt that he could not defend himself from the detestation of people, because this detestation did not arise from the fact that he had himself committed any wrong action, for in that case he might have hoped to regain the esteem of the world by improvement in his conduct, but from the fact that he was unhappy, and with an unhappiness that was odious and shameful. He knew that it was precisely for the reason that his heart was torn that they would be pitiless to him. It seemed to him that his fellow men persecuted him as dogs torture to death some poor cur maimed and howling with pain. He knew that the only safety from men was to conceal his wounds from them, and he had instinctively tried for 2 days to do so. But now he felt that he no longer had the strength to continue the unequal struggle. His despair was made deeper by the knowledge that he was absolutely alone in his suffering. In all Petersburg there was not one man to whom he could confide all his wretchedness, not one who would have any pity for him now, not as a lofty functionary, or even as a member of society, but simply as a human being in despair. He had no such friend. Alexey Alexandrovitch had lost his mother when he was 10 years old. He had no remembrance of his father. He and his one brother were left orphans with a very small inheritance. Their uncle Karenin, a man of influence, held in high esteem by the late emperor, took charge of their bringing up. After a successful course at the gymnasium and the university, Alexey Alexandrovitch, through his uncle's aid, made a brilliant start in official life, and, full of ambition, devoted himself exclusively to his career. He formed no ties of intimacy either in the gymnasium or in the university, or afterward in society. His brother alone was dear to him, but he entered the Department of Foreign Affairs, went abroad to live, and died soon after Alexey Alexandrovitch's marriage. While Karenin was governor of one of the provinces, Anna's aunt, a wealthy lady of the governmental capital, introduced her niece to this governor, who was young for such a position, if not in years, and she forced him to the alternative of proposing marriage or leaving the city. Alexey Alexandrovitch long hesitated. There seemed as many reasons in favor of this step as there were opposed to it. There was no definite reason which should impel him to break his rule, "When in doubt, don't." But Anna's aunt sent word to him through a friend that he had compromised the young lady, and that as a man of honor he must offer her his hand. He offered himself, and gave her, first as his betrothed and afterward as his wife, all the affection which was in his power to show. This attachment prevented him from feeling the need of any other intimacy. And now out of all the number of his acquaintances he had not one confidential friend. He had many so-called friends, but no intimates. There were many persons whom Alexey Alexandrovitch could invite to dinner, or ask favors of, in the interest of his public capacity or protection for some petitioner, with whom he could freely criticize the actions of other people and of the highest officers of government. But his relations to these people were exclusively confined to this official domain, from which it was impossible to escape. There was one university comrade with whom he had kept up an intimacy in after years, and to whom he would have confided his private sorrows, but his friend was a trustee of the classical educational institutes in a distant province. Of all the people in Petersburg, the nearest and most practicable acquaintances were his director of the chancellery and his doctor. Mikhail Vasilyevich Sludin, manager of affairs, was a simple, good, intelligent, and well-bred man, and he seemed full of sympathy for Karenin, but 5 years' association in official service put a barrier between them which silenced confidences. Alexey Alexandrovitch, having signed the papers which he brought, sat in silence for some time looking at Sludin, and kept trying, but found it impossible to open his heart to him. The question, "Have you heard of my misfortune?" was on his lips, but it ended in his saying as usual when he dismissed him, "You will have the goodness to prepare me this work." The doctor was another man who was well disposed to him, but between them there had long been a tacit understanding that they were both full of business and in a hurry. Alexey Alexandrovitch did not think at all about his women friends, or even the chiefest among them, the Countess Lidia Ivanovna. Women simply as women were strange and repulsive to him. End of chapter 21. Part 5, Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Alexey Alexandrovitch forgot the Countess Lidia Ivanovna, but she did not forget him. She reached his house at his darkest moment of solitary despair, and made her way to his library without waiting to be announced. She found him still sitting in the same position, with his head between his hands. "J'ai forcé la consigne," she said as she came in with rapid steps, breathless with emotion and agitation. "I know all, Alexey Alexandrovitch, my friend." And she pressed his hand between both of hers, and looked at him with her beautiful, melancholy eyes. Alexey Alexandrovitch, with a frown, arose, and, having withdrawn his hand, offered her a chair. "I beg you to sit down. I'm not receiving because I am suffering, Countess," he said, and his lips quivered. "My friend," repeated the Countess, without taking her eyes from him, and suddenly she lifted her eyebrows so that they formed a triangle on her forehead, and this grimace made her ugly yellow face still uglier than before. Alexey Alexandrovitch felt that she pitied him and was on the point of crying. A wave of feeling overwhelmed him. He seized her fat hand and kissed it. "My friend," she said again, in a voice breaking with emotion, "you must not give yourself up to grief. Your grief is great, but you must find consolation." "I am wounded. I am killed. I am no longer a man," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, letting go the Countess's hand, but still looking into her eyes swimming with tears. "My situation is all the more unbearable because I can find neither in myself nor outside of myself any help toward endurance of it." "You will find this help, not in me, though I beg you to believe in my friendship," said she with a sigh. "Our help is love,
the love which he has given for an inheritance. His yoke is easy," she continued, with the exalted look that Alexey Alexandrovitch knew so well. "He will sustain you and will aid you." Although these words were the expression of an emotion aroused by their lofty feelings, as well as the symbolical language characteristic of a new mystical exaltation just introduced into Petersburg, and which seemed extravagant to Alexey Alexandrovitch, nevertheless he found it pleasant at the present time to hear them. "I am weak. I am humiliated. I foresaw nothing of this. And now I cannot understand it." "My friend," repeated Lydia Ivanovna. "I do not mourn so much my loss," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, "but I cannot help a feeling of shame for the situation in which I am placed before the world. It is bad, and I cannot bear it." "Is it not you who have performed this noble act of forgiveness which has filled me, and all, with admiration? It is he dwelling in your heart. So, too, you have no cause for shame," said the countess, ecstatically raising her eyes. Alexey Alexandrovitch frowned, and pressing his hands together, he began to make his knuckles crack. "You must know all the details," he said in his shrill voice. "Man's powers are limited, countess, and I have reached the limit of mine. All this day I have wasted in details, domestic details, arising," he accented the word, "from my new, lonely situation. The servants, the governess, the accounts. This is a slow fire devouring me, and I have not the strength to endure it. Yesterday I scarcely was able to get through dinner. I cannot endure to have my son look at me. He did not ask me any questions, but I know he wanted to ask me, and I could not endure his look. He was afraid to look at me, but that is a mere trifle." Karenin wanted to speak of the bill that had been brought him, but his voice trembled, and he stopped. This bill on blue paper, for a hat and ribbons, was a recollection that made him pity himself. "I understand, my friend," said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. "I understand it all. Aid and consolation you will not find in me, but I have come to help you if I can. If I could free you from these petty annoying tasks. I think that a woman's word, a woman's hand are needed. Will you let me help you?" Alexey Alexandrovitch was silent, and pressed her hand gratefully. "We will look after Seroza together. I am not strong in practical affairs, but I can get used to them. And I will be your ekonomka. Do not thank me, I do not do it of myself." "I cannot help being grateful." "But, my friend, do not yield to the sentiment of which you spoke a moment ago. How can you be ashamed of what is the highest degree of Christian perfection? He who humbles himself shall be exalted. And you cannot thank me. Thank him. Pray to him for help. In him alone we can find peace, consolation, salvation, and love." She raised her eyes to heaven and began to pray, as Alexey Alexandrovitch could see by her silence. Alexey Alexandrovitch listened to her, and this phraseology, which before seemed not unpleasant to him, but extravagant, now seemed natural and soothing. He did not approve of this new ecstatic mysticism. He was a sincere believer, and religion interested him principally in its relation to politics, and the new doctrine which arrogated to itself certain new terms, for the very reason that it opened the door to controversy and analysis, had aroused his antipathy from principle. Hitherto he had taken a cold and even hostile attitude to this new doctrine, and had never discussed it with the countess, who was carried away by it, but had resolutely met her challenge with silence. But now, for the first time, he let her speak without hindrance, and even found a secret pleasure in her words. "I am very, very grateful to you, both for your words and for your sympathy," he said when she had ended her prayer. Again the countess pressed her friend's hand with both of hers. "Now I am going to set to work," said she, with a smile, wiping away the traces of tears on her face. "I am going to Seroza, and I shall not trouble you except in serious difficulties." And she got up and went out. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna went to Seroza's room, and, while she bathed the scared little fellow's cheeks with her tears, she told him that his father was a saint and his mother was dead. The countess fulfilled her promise. She actually took charge of the details of Alexey Alexandrovitch's house, but she exaggerated in no respect when she declared that she was not strong in practical affairs. It was necessary to modify all her arrangements, since it was impossible to carry them out, and they were modified by Kornei, Alexey Alexandrovitch's valet, who, without any one noticing it, gradually took it on himself to manage the whole establishment, and calmly and discreetly reported to his baron, while the latter was dressing, such things as seemed best. But, nevertheless, the countess's help was to the highest degree useful to him. Her affection and esteem were a moral support to him, and, as it gave her great consolation to think, she almost succeeded in converting him to Christianity. In other words, she changed him from an indifferent and lukewarm believer into a fervent and genuine partisan of that new method of explaining the Christian doctrine which shortly after came into vogue in Petersburg. It was easy for Alexey Alexandrovitch to put his faith in this exegesis. Alexey Alexandrovitch, as well as the countess and all those who shared their views, was not gifted with great imagination, or at least that faculty of the mind by which the illusions of the imagination have sufficient conformity with reality to cause their acceptation. Thus he saw no impossibility or unlikelihood in death existing for unbelievers and not for him. That because he held a complete and unquestioning faith, judged in his own way, his soul was already free from sin, and that even in this world he might look upon his safety as assured. It is true, Alexey Alexandrovitch dimly felt the frivolity, the fallacy, of this presentation of his faith. He knew that when, without a thought that his forgiveness of his wife was the act of a higher power, he gave himself up to this immediate feeling, he experienced a greater happiness than when, as now, he constantly thought that Christ dwelt in his soul, and that by signing certain papers he was following his will. But it was indispensable for Alexey Alexandrovitch to think so. It was so indispensable to have, in his present humiliation, this elevation, imaginary though it was, from which he, whom everyone despised, could look down on others, that he clung to it as if his salvation depended on it. End of chapter 22. Part 5, Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna had been married when she was a very young and enthusiastic girl to a very wealthy, aristocratic, good-natured, and dissolute young fellow. 2 months after the wedding her husband deserted her. He had replied to her effusive expressions of love with scorn and even hatred, which no one who knew the count's kindliness and were not acquainted with the faults of Lydia's romantic nature could comprehend. Since then, without any formal divorce, they had lived apart, and when the husband met his wife, he always treated her with a venomous scorn, the reason for which it puzzled people to understand. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna had long ago ceased to worship her husband, but at no time had she ceased to be in love with some one. Not seldom she was in love with several at once, men and women indiscriminately. She had been in love with almost everyone of any prominence. Thus she had lost her heart to each of the new princes and princesses who married into the imperial family. Then she had been in love with a metropolitan, a vicar, and a priest. Then she had been in love with a journalist, 3 Savophiles, and Komisarov. Then with a foreign minister, a doctor, an English missionary, and finally Karenin. These multifarious love affairs and their different phases of warmth or coldness in no wise hindered her from keeping up the most complicated relations both with the court and society. But from the day when Karenin was touched by misfortune, she took him under her special protection. From the time when she began to busy herself with his domestic affairs and work for his well-being, she felt that all her former passions were of no account, but that now she loved Karenin alone with perfect sincerity. The feeling which she cherished toward him seemed to her stronger than all the previous feelings. As she analyzed her sentiment and compared it with the former ones, she clearly saw that she would never have been in love with Komisarov if he had not saved the Emperor's life, or with Ristich Kuzitsky had there been no Slav question. But Karenin she loved for himself, for his great, unappreciated spirit, for his character, for the delightful sound of his voice.
His deliberate intonations, his weary eyes, and his soft white hands with their swollen veins. Not only did the thought of seeing him fill her with joy, but it seemed to her that she saw on her friend's face the signs of the impression which she made on him. She did her best to please him, no less by her person than by her conversation. Never before had she spent so much time and attention on her toilet. More than once she found herself wondering what would happen if she were not married and he were only free. When he came into the room, she colored with emotion, and she could not restrain a smile of ecstasy if he said something pleasant to her. For several days the countess had been in a state of great excitement. She knew that Anna and Vronsky were back in Petersburg. It was necessary to save Alexey Alexandrovitch from seeing her. It was necessary to save him even from the tormenting knowledge that this wretched woman was living in the same town with him, and he might meet her at any instant. Lydia Ivanovna made inquiries through acquaintances so as to discover the plans of these repulsive people, as she called Anna and Vronsky, and she tried to direct all of Karenin's movements so that he might not meet them. The young aide to the emperor, a friend of Vronsky's, from whom she learned about them, and who was hoping through Countess Lydia Ivanovna's influence to get a concession, told her that they were completing their arrangements and expected to depart on the following day. Lydia Ivanovna was beginning to breathe freely once more, when on the next morning she received a note, the handwriting of which she recognized with terror. It was Anna Karenina's handwriting. The envelope was of paper thick as bark. The oblong sheet of yellow paper was adorned with an immense monogram. The note exhaled a delicious perfume. "Who brought it?" "A messenger from the hotel." The countess waited long before she had the courage to sit down and read it. Her emotion almost brought on an attack of asthma, to which she was subject. At last, when she felt calmer, she opened the following note written in French. "Madame la Comtesse, the Christian sentiments filling your heart prompt me, with unpardonable boldness, I fear, to address you. I am unhappy at being separated from my son, and I ask you to do me the favor of letting me see him once more before I depart. If I do not make direct application to Alexey Alexandrovitch, it is because I do not wish to give this generous-hearted man the pain of thinking of me. Knowing your friendship for him, I felt that you would understand me. Will you have Seroza sent to me here, or do you prefer that I should come at an appointed hour? Or would you let me know how and at what place I could see him? You cannot imagine my desire to see my child again, and consequently you cannot comprehend the extent of my gratefulness for the assistance that you can render me in these circumstances. Anna." Everything about this note exasperated the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. Its tenor, the allusions to Karenin's magnanimity, the especially free and easy tone which pervaded it. "Say that there is no reply," said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, and, hurriedly opening her bouvard, she wrote to Alexey Alexandrovitch that she hoped to meet him about 1 o'clock at the birthday reception at the palace. "I must consult with you in regard to a sad and serious affair. We will decide at the palace when I can see you. The best plan would be at my house, where I will have your tea ready. It is absolutely necessary. He imposes the cross, but he gives also the strength," she added, that she might somewhat prepare him. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna wrote Alexey Alexandrovitch 2 or 3 times a day. She liked this way of communication with him, as it had the elegance and mystery which were lacking in ordinary personal intercourse. Chapter 23. Part 5, Chapter 24 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The congratulations were over. As the visitors who had met at court went away, they talked about the latest news of the day, the rewards that had been bestowed, and the changed positions of some high functionaries. "What should you say if the Countess Marya Borisovna was made Minister of War, and the Princess Vatkovskaya Chief of Staff?" asked a little gray-haired old man in a gold-embroidered uniform, who was talking with a tall, handsome maid of honor about the recent changes. "In that case I should be made one of the Emperor's aides," replied the Karenina. "Your place is already settled. You are to have charge of the Department of Religions, and Karenin is to be your assistant." "How do you do, Prince?" said the little old man, shaking hands with someone who came along. "Were you speaking of Karenin?" asked the prince. "Yes, he and Putyatov have been decorated with the order of Alexander Nevsky." "I thought he had it already." "No, look at him," said the little old man, pointing with his gold-laced hat toward Karenin, who was standing in the doorway, talking with one of the influential members of the Imperial Council. He wore the court uniform, with his new red ribbon across his shoulder. "Happy and contented as a copper kopeck," he added, pausing to press the hand of a handsome, athletic chamberlain passing by. "No, he has grown old," said the chamberlain. "With cares. He spends all his time writing projects. He, the unfortunate man, will not let go until he has explained everything point by point." "What? Grown old? Il faut de patience. I think the Countess Lydia is jealous now of his wife." "There, I beg you not to speak ill of the Countess Lydia." "Is there any harm in her being in love with Karenin?" "Is it true that Madame Karenin is here?" "Not here, at the palace, but in Petersburg. I met her yesterday with Alexey Vronsky, bras dessus, on the Morskaya." "C'est un homme qu'on ne pas," began the chamberlain, but he broke off short to salute and make way for a member of the imperial family who was passing. Thus they were talking about Alexey Alexandrovitch, criticizing and ridiculing him, while he himself was barring the way of the imperial councillor, and, without pausing in his explanations lest he should lose him, was giving a detailed exposition of a financial scheme. Alexey Alexandrovitch, about the time his wife left him, had reached a situation painful for an official, the culmination of his upward career. This culmination had been reached, and all clearly saw it, but Alexey Alexandrovitch himself was not yet aware that his career was ended. Either his collision with Stremov, or his trouble with his wife, or the simple fact that Alexey Alexandrovitch had reached the limit that he had been destined to attain, the fact remained that everyone saw clearly that his official race was run. He still held an important place, he was a member of many important committees and commissions, but he was one of those men of whom nothing more is expected. His day was over. Whatever he said, whatever he proposed, seemed antiquated and useless. But Alexey Alexandrovitch himself did not realize this. On the contrary, now that he had ceased to have an active participation in the business of the administration, he saw more clearly than before the faults and mistakes that others were making, and considered it his duty to indicate certain reforms which should be introduced. Shortly after his separation from his wife, he began to write his first pamphlet about the new tribunals, and proposed to follow it up with an endless series of similar pamphlets, of no earthly use, on all the different branches of the administration. He not only did not realize his hopeless situation in the official world, and therefore did not lose heart, but more than ever he took delight in his activity. He that is unmarried is careful for the things of the Lord, how he may please the Lord, but he that is married is careful for the things of the world, how he may please his wife, said the Apostle Paul. And Alexey Alexandrovitch, who now directed his life in all respects according to the epistle, often quoted this text. It seemed to him that, since he had been deprived of his wife, he served the Lord more faithfully than ever by devotion to these projects. The imperial councillor's very manifest impatience and desire to get away from him in no way abashed Karenin, but he stopped a moment as a prince of the imperial family was passing, and his victim seized his opportunity to escape. Left to himself, Alexey Alexandrovitch bowed his head, tried to collect his thoughts, and, with an absent-minded glance about him, stepped toward the door, hoping to meet the countess there. "How strong and healthy they look physically," he said to himself, as he looked at the vigorous neck of the prince, who wore a close-fitting uniform, and the handsome chamberlain, with his well-combed and perfumed side-whiskers. "It is only too true that all is evil in this world," he thought, as he looked at the chamberlain's sturdy legs. Moving slowly along, Alexey Alexandrovitch, with his customary appearance of weariness and dignity, came up to the gentleman who had been talking about him, and glancing through the door, he looked for the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. "Ah, Alexey Alexandrovitch!" cried the little old man, with a wicked light growing in his eyes as Karenin passed him with a cold bow. "I have not yet congratulated you," and he pointed to the newly received ribbon. "I thank you. This is a fine day," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch, accenting the adjective, "prekrasny," as was his habit. He knew that these gentlemen were making sport of him, but he expected nothing but hostile feelings, and he was accustomed to it. Catching the sight of the countess's yellow shoulders rising from her corsage as she appeared at the door, and her beautiful pensive eyes inviting him to join her, Alexey Alexandrovitch, with the smile which showed his even white teeth, went to her. Lydia Ivanovna's toilet had cost her much labor, like all her recent efforts in this direction, for the object of her toilet was now entirely the reverse of that which she had followed 30 years before. Formerly she had thought only of adorning herself, and the more the better. Now, on the contrary, she had to be adorned so unsuitably for her figure and her years that she simply endeavored to render the contrast between her person and her toilet not too frightful. And in Alexey Alexandrovitch's eyes she succeeded. He thought her fascinating. For him she, with the friendliness and even love for him, was the only island amid the sea of animosity and ridicule that surrounded him. As he was the gauntlet of scornful glances, he was naturally drawn to her loving eyes like a plant toward the light. "I congratulate you," she said, looking at his decoration. Repressing a smile of satisfaction, Karenin shrugged his shoulders and half closed his eyes, as if to say that this was nothing to him. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna knew well that these distinctions, even though he would not confess it, caused him the keenest pleasure. "How is our angel?" she said, referring to Seroza. "I cannot say that I am very well satisfied with him," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch, lifting his eyebrows and opening his eyes. "And Sitnikov, a pedagogue who had been entrusted with Seroza's childish education, does not please him. As I told you, I find in him a certain apathy toward the chief questions which ought to move the soul of every man and of every child." And Alexey Alexandrovitch began to discourse on a subject which, next to the question of administration, gave him the most concern: his son's education. When Alexey Alexandrovitch, with Lydia Ivanovna's aid, once more resumed his ordinary life and activity again, he felt it his duty to occupy himself with the education of the son who had been left on his hands. Having never before taken any practical interest in the question of education, Alexey Alexandrovitch consecrated some time to the practical study of the subject. After having read various works on anthropology, pedagogy, and didactics, he conceived a plan of education which the best tutor in Petersburg was then entrusted to put into practice. And this work constantly occupied him. "Yes, but his heart. I find in this child his father's heart, and with such a heart he cannot be bad," said the countess with enthusiasm. "Well, that may be. So far as in me lies, I perform my duty. It is all I can do." "Will you come to my house?" asked the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, after a moment's silence. "I have a very painful matter to talk with you about. I would have given the world to spare you certain memories. Others do not think the same. I had a letter from her. She is here in Petersburg." Alexey Alexandrovitch quivered at the recollection of his wife, but his face instantly assumed that expression of corpse-like immobility that showed how absolutely unable he was to treat of such a subject. "I expected it," he said. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna looked at him with exultation, and in the presence of a soul so great, tears of transport sprang to her eyes. Chapter 25. Part 5, Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. When Alexey entered the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's cozy little boudoir, decorated with portraits and old porcelains, he failed to find his friend. She was changing her gown. On a round table covered with a cloth stood a Chinese tea service and a silver teapot with an alcohol lamp. Alexey Alexandrovitch glanced perfunctorily at the numberless paintings that adorned the room. Then he sat down near a table and took up a copy of the New Testament which lay on it. The rustling of the countess's silk dress put his thoughts to flight. "Well now, we can be a little more free from disturbance," said the countess with a smile, gliding between the table and the divan. "We can talk while drinking our tea." After several words, meant to prepare his mind, she sighed deeply, and, with a tinge of color in her cheeks, she put Anna's letter into his hands. He read it and sat long in silence. I do not feel that I have the right to refuse her," he said timidly, raising his eyes. "My friend, you can never see evil anywhere." "On the contrary, I see everything as evil. But would it be fair to—" His face expressed indecision, desire for advice, for support, for guidance, in a question so beyond his comprehension. "No," interrupted the Countess Lidia Ivanovna, "there are limits to things. I understand immorality," she said, not with absolute sincerity, since she did not know what could induce women to be immoral. "But what I do not understand is cruelty toward anyone, toward you. How can she remain in the same city with you? One is never too old to learn, and I learn every day your grandeur and her baseness." "Who shall cast the first stone?" asked Alexey Alexandrovitch, evidently satisfied with the part he was playing. "I have forgiven her for everything, and therefore I cannot deprive her of what is in need of her heart, her love for her son." "But is it love, my friend? Is it sincere? Let us agree that you have forgiven her, and that you still pardon her. But have we the right to vex the soul of this little angel? He believes that she is dead. He prays for her, and asks God to pardon her sins. It is better so. What would he think now?" "I had not thought of that," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, perceiving the justice of her words. The countess covered her face with her hands and was silent. She was praying. "If you ask my advice," she replied, after she had uttered her prayer and taken her hands from her face, "you will do this. Do I not see how you suffer, how this opens all your wounds? But let us admit that you, as always, forget yourself. But where will it lead you? New sufferings for yourself, to torture for the child. If she were still capable of human feelings, she herself could not desire this. No, I have no hesitation about it. I advise you not to, and, if you give me your authority, I will reply to her." Alexey Alexandrovitch consented, and the countess wrote in French this letter: "Chère Madame, recalling your existence to your son would be likely to raise questions which it would be impossible to answer without obliging the child to criticize that which should remain sacred to him, and therefore I beg you to interpret your husband's refusal in the spirit of Christian charity. I pray the Omnipotent to be merciful to you. Comtesse Lydia." This letter accomplished the secret aim which the countess would not confess even to herself. It wounded Anna to the bottom of her soul. Alexey Alexandrovitch, on returning home from Lidia Ivanovna's, found himself unable to take up his ordinary occupations, or recover the spiritual calm of a believer who feels that he is among the elect. The thought of his wife who had been so guilty toward him, and toward whom he had acted so like a saint, as the Countess Lidia Ivanovna had so well expressed it, ought not to have disturbed him, and yet he was ill at ease. He could not understand a word of the book he was reading. He could not drive away from his mind the cruel recollections of his relations to her, of the mistakes which, as it now seemed to him, he himself had made in his treatment of her. He remembered with a feeling like remorse the way he had received Anna's confession that day when they were returning from the races. Why had he demanded merely an outward observance of the proprieties? Why had he not challenged Vronsky to a duel? He was likewise tormented by his recollection of the letter which he wrote her at that time, especially his forgiveness of her, which had proved useless to anyone, and the pains which he had wasted on the baby that was not his, all came back to his memory and seared his heart with shame and regret. And exactly the same feeling of shame and regret she experienced now in reviewing all his past with her, and remembering the awkward way in which, after long vacillating, he had offered himself to her. "But how am I at fault?" he asked himself, and this question immediately gave rise to another. Do other men feel differently, fall in love differently, and marry differently? These Vronskys, Oblonskys, these Chamberlains with their handsome calves. His imagination called up a whole line of these vigorous men, self-confident and strong, who had always and everywhere attracted his curiosity and his wonder. He drove away these thoughts. He strove to persuade himself that the end and aim of his life was not this world, but eternity,
that peace and charity alone ought to dwell in his soul. But the fact that in this temporal, insignificant life he had, as it seemed to him, made some humiliating blunders, tortured him as much as if that eternal salvation in which he put his trust did not exist. But this temptation was not long, and soon Alexey Alexandrovitch regained that serenity and elevation of mind by which he succeeded in putting away all that he wished to forget. Chapter 25. Part 5, Chapter 26 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. "Well, Kapitanuitch," said Seroza, as he came in, rosy and gay, after his walk, on the evening before his birthday, while the old Swiss, smiling down from his superior height, helped the young man off with his coat. "Did the bandaged tchinovnik come to-day? Did papa see him?" "Yes. The manager had only just got here when I announced him," replied the Swiss, winking one eye gaily. "Permit me, I will take it." "Seroza! Seroza!" cried the Slavophil tutor, who was standing by the door that led to the inner rooms. "Take off your coat by yourself." But Seroza, though he heard his tutor's weak voice, paid no heed to him. Standing by the Swiss, he held him by the belt and looked him straight in the face. "And did papa do what he wanted?" The Swiss nodded. This tchinovnik, with his head in a bandage, who had come 7 times to ask some favor of Alexey Alexandrovitch, interested Seroza and the Swiss. Seroza had met him one day in the vestibule, and overheard how he begged the Swiss to let him be admitted, saying that nothing was left for him and his children but to die. Since that time the lad had felt great concern for the poor man. "Say, did he seem very glad?" asked Seroza. "Glad as he could be. He went off almost leaping." "Has anything come?" asked Seroza, after a moment's silence. "Well, sir," whispered the Swiss, shaking his head, "there is something from the countess." Seroza instantly understood that what the Swiss meant was a birthday present from the Countess Lidia Ivanovna. "What is it? Where is it?" "Kornei took it to papa. It must be some beautiful toy." "How big? As big as this?" "Smaller, but beautiful." "A little book?" "No, a toy. Run away, run away. Vasily Lukitch is calling you," said the Swiss, hearing the tutor's steps approach, and gently removing the little gloved hand which held his belt. "In a bit of a moment, Vasily Lukitch," said Seroza, with the amiable and gracious smile to whose influence even the stern tutor submitted. Seroza was in radiant spirits, and wanted to tell his friend, the Swiss, about a piece of good fortune which the Countess Lidia Ivanovna's niece had told him, while they were walking in the summer garden, had befallen the family. His happiness seemed greater still since he heard about the tchinovnik's success and his present. It seemed to Seroza that everyone ought to be happy this beautiful day. "Do you know, papa has received the Alexander Nevsky order?" "Why shouldn't I know? He has been receiving congratulations." "Is he glad?" "How could he help being glad of the Tsar's favor? Of course he deserves it," said the old Swiss gravely. Seroza reflected as he looked into the Swiss's face, which he knew even to the least detail, but especially the chin between his gray side whiskers. No one had seen his chin except Seroza, who looked up at it from below. "Well, and your daughter? Isn't it a long time since she has been to see us?" The Swiss's daughter was a ballet dancer. "How could she find time to come on work days?" he exclaimed. "They have their lessons as well as you, and you had better be off to yours, sir." When Seroza reached his room, instead of attending to his tasks, he poured out into the tutor's ears all his surmises about the present which had been brought him. "It must be a locomotive engine. What do you think about it?" he asked. But Vasily Lukitch was thinking of nothing except the grammar lesson, which had to be ready for the professor, who came at 2 o'clock. "No, but you must just tell me one thing, Vasily Lukitch," asked the child, who was now sitting at his desk with his book in his hands. "What is there higher than the Alexander Nevsky? You know that papa has just received the Alexander Nevsky."
Vasily Lukitch replied that the order of Vladimir was higher. And above that? St. Andrew above them all. And above that? I don't know. Why don't you know? And Seroza, leaning his head on his hand, began to think. The child's thoughts were very varied and complicated. He imagined that his father perhaps was going to have the orders of Vladimir and St. Andrew, and that therefore he would be the more indulgent for that day's lessons, and that he himself, when he grew up, would do his best to deserve all the decorations, even those that would be given higher than that of St. Andrew. A new order would scarcely have time to be founded before he would make himself worthy of it. These thoughts made the time pass so quickly that, when the professor came, his lesson about the circumstances of time and place and mode of action was not prepared at all, and the professor seemed not only dissatisfied but distressed. His professor's distress touched Seroza. He felt that he was to blame for not having learned his lesson. In spite of all his efforts, he really had been unable to do it. When the professor was talking to him, he imagined that he understood, but when he was alone, he really could not remember or comprehend that such a short and easy word as "drug" suddenly is a circumstance of the mode of action. But still he was sorry that he had tried his teacher. He seized on a moment when his teacher was silently looking into a book to ask him, "Mikhail Ivanovitch, when will your birthday be?" "You had better to think about your work. Birthdays have no importance for a reasonable being. It is only a day just like any other, and must be spent in work." Seroza looked attentively at his teacher, studied his sparse beard, his eye-glasses far down on his nose, and got into such a deep brown study that he heard nothing of what the teacher was explaining to him. He had a dim comprehension that his teacher did not believe what he said. By the tone in which he said it, he felt that it was incredible. "But why do they all try to say to me the most tiresome things, and the most useless things, and all in the same way? Why does this man keep me from him, and not love me?" he asked himself sadly, and he could not discover any answer. Chapter 26. Part 5, Chapter 27 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. After the professor came the lesson with his father. Seroza, while waiting for him, sat at the table, playing with his penknife, and he fell into new thoughts. One of his favorite occupations was to look for his mother while he was out walking. He did not believe in death as a general thing, and especially he did not believe that his mother was dead, in spite of what the Countess Lidia Ivanovna told him, and though his father confirmed it. And therefore, after they told him that she was dead, he used to watch for her while he was out for his walk. Every tall, graceful woman with dark hair he imagined to be his mother. At the sight of such a woman, his heart would swell with love, the tears would come into his eyes, and he would wait until the lady drew near him, and raised her veil. Then he would see her face. She would kiss him, smile upon him, he would feel the sweet caress of her hand, smell the well-known perfume, and weep with joy, as he did one evening when he lay at her feet, and she tickled him, and he laughed so heartily, and gently bit her white hand, covered with rings. Later, when he learned accidentally from the old nurse that his mother was alive, and that his father and the countess had told him that she was dead because she was a wicked woman, this seemed still more impossible to Seroza, because he loved her, and he looked for her, and longed for her. That very day, in the summer garden, there had been a lady in a lilac veil, and, with his heart beating violently, expecting that it was she, he saw her take the same footpath where he was walking. But this lady did not come up to where he was, and she disappeared from sight. Seroza felt a stronger love than ever for his mother, and now, while waiting for his father, he was cutting his desk with his penknife. With shining eyes, he was looking straight ahead and thinking of her. "Here comes your papa," said Vasily Lukitch. Seroza jumped up from the chair, ran to kiss his father's hand, and looked for some sign of pleasure because he had received the order of Alexander Nevsky. "Did you have a good walk?" asked Alexey Alexandrovitch, as he sat down in an armchair, taking up the Old Testament and opening it. Though he had often told Seroza that every Christian ought to know the sacred history by heart, he had often to consult the Old Testament for his lessons, and Seroza noticed it. "Yes, papa, I enjoyed it very much," said Seroza, sitting across his chair and tipping it, which was forbidden. "I saw Nadenka." Nadenka was the countess's niece, whom she adopted. "And she told me that they've given you a new star. Are you glad, papa?" "In the first place, please don't tip your chair so," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "And in the second place, know that what ought to be dear to us is work for itself, and not the reward. I want you to understand that. If you work and study simply for the sake of receiving the recompense, the work will seem painful. But if you love work, your recompense will come of itself." And Alexey Alexandrovitch remembered that on this very day he had signed 118 different papers, with no other support in a most unwelcome task than the feeling of duty. Seroza's eyes, shining with affection and merriment, grew gloomy and dropped as his father looked at him. It was the same well-remembered way his father had adopted in his treatment of him, and Seroza had already schooled himself to be hypocritical toward it. He felt that his father always spoke as if he were addressing some imaginary boy, one of those children found in books, and not in the least like Seroza. And Seroza, when he was with his father, tried to make believe that he was that bookish little boy. "You understand this, I hope?" "Yes, papa," replied the lad, playing the part of this imaginary little boy. The lesson consisted of the recitation of several verses of the Gospel and the review of the first part of the Old Testament. The verses from the Gospel Seroza knew fairly well, but, as he was in the midst of so repeating them, Seroza was struck by the appearance of his father's forehead, which made almost a right angle near the temples, and he stumbled and transferred the end of one verse to the next verse, which began with the same word. Alexey Alexandrovitch concluded that he did not understand the meaning of what he was reciting, and he was vexed. He frowned, and began to explain what Seroza had heard so many times that he could not help remembering because he understood it too well, just as it was with the concept of the word "verdrung," suddenly, being a circumstance of the mode of action. The child, with scared eyes, looked at his father and thought about only one thing. Would his father oblige him to repeat the explanation that he had given him as he had done at other times? This fear kept him from understanding anything. Fortunately his father passed on to the lesson in sacred history. Seroza narrated the facts themselves very well, but when he was required to answer the question as to what the fact signified, he did not know it at all, though he had already been punished for this same lesson. The place where he could not recite and hesitated, and where he had whittled the table and rocked the chair, was the critical moment when he had to repeat the list of antediluvian patriarchs. Not one could he remember, not even Enoch, who was snatched up to heaven alive. On other occasions he could remember his name, but now he had entirely forgotten it, for the very reason that Enoch was his favorite character in all biblical history, and he connected with the translation of this patriarch a long string of ideas which completely absorbed him, while he was staring at his father's watch-chain and a loose button on his waistcoat. Seroza absolutely disbelieved in death, though they had told him about it many times. He could not believe that those whom he loved could die, and especially incredible was the thought of his own death. It all seemed perfectly impossible and incomprehensible. But he had been told that all must die. He had asked people in whom he had confidence, and they had assured him that it was so. The nurse herself, though unwillingly, said the same thing. But Enoch did not die, and perhaps others might not have to die. Why should not others deserve justice before God, and so be snatched up to heaven alive? Thought Seroza. The wicked, those whom he disliked, might have to die, but the good might be like Enoch. Well, how about these patriarchs? Enoch. Enos. You have already mentioned him. This is bad, Seroza, very bad. If you do not endeavor to learn the things essential for every Christian to know, what will become of you? Asked his father, getting up. I am dissatisfied with you, and Pyotr Ignatievitch, he was the professor, is dissatisfied with you, so I am compelled to punish you. father, and pedagogue both found fault with him, and Seroza was doubtless making bad work of it. Yet it could not possibly be said that he was a stupid boy. On the contrary, he was far superior to those whom his teacher held up to him as examples. From his father's point of view, he did not want to learn what was taught him. In reality, it was because he could not learn it. He could not for the reason that his mind had needs more essential to him than those that his father and the pedagogue supposed. These needs were wholly opposed to what they gave him, and he revolted against his teachers. He was only 9 years old. He was only a child. But he knew his own soul. It was dear to him. He guarded it jealously, as the eyelid guards the eye. And no one should force a way in without the key of love. His teachers blamed him for being unwilling to learn, and yet he was all on fire with the yearning for knowledge. And he learned from Kapitonewitch, his old nurse, Nadenka, and Vasily Lukitch, but not from his teachers. The water which the father and the pedagogue poured into the mill wheel was wasted, but the work was done in another place. His father punished Seroza by not letting him go to see Nadenka, but his punishment turned out to be an advantage. Vasily Lukitch was in good humor, and taught him how to make windmills. The whole afternoon was spent in working and thinking of ways and means to make the mill go. Should he fix wings to it, or arrange it so he could turn it himself? He forgot about his mother all the evening, but after he had got to bed he suddenly remembered her, and he prayed in his own fashion that she might cease to hide herself from him and make him a visit the next day, which was his birthday. "Vasily Lukitch, do you know what I prayed God for?" "To study better?" "No." "Toys?" "No. You must not guess. It is a secret. When it comes to pass, I will tell you. Can't you guess?" "No, I can't guess. You must tell me," said Vasily Lukitch, smiling, which was rare with him. "Well, get into bed. I'm going to put out the light." "I see that which I prayed for much better when there isn't any light. There, I almost told my secret," cried Seroza, laughing gaily. Seroza believed that he heard his mother and felt her presence when he was in the dark. She was standing near him and looking at him tenderly with her loving eyes. Then he saw a mill, a knife, then all melted into darkness, and he was asleep. End of chapter 27. Part 5, Chapter 28 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. When Vronsky and Anna reached Petersburg, they stopped at one of the best hotels. Vronsky had a room to himself on the ground floor. Anna, up one flight of stairs, with her baby, the nurse, and her maid, occupied a suite of 4 rooms. On the day of his return, Vronsky went to see his brother. He there found his mother, who had come down from Moscow on business. His mother and sister-in-law received him as usual, asked him about his travels, spoke of common friends, but not by a word did they make any allusion to Anna. His brother, however, who returned his call the next morning, asked him about her and Alexey. Vronsky declared in no equivocal terms that he considered the bond which united him to Madame Karenin the same as marriage, that he hoped a divorce would be obtained, and then he should marry her, but till that time he should regard her the same as his wife, and he asked him to explain this to his mother and sister-in-law. "The world may not approve of me, that is all one to me," he added, "but if my family wish to remain on good terms with me, they must show proper respect for my wife." The elder brother, always very respectful of his brother's opinions, was not very certain in his own mind whether he was doing right or not, and resolved to let society settle this question. But, as far as he himself was concerned, he saw nothing objectionable in this, and he went with Alexey to call on Anna. Vronsky spoke to Anna with the formal vous, you, as he always did before strangers, and treated her as a mere acquaintance, but it was perfectly understood that the brother knew of their relations, and they spoke freely of Anna's visit to Vronsky's estate. Notwithstanding his experience in society, Vronsky, in consequence of this new state of things, fell into a strange error. It would seem as if he ought to have understood that society would shut its doors on him and Anna, But now he persuaded himself by a strange freak of imagination that, however it might have been in former days, now, owing to the rapid progress made by society, and he had himself unconsciously become a strong supporter of progress, prejudices would have melted away, and the question whether they would be received by society would not trouble them. Of course she would not be received at court, he thought, but our relatives, our friends, will understand things as they are. A man may sit for some time with his legs doubled up in one position, provided he knows that he can change it at pleasure. But if he knows that he must sit in such a constrained position, then he will feel cramped, and his legs will twitch and stretch out toward the desired freedom. Vronsky experienced this in regard to society. Though he knew in the bottom of his soul that society was closed to them, he made experiment whether it had changed, and whether it would receive them. But he quickly found that, even if it were open to him personally, it was closed to Anna. As in the game of cat and mouse, the hands raised for him immediately fell before Anna. One of the first ladies of Petersburg society whom he met was his cousin Betsy. "At last!" she cried joyously. "And Anna, how glad I am! Where are you stopping? I can easily imagine the hideous effect our Petersburg must have on you after such a charming journey. And I can imagine your honeymoon in Rome. And the divorce, is it arranged?" Vronsky saw that Betsy's enthusiasm cooled when she learned that there was no divorce as yet. "I know well that I shall be stoned," said she, "but I am coming to see Anna. Yes, I will certainly come. You won't stay here long, I imagine?" In fact, she called on Anna that very day, but her manner was entirely different from what it used to be. She evidently prided herself on her courage, and wanted Anna to appreciate the genuineness of her friendship. After talking for about 10 minutes on the news of the day, she got up and said as she went away, "You have not told me yet when the divorce is to be. Though I may disregard the proprieties, stiff-necked people will give you the cold shoulder as long as you are not married. And it is so easy nowadays. C'est sa fête. Are you going Friday? I'm sorry we shall not see each other again." From Betsy's manner Vronsky might have got an idea of what he might expect from society. But he made still another experiment in his own family. He had no hope of any assistance from his mother. He knew well that, enthusiastic though she had been in Anna's praise at their first meeting, she would be relentless toward her now that she had spoiled her son's career. But Vronsky founded great hopes on Varya, his brother's wife. It seemed to him that she would not be one to cast a stone at Anna, but would come simply and naturally to see her. On the next day he called on her, and, finding her alone, he openly expressed his desire. "You know, Alexey, how fond I am of you," replied Varya, after hearing what he had to say, "and how willing I am to do anything for you. But if I kept silent, it is because I know that I cannot be of the least use to you and Anna Arkadyevna." She took special pains to use the two names. "Please don't think that I judge her. Not at all. Perhaps I should have done the same thing in her place. I cannot enter into details," she added, glancing timidly up at his clouded face. "But we must call things by their right name. You would like me to go and see her, and then have her visit me, in order to restore her to society. But you must know, I cannot do it. My daughters are growing up. I am obliged, on my husband's account, to go into society. Now, I will go and call on Anna Arkadyevna. But she knows that I cannot invite her here, lest she should meet in my drawing-room people who do not think as I do, and that would wound her. I cannot receive her." "But I do not admit that she has fallen lower than hundreds of women whom you receive," interrupted Vronsky, rising and seeing that his sister-in-law's decision was irrevocable. "Alexey, don't be angry with me. Please understand. It is not my fault," said Varya, looking at him with a timid smile. "I am not angry with you, but I suffer doubly," said he, growing more and more gloomy. "I suffer because this breaks our friendship, or, at least, seriously impairs it. For you must know that for me this could not be otherwise." He left her with these words. Vronsky understood that further experiments would be idle, and that,
during the few days he would still have to spend in Petersburg, he must act as if he were in a foreign city, avoiding all dealings with his society friends, so as not to be subjected to vexations and affronts which were so painful to him. One of the most unpleasant features of his position in Petersburg was the fact that Alexey Alexandrovitch and his name seemed to be everywhere. It was impossible for a conversation to begin on any subject without turning on Alexey Alexandrovitch. It was impossible to go anywhere without meeting him. So at least it seemed to Vronsky. Just as it seems to a man with a sore finger, that he is always hitting it against everything. Their stay in Petersburg seemed to Vronsky still more trying because all the time he saw that Anna was in a strange, incomprehensible moral frame of mind such as he had never seen before. At one time she was more than usually affectionate. Then again she would seem cold, irritable, and enigmatical. Something was tormenting her, and she was concealing something from him, and she seemed not to notice the indignities which poisoned his life, and which, in her delicacy of perception, should have been even more painful for her. Chapter 28. Part 5, Chapter 29 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Anna's chief desire on her return to Russia was to see her son. From the day she left Italy, the thought of seeing him again kept her in a constant state of excitement, and in proportion as she drew near Petersburg, the prospective delight and importance of this meeting kept growing greater and greater. She did not trouble herself with the question how she should manage it. It would be a simple and natural thing, she thought, to see her son once more, when she would be in the same town with him. But since her arrival, she suddenly realized her present relation toward society, and found that the interview was not easy to obtain. She had been 2 days now in Petersburg, and never for an instant had the thought of her son left her, but she had not seen him. She felt that she had no right to go straight to her former home and risk coming face to face with Alexey Alexandrovitch. She might not be admitted. She might be insulted. To write to her husband and ask permission of him seemed to her painful even to think of. She could be calm only when she did not think of her husband. To see her son when he was out taking his walk, even if she could find where and when he went, was too little for her. She had counted so much on seeing him again. She had so much to say to him. She had such a desire to hug him, to kiss him. Sir Rosa's old nurse might have been an assistance to her and shown her how to manage, but she was no longer living in Alexey Alexandrovitch's house. On the 3rd day, having learned of Alexey Alexandrovitch's intimate relations with the Countess Lidia Ivanovna, Anna decided to write her a letter, and this cost her the greatest pains to write. She told her frankly that permission to see her son depended on Alexey Alexandrovitch's magnanimity. She knew that if the letter were shown to her husband, he, in his part of magnanimous man, would not refuse her. The messenger that carried the letter brought back the most cruel and unexpected reply, that there was no answer. She had never felt so wounded as at the moment when, summoning the messenger, she heard from him the circumstantial story of how he had waited and how, after a time, he had been told that there would be no answer. Anna felt humiliated, insulted, but she saw that, from her point of view, the countess was right. Her grief was all the keener because she had to bear it alone. She could not and did not wish to confide it to Vronsky. She knew that though he was the chief cause of her unhappiness, he would regard her meeting with her son as of little account. She knew that he would never be able to sound all the depths of her anguish. She knew that she should hate him for the unsympathetic tone in which he would speak of it. And she feared this more than anything else in the world, and so hid from him her action in regard to her son. She stayed at home all day long and racked her brain to think of other ways of meeting her son, and finally she decided to write directly to her husband. She had already begun her letter when Lidia Ivanovna's reply was brought to her. The countess's previous silence had humbled and affronted her, but the note and all she read between the lines so exasperated her. This bitterness against her seemed so shocking when contrasted with her passionate, legitimate affection for her son, that she grew indignant against the others and ceased to blame herself. "What cruelty! What hypocrisy!" she said to herself. "All they want is to insult me and torment the child. I will not let them do so. She is worse than I am. At least, I do not lie." She immediately decided to go on the morrow, which was Serosa's birthday, directly to her husband's house. She would bribe the servants, and would make any kind of an excuse, if only she might once see her son and put an end to the ugly network of lies with which they were surrounding the innocent child. She went to a toy shop and purchased some toys, and thus she formed her plan of action. She would start early in the morning, at 8 o'clock, before Alexey Alexandrovitch would probably be up. She would have the money in her hand all ready to bribe the Swiss and the valet to let her go upstairs without raising her veil, under the pretext of laying on Serosa's bed some presents sent by his godfather. As to what she should say to her son, she could not form the least idea. She could not make any preparation for that. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Anna got out of her hired carriage and rang the door-bell of her former home. "Go and see what is wanted. It's some lady," said Kapitonitch, in loose coat and galoshes, as he looked out of the window and saw a lady closely veiled standing on the porch. The Swiss's assistant, a young man whom Anna did not know, had scarcely opened the door before Anna pushed her way in and, drawing a 3-ruble note out of her muff, thrust it into his hand. "Serosa, Sergey Alexeyevitch," she stammered, and started down the vestibule. The Swiss's assistant examined the note and stopped the visitor at the inner glass door. "Whom do you wish to see?" he asked. She did not hear his words and made no reply. Kapitonitch, noticing the stranger's confusion, came out, led her into the entry, and asked her what she wanted. "I come from Prince Skorodumov to see Sergey Alexeyevitch." "He is not up yet," replied the Swiss, looking sharply at her. Anna never dreamed that the absolutely unchanged appearance of the anteroom of the house, which for 9 years had been her home, could have such a powerful effect on her. One after another, sweet and painful memories arose in her mind, and for a moment she forgot why she was there. "Will you wait?" asked the Swiss, helping her to remove her shubka. When he saw her face he recognized her, and without a word bowed profoundly. "Will your ladyship be pleased to enter?" he said to her. She tried to speak, but her voice refused to utter a sound. Giving the old servant an entreating look, with light, swift steps she went to the staircase. She flew up the stairs. Kapitonitch tried to overtake her, and followed after her, catching his galoshes at every step. "His tutor is here. Perhaps he is not dressed yet. I will speak to him." Anna kept on up the stairs which she knew so well, not heeding what the old man said. "This way, to the left, if you please. Excuse it if it is all disorder. He sleeps in the front room now," said the Swiss, out of breath. "Will your ladyship be good enough to wait a moment? I will go and see." And, opening the high door, he disappeared. Anna stopped and waited. "He has just waked up," said the Swiss, coming back through the same door. And as he spoke, Anna heard the sound of a child yawning, and merely by the sound of the yawn she recognized her son, and seemed to see him alive before her. "Let me go in, let me," she cried, and hurriedly pushed through the door. At the right of the door stood the bed, and on the bed a child was sitting up in his little open nightgown. His little body was leaning forward, and he was just finishing a yawn and stretching himself. His lips were just closing into a sleepy smile, and, with this smile, he slowly and gently fell back on his pillow. "Serosa," she whispered, as she went noiselessly toward him. At the time of their separation, and during that access of love which she had been recently experiencing for him, Anna had imagined him as still a boy of 4, the age when he had been the most charming. Now he no longer bore any resemblance to him whom she had left. He was still further removed from the 4-year-old ideal. He had grown taller and thinner. How long his face seemed, how short his hair, what long arms. How he had changed since she had seen him last. But it was still Serosa, the shape of his head, his lips, his little slender neck, his broad little shoulders. "Serosa," she whispered in the child's ear. He raised himself on his elbow, turned his disheveled head first to this side, then to that, as if searching for something, and opened his eyes.
For several seconds he looked with an inquiring face at his mother, who stood motionless before him. Then he suddenly smiled with joy, and again closing his sleepy eyes, he threw himself, not back on his pillow, but into his mother's arms. "Serosa, my dear little boy," she cried, choking with tears, and throwing her arms around his plump body. "Mamma," he whispered, cuddling into his mother's arms so as to feel their encircling pressure. Smiling sleepily, still with his eyes closed, he took his chubby little hands from the head of the bed and put them on his mother's shoulder, and climbed into her lap, having that warm breath of sleep peculiar to children, and pressed his face to his mother's neck and shoulders. "I knew," he said, opening his eyes. "Today is my birthday. I knew that you would come. I'm going to get up now." And as he spoke he fell asleep again. Anna devoured him with her eyes. She saw how he had grown and changed during her absence. She knew, and yet she did not know, his bare legs, so much longer now, coming below his nightgown. She recognized his cheeks grown thin, his short hair curled in the neck where she had often kissed it. She could not keep her hands from him, and not a word she was able to say, and the tears choked her. "What are you crying for, mamma?" he asked, now entirely awake. "What makes you cry?" he repeated, ready to weep himself. "I will not cry any more. I am crying for joy. It is so long since I have seen you. But I will not cry any more," she said, drying her tears and turning around. "Now go and get dressed," she added, after she had grown a little calmer, but still holding Serosa's hand. She sat down near the bed on a chair which held the child's clothing. "How do you dress without me? How—" She wanted to speak simply and gaily, but she could not, and again she turned her head away. "I do not wash in cold water any more. Papa has forbidden it. But you have not seen Vasily Lukitch? Here he comes. But you are sitting on my things." And Serosa laughed heartily. She looked at him and smiled. "Mamma, dear heart, darling," he cried, again throwing himself into her arms, as if now for the first time, having seen her smile, he clearly understood what had happened. "You don't need it on," said he, taking off her hat. And as if again recognizing her with her head bare, he began to kiss her again. "What do you think of me? Did you believe that I was dead? I never believed it." "You believed me alive, my precious." "I knew it! I knew it!" he replied, repeating his favorite phrase, and seizing her hand, which was smoothing his hair, he pressed the palm of it to his little mouth and began to kiss it. Chapter 29. Part 5, Chapter 30 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Vasily Lukitch, meantime, not at first knowing who this lady was, but learning from their conversation that it was Serosa's mother, the woman who had deserted her husband, and whom he did not know, as he had not come into the house till after her departure, was in great perplexity. Ought he go to his pupil, or should he tell Alexey Alexandrovitch? On mature reflection he came to the conclusion that his duty consisted in going to dress Serosa at the usual hour, without paying any attention to a third person, his mother or anyone else. So he dressed himself. But as he reached the door and opened it, the sight of the caress between the mother and child, the sound of their voices and their words, made him change his mind. He shook his head, sighed, and quietly closed the door. "I will wait 10 minutes longer," he said to himself, coughing slightly and wiping his eyes. There was great excitement among the servants. They all knew that the Bryunya had come, and that Kapitonewitch had let her in, and that she was in the child's room. They knew, too, that their master was in the habit of going to Serosa every morning at 9 o'clock. Each one felt that the husband and wife ought not to meet, that it must be prevented. Kornei, the valet, went down to the Swiss to ask why Anna had been let in, and, finding that Kapitonewitch had taken her upstairs, he reprimanded him severely. The Swiss maintained an obstinate silence till the valet declared that he deserved to lose his place, when the old man jumped at him, and, shaking his fist in his face, said, "What is that? You would not let her in? You've served here 10 years and had nothing but kindness from her,
but you would have said, 'No, go away from here.' You know what policy is, you sly dog. What you don't forget is to rob your master and carry off his raccoon-skin shubas." "Soldier," replied Kornei, scornfully, and as he turned toward the nurse who was coming in just at this moment, "What do you think, Marya Yefimovna? He has let in Anna Arkadyevna without saying anything to anybody, and just when Alexey Alexandrovitch, as soon as he is up, will be going to the nursery." "What a scrape! What a scrape!" said the nurse. "But, Kornei Vasilievitch, find some way to keep your master, while I run to warn her and get her out of the way. What a scrape!" When the nurse went into the child's room, Seroza was telling his mother how Nadenka and he had fallen when sliding down a hill of ice, and turned 3 somersaults. Anna was listening to the sound of her son's voice, looking at his face, watching the play of his features, feeling his little arms, but not hearing a word that he said. She had to go away. She had to leave him. This alone she understood and felt. She had heard Vasily Lukitch's steps and his little discreet cough as he came to the door, and now she heard the nurse coming in, but, unable to move or to speak, she remained as fixed as a statue. "Mistress, darling," said the nurse, coming up to Anna and kissing her hands and her shoulders, "God sent this joy for our birthday celebration. You are not changed at all." "Ah, nurse, my dear, I did not know that you were in the house," said Anna, coming to herself. "I don't live here. I live with my daughter. I came to give my best wishes to Seroza, Anna Arkadyevna. Golubushka." The nurse suddenly began to weep and to kiss Anna's hand. Seroza, with bright, joyful eyes, and holding his mother with one hand and his nurse with the other, was dancing in his little bare feet on the carpet. His old nurse's tenderness toward his mother was delightful to him. "Mamma, she often comes to see me, and when she comes," he began, but he stopped short when he perceived that the nurse whispered something in his mother's ear, and that his mother's face assumed an expression of fear, and something like shame which did not go well with his mother. Anna went to him. "My precious," she said. She could not say the word prashai, farewell, but the expression of her face said it, and he understood. "My precious, precious Kutik," she said, calling him by a pet name which she used when he was a baby. "You will not forget me. You—" But she could not say another word. Only then she began to think of the words which she wanted to say to him, but now it was impossible to say them. But Seroza understood all that she would have said. He understood that she was unhappy, and that she loved him. He even understood what the nurse whispered in her ear. He heard the words, "always at 9 o'clock," and he knew that they referred to his father, and that his mother must not meet him. He understood this, but one thing he could not understand. Why did her face express fear and shame? She was not to blame, but she was afraid of him, and seemed ashamed of something. He wanted to ask a question which would have explained this doubt, but he did not dare. He saw that she was in sorrow, and he pitied her. He silently clung close to her, and then he whispered, "Don't go yet. He will not come for some time." His mother pushed him away from her a little, in order to see if he understood the meaning of what he had said, and in the frightened expression of his face she perceived that he not only spoke of his father, but seemed to ask her how he ought to think about him. "Seroza, my dear," she said, "love him. He is better and more upright than I am, and I have been wicked to him. When you have grown up, you will understand." "Not better than you!" cried the child, with sobs of despair, and clinging to his mother's shoulders, he squeezed her with all his might till his arms trembled with the exertion. "My darling, my little one!" exclaimed Anna, and bursting into tears she sobbed like a child, even as he sobbed. At this moment the door opened, and Vasily Lukitch came in. Steps were heard at the other door, and in a frightened whisper he exclaimed, "He is coming!" and gave Anna her hat. Seroza threw himself on the bed, sobbing, and covered his face with his hands. Anna took them away to kiss yet once again his tear-stained cheeks, and then with quick steps hurried from the room. Alexey Alexandrovitch met her at the door. When he saw her, he stopped and bowed his head. Though she had declared a moment before that he was better and more upright than she, the swift glance that she gave him,
taking in his whole person, with all its peculiarities, awoke in her only a feeling of hatred and scorn for him, and jealousy on account of her son. She hurriedly lowered her veil, and, quickening her steps, almost ran from the room. She had entirely forgotten in her haste the playthings which she had bought with so much love and sadness, and she took them back with her to the hotel. End of chapter 30. Part 5, Chapter 31 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Eagerly as Anna had desired to see her son again, long as she had thought about it, prepared herself beforehand, she had no idea what an effect the sight of him would have on her. When she got back to her solitary room at the hotel again, she could not for a long time understand why she was there. Yes, all is over. I am alone again, she said to herself, and without taking off her hat she threw herself into an easy chair which stood near the fireplace. And, fixing her eyes on the bronze clock standing on a table between two windows, she became absorbed in thought. The French maid whom she had brought from abroad with her came and offered to help her to dress. Anna looked at her with surprise, and replied, "By and by." A servant came to announce coffee. "By and by," she said. The Italian nurse came in, bringing the little daughter whom she had just dressed, the plump, well-nurtured little one, as always, when she saw her mother, lifted up her bare little arms with the palms down, and, smiling with her toothless little mouth, began to beat the air with her plump little hands like a fish waving its fins, and to pull at the starched tucks of her embroidered skirt. No one could help smiling back, or kissing the little girl, or letting her catch hold of one of her fingers, screaming with delight, and jumping. No one could help pressing her lips for a kiss to the little sweet mouth. All this Anna did, and she took her in her arms, trotted her on her knee, and kissed her fresh cheek and bare elbows. But the sight of this child made her feel clearly that the affection which she felt for it was not the same kind of love that she had for Serosa. Everything about this little girl was lovely, but somehow she did not fill the wants of her heart. In her firstborn, although he was the child of a man whom she did not love, was concentrated all the strength of a love which had not been satisfied. Her daughter, born in the most trying circumstances, had never received the 100th part of the care which she had spent on Serosa. Moreover, the little girl, as yet, only represented hopes, while Serosa was almost a man, and a lovely man. He had already begun to struggle with his thoughts and feelings. He loved his mother, understood her, judged her, perhaps, she thought, recalling her son's words and looks, and now she was separated from him forever, morally as well as materially, and she saw no way of remedying the situation. She gave the little one back to her nurse, and sent them away, and opened a locket containing Serosa's picture about the same age as his sister. Then, removing her hat, she took an album in which were photographs of her son at different periods. She wanted to compare them, and she began to take them out of the album. She took all of them out. One was left, the last, the best photograph of him. It represented Serosa astride a chair, in a white frock, a smile on his lips and a shadow in his eyes, and it was his most characteristic, his best expression. Holding the album in her little deft hands, which today moved with extraordinary nervousness, she tried with her slender white fingers to take it from its place, but the photograph stuck and she could not get at it. There was no paper cutter on the table, and she took up another photograph at random to push out the card from its place. It was a picture of Vronsky, taken in Rome, with long hair and a round felt hat. "Ah, there he is," she said to herself, and as she looked at him, she suddenly remembered that he was the cause of all her present suffering. Not once had she thought of him all the morning, but now suddenly the sight of this manly and noble face, which she knew and loved so well, brought a flood of affection to her heart. "Yes, where is he? Why does he leave me alone, a prey to my grief?" she asked with bitter reproach, forgetting that she herself had carefully concealed with him everything concerning her son. She sent a message to him, asking him to come to her immediately, and waited, with heavy heart, thinking over the words with which she would tell him all, and the loving expression with which he would try to console her. The servant returned to say that Vronsky had a visitor, but that he would come very soon, and would like to know if she could receive him with Prince Yashvin, who had just arrived in Petersburg. "He will not come alone, and he has not seen me since yesterday at dinner," she thought. "And he does not come so that I can speak with him, but he comes with Yashvin." And suddenly a cruel thought crossed her mind. What if he no longer loved her? And as she went over in her mind all the incidents of the past few days, she found her terrible thought confirmed by them. The day before he had not dined with her. They did not have the same room, now that they were in Petersburg, and now he was bringing some one with him as if to avoid being alone with her. "But he must tell me this. I must know it. If it is true, I know what I must do," she said to herself, wholly unable to imagine what would happen if Vronsky's indifference should prove to be true. She began to feel that he did not love her any more. She imagined herself reduced to despair, and in consequence her feelings made her overexcited. She rang for her maid and went into her dressing room, and took extreme pains with her dress, as if the sight of her toilet and becoming way of dressing her hair would bring back Vronsky's love, if he had grown indifferent. The bell rang before she was ready. When she returned to the drawing room, not Vronsky, but Yashvin, looked at her. Vronsky was looking at Serosa's picture, which she had left lying beside the table, and he did not hurry to greet her. "We are old acquaintances," she said to him, going toward him and placing her small hand in Yashvin's enormous hand. He was all confusion, and this seemed odd in a man of his gigantic form and decided features. "We met last year at the races. Give them to me," she said, snatching her son's photographs from Vronsky, who was looking at them, while her eyes blazed at him significantly. "Were the races successful this year? We saw the races at Rome on the Corso. But I believe you did not like life abroad," she added, with a fascinating smile. "I know you, and, although we seldom meet, I know your tastes." "I am very sorry for that, because my tastes are generally bad," said Yashvin, biting the left side of his mustache. After they had talked some little time, Yashvin, seeing Vronsky look at his watch, asked Anna if she expected to be in Petersburg long. Then, bending down his huge back, he picked up his kepi. "Probably not long," she replied in some confusion, and looked at Vronsky. "Then shall we not meet again?" said Yashvin, getting up and addressing Vronsky. "Where are you going to dine?" "Come and dine with me," said Anna, with decision. And, vexed because she could not conceal her confusion whenever her false situation became evident before a stranger, she blushed. "The table here is not good, but you will at least see each other. Of all Alexei's messmates, you are his favorite." "I should be delighted," replied Yashvin, with a smile which proved to Vronsky that he was very much pleased with Anna. Yashvin took leave of them and went away, while Vronsky lingered behind. "Are you going too?" she asked him. "I am already late." "Go ahead, I will overtake you," he shouted to Yashvin. She took his hand and, without removing her eyes from him, tried to find something to say to detain him. "Wait, I want to ask you something," and she pressed Vronsky's hand against her cheek. "Well, did I do wrong to invite him to dinner?" "You did quite right," he replied, with a calm smile which showed his solid teeth, and he kissed her hand. "Alexei, do you feel changed toward me?" she asked, pressing his hand between her own. "Alexei, I am tired of staying here. When shall we go away?" "Soon, very soon. You can't imagine how life here weighs upon me too," and he drew away his hand. "Well, go away," she said in an injured tone, and quickly left him. Chapter 31. Part 5, Chapter 32 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. When Vronsky came back to the hotel, Anna was not there. They told him that she had gone out with a lady who had come to call on her. The fact that she had gone out without having left word where, a thing which she had not done before. The fact that she had also gone somewhere in the morning without telling him. All this coupled with the strange expression of excitement on her face that morning, the manner and the harsh tone with which she had snatched away her son's photographs from him before Yashvin, made Vronsky wonder. He made up his mind to ask for an explanation, and waited in the drawing room for her return. Anna did not come back alone. She brought with her an old maiden aunt, the Princess Oblonskaya. She was the lady who had come in the morning, and with whom she had been shopping. Anna pretended not to notice the expression of Vronsky's face and his uneasy, questioning manner, and began to talk gaily about the purchases she had made in the morning. He saw that something unusual was the matter. In her shining eyes, as they flashed their lightning on him, there was evidence of mental strain. And in her speech and movements there was the nervous alertness and grace which in the first epoch of their relationship had so captivated him, but now they troubled and alarmed him. The table was laid for 4, and, just as they were going to sit down in the little dining room, Tushkevich came from the Princess Betsy with a message for Anna. The Princess Betsy sent her excuses for not coming in person to say good-bye to her. She was not well, and asked Anna to come to see her between 7:30 and 9 o'clock. Vronsky looked at Anna as if he would draw her attention to the fact that in naming a time she had taken precautions against her meeting anyone, but Anna did not seem to pay any attention to it. "I am very sorry, but between 7:30 and 9 I shall not be at liberty," she said with a slight smile. "The princess will be very much disappointed." "So shall I." "I suppose you are going to hear Patty," said Tushkevich. "Patty? You give me an idea. I would go certainly, if I could get a loge." "I can get you one," suggested Tushkevich. "I should be very much obliged to you," said Anna. "But won't you dine with us?" Vronsky shrugged his shoulders slightly. He did not know what to make of Anna. Why had she brought home the old princess? Why was she keeping Tushkevich to dinner? And, above all, why did she let him get her a box? Was it to be thought of for a moment that she, in her position, could go to the opera on a Patty subscription night, when she would meet all her acquaintances there? He looked at her seriously, but she responded with a half despairing, half mocking look, the meaning of which he could not understand. All through dinner Anna was aggressively lively, and seemed to flirt both with Tushkevich and Yashvin. When they rose from the table, Tushkevich went to secure a box, but Yashvin was going to smoke, and Vronsky took him down to his own room. After some time Vronsky came upstairs again. Anna was already dressed in a light silk gown bought in Paris. It was trimmed with velvet and had an open front. On her head she wore costly white lace, which set off to advantage the striking beauty of her face. "Are you really going to the theater?" he asked, trying to avoid looking at her. "Why do you ask me in such a terrified way?" she replied, again hurt because he did not look at her. "Why shouldn't I go?" She did not seem to understand the meaning of his words. "Of course there is no reason for it," said he, frowning. "That is exactly what I say," she replied, not wishing to see the sarcasm of his remark, and calmly putting on a long, perfumed glove. "Anna, for heaven's sake, what is the matter with you?" he said to her, trying to bring her to her senses, as her husband had more than once done. "I don't know what you mean." "You know very well that you can't go there." "Why not? I'm not going alone. The Princess Varvara has gone to dress. She is going with me." He shrugged his shoulders with a look of perplexity and despair. "But don't you know—" he began. "No, I don't want to know!" she almost shrieked. "I don't want to know! Am I sorry for anything I have done? No, 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 indeed! If it were to begin over again, I would begin over again. There is only one thing of any consequence to us, to you and me, and that is, do we love each other? Everything else is of no account. Why do we live separate here and not see each other? Why can't I go where I please? I love you, and everything is right, if your feelings have not changed toward me," she said in Russian, looking at him with a peculiar gleam in her eyes which he could not understand.
Why don't you look at me?"
He looked at her. He saw all her beauty, of her face, of the toilet which was so becoming to her, but now this beauty and this elegance were precisely what irritated him. "You know very well that my feelings cannot change, but I beg you not to go out. I beseech you," he said again in French, with a prayer in his voice, but with a cold look in his eyes. She did not hear his words, but noticed only the coldness of his look, and replied with an injured air, "And I, for my part, beg you to explain why I should not go." "Because it may cause you—" He grew confused. "I don't understand at all. Yashvin n'est pas compromettant, and the Princess Varvara is no worse than anybody else. Ah, here she is." Chapter 32. Part 5, Chapter 33 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. For the first time in his life, Vronsky felt toward Anna a sensation of vexation bordering on anger, on account of her intentional misunderstanding of her position. This feeling was intensified by the fact that he could not explain the reason of his vexation. If he had frankly said what was in his mind, he would have said, "To appear at the opera in such a toilet, with a notorious person like the princess, is equivalent to throwing down the gauntlet to public opinion, to confessing yourself a lost woman, and, consequently, renouncing all hope of ever going into society again." He could not say that to her. Why did she not understand it? What has happened to her? He asked himself. He felt at one and the same time a lessened esteem for Anna's character, and a greater sense of her beauty. With a dark frown he went back to his room and sat down with Yashvin, who, with his long legs stretched out on a chair, was drinking cognac and seltzer water. Vronsky ordered the same for himself. "You spoke of Lanskov's Moguchi. He is a fine horse, and I advise you to buy him," began Yashvin, glancing at his comrade's solemn face. "His crupper is tapering, but what legs! And what a head! You couldn't do better." "I think I shall take him," replied Vronsky. The talk about horses occupied him, but not for a moment was the thought of Anna absent from his mind, and he involuntarily listened for the sound of steps in the corridor, and kept looking at the clock on the mantel. "Anna Arkadyevna left word that she has gone to the theater," a servant announced. Yashvin poured out another little glass of cognac and seltzer, drank it, and rose, buttoning up his coat. "Well, shall we go?" said he, half smiling beneath his long mustaches, and showing that he understood the cause of Vronsky's vexation, but did not attach much importance to it. "I am not going," replied Vronsky gloomily. "I promised, so I must go. Well, das Vidanya. If you should change your mind, take Kerensky's seat, which will be unoccupied," he added as he went out. "No, I have some work to do." A man has his trials with a wife, but with your not wife it is even worse, thought Yashvin as he left the hotel. When Vronsky was alone, he rose and began to walk up and down the room. Yes, tonight, the 4th subscription night. My brother Igor will be there with his wife, and with my mother, probably. In fact, all Petersburg will be there. Now she is going in and is taking off her shuba, and there she is in the light. Tushkevich, Yashvin, the Princess Varvara. He pictured the scene to himself. What am I to do? Am I afraid? Or have I given Tushkevich the right to protect her? However you may look at it, it is stupid. It is stupid. Why should she place me in this position? He said with a gesture of despair. This movement jostled the stand on which stood the seltzer water and the decanter with cognac, and nearly knocked it over. In trying to rescue it, he upset it entirely. He rang and gave a kick to the table. "If you want to remain in my service," he said to his valet, who appeared, "then tend to your business. Don't let this happen again. Why didn't you take these things away?" The valet, knowing his innocence, wished to justify himself, but by one glance at his baron's face he realized that it was best for him to be silent, and, making a hasty excuse, he got down on the floor to pick up the broken glasses and water bottles. "That is not your business. Call a waiter, and get my dress coat." Vronsky entered the theater at 9:30. The performance was in full swing. The kapelldiener, a little old man, took his fur-lined shuba, and, recognizing him, called him "Your Excellency," and assured him that he needed not to take a number, but that all he had to do was to call for Fyodor. There was no one in the lighted lobby except the kapelldiener and two valets with fur garments on their arms, listening at the door. The sound of the orchestra playing staccato could be heard, carefully accompanying a woman's voice which was admirably rendering a musical phrase. The door opened and another kapelldiener came tiptoeing out, and the phrase, as it was ending, came distinctly to Vronsky's ear. But instantly the door closed again, and he could not hear the ending of the phrase or the cadenza, but from the applause that followed he knew that the aria was finished. The plaudits still continued as he went into the auditorium, brilliantly lighted with chandeliers and bronze gas fixtures. On the stage the prima donna, with bare shoulders and glittering with diamonds, was bowing and smiling, and, with the assistance of the tenor, who gave her his hand, was bending forward to receive the bouquets that were thrust awkwardly at her over the footlights. And then she went toward a gentleman whose hair, shining with pomade, was parted in the middle, and who reached out his long arms to hand her some article. The whole audience, those in the boxes and those in the parquet, was wildly excited and leaning forward, shouting and clapping. The kapellmeister, in his elevated stand, helped to pass it along, and straightened his white necktie. Vronsky went down to the middle of the parquet, and, pausing, looked through the audience. He paid less attention than ever to the familiar stage setting, to the stage, to the noise, to all that well-known, variegated, and uninteresting throng of spectators that was packed and crowded into the theater. There were the same ladies in the boxes, with the same officers behind them, the same gaily dressed women, the same uniforms, and the same dress coats. In the gallery the same disorderly crowd, and in this closely packed house, in the boxes and in the front seats, were some 40 genuine men and women. And Vronsky immediately turned his attention to this oasis and occupied himself with it exclusively. The act was just over as Vronsky went toward the first row of seats, and stopped near the railing beside Serpukhowskoi, who, bending his knee and rapping against the rail with his heel, had seen him at a distance and beckoned him with a smile. Vronsky had not yet seen Anna, and purposely refrained from looking for her, but from the direction in which people were gazing, he knew where she was. He glanced round furtively, but did not search for her. Expecting something even worse, he looked to see if Alexey Alexandrovitch was there. To his joy, the latter was not at the theater that evening. "How unmartial you look," said Serpukhowskoi. "One would take you for a diplomat, an artist." "Yes, on my return home I put on citizen's dress," replied Vronsky, slowly taking out his opera glasses. "In this respect I confess I envy you. When I return from abroad I put these on," said he, touching his epaulets. "I mourn for my liberty." Serpukhowskoi had long since given up trying to push Vronsky along in his military career, but he continued to have a warm affection for him, and he now seemed especially friendly toward him. "It's too bad that you lost the first act." Vronsky, while listening with one ear, examined the boxes and the first tier of seats with his opera glass. Suddenly Anna's head came into view, proud and strikingly beautiful in its frame of laces, next to a lady in a turban, and a bald-headed old man, who blinked as he gazed through his opera glass. Anna was in the 5th box, not more than 20 steps from him. She was seated in the front of the box, turning slightly away, and was talking with Yashvin. The poise of her head, her neck, her beautiful broad shoulders, the radiance of her eyes and face, all reminded him of her as she had looked that evening at the ball in Moscow. But her beauty inspired him with entirely different sentiment. There was no longer anything mysterious in his feeling for her. And so, although her beauty was more extraordinary than ever and fascinated him, At the same time it was now offensive to him. She did not look in his direction, but he felt that she had already seen him. When Vronsky again directed his opera glass toward the box, he saw the Princess Varvara, very red in the face, was laughing unnaturally, and kept looking at the next box. Anna, striking her closed fan on the red velvet, was looking away, evidently not seeing and not intending to see what was going on in the next box. Yashvin's face wore the same expression as when he lost at cards. He drew his left moustache more and more into his mouth, frowned, and was looking out of the corner of his eye into the same box. In this box were the Kartasovs. Vronsky knew them, and he knew that Anna, too, had been on friendly terms with them. Madame Kartasov, a little thin woman, was standing with her back to Anna and putting on an opera cloak, which her husband handed to her. Her face was pale and angry, and she was saying something with great excitement. Kartasov, a stout, bald-headed man, kept looking at Anna and trying to calm his wife. When Madame Kartasov left the box, her husband lingered, trying to catch Anna's eye, and evidently desirous of bowing to her. But apparently she purposely avoided noticing him, and leaned back to speak to Yashvin, whose shaven head was bent toward her. Kartasov went out without having bowed, and the box was left empty. Vronsky did not understand what had just passed between the Kartasovs and Anna, but he felt perfectly sure that something mortifying had happened to Anna. By the expression of her face he saw that she was summoning all her strength to keep up her part to the end, and to appear perfectly calm. And this semblance of external calm was put on to perfection. Those who knew nothing of her history and her circle, who had not heard her old friend's expression of indignation at her appearing in this way, in all the splendor of her beauty and of her toilet, would have admired her serenity and beauty, and never have suspected that this woman was enduring the same feelings of shame as a criminal experiences at the pillory. Knowing that something had taken place, but not knowing exactly what, Vronsky felt a sense of deep anxiety, and, hoping to learn something about the matter, went to his brother's box. He intentionally crossed the parquet, on the side opposite to Anna's box, and, as he went, ran across his former regimental commander, who was talking with two of his acquaintances. Vronsky heard the Karenin's name spoken, and noticed that the regimental commander hastened to call to him aloud, while he gave his friends a significant look. "Ah, Vronsky, when shall we see you again in the regiment? We shan't let you off without a banquet. You are ours, every inch of you," said the regimental commander. "I shan't have the time now. I'm awfully sorry. Another time," replied Vronsky, going rapidly up the steps which led to his brother's box. The old countess, his mother, with her little steel-colored curls, was in the box. Varya and the young Princess Sorokin were walking together in the lobby at the bel étage. As soon as she saw her brother-in-law, Varya went back to her mother with her companion, and then, taking Vronsky's arm, immediately began to speak to him about the subject which concerned him. She showed more excitement than he had ever seen in her. "I think it is dastardly and vile. Madame Kartasov had no right to do so. Madame Karenin," she began. "But what is the matter? I don't know what you mean." "What? You haven't heard anything about it?" "You can well understand that I should be the last person to hear anything about it." "Is there a more wicked creature in the world than this Madame Kartasov?" "But what did she do?" "My husband told me about it. She insulted Madame Karenin. Her husband began to speak across from his box to Madame Karenin, and Madame Kartasov made a scene about it. They say she said something very offensive in a loud voice, and went out." "Count, your maman is calling you," said the young Princess Sorokin, opening the door of the box. "I have been waiting for you all this time," said his mother to him, with a sarcastic smile. "We never see anything of you now." The son saw that she could not conceal a smile of satisfaction. "Good evening, maman. I was coming to see you," he replied coolly. "What, I hope you are not going faire la cour à Madame Karenine," she added, when the young Princess Sorokina was out of hearing. "Elles font sensation. On oublie la petite pour elle." "Maman, I have begged you not to speak to me about her," he replied gloomily. I only say what everybody is saying." Vronsky did not reply, and, after exchanging a few words with the young princess, he went out. He met his brother at the door. "Ah, Alexey!" said his brother. "How abominable! She is a fool, nothing more. I was just wishing to go to see Madame Karenin. Let us go together." Vronsky did not heed him. He ran hastily down the steps, feeling he ought to do something, but knew not what. He was stirred with anger, because Anna had placed them both in such a false position, and at the same time he felt deep pity for her suffering. He went down onto the parquet, and thence directly to Anna's loge. Stremov was leaning on the box, talking with her. "There are no more tenors," he said. "Le moule en est brise, the mold is broken, from which they came." Vronsky bowed to her and stopped, exchanging greetings with Stremov. "You came late, it seems to me, and you lost the best aria," said Anna to Vronsky, looking at him scornfully, as it seemed to him. "I am not a very good judge," he replied, looking at her severely. "Like Prince Yashvin," she said, smiling, "who thinks Patti sings too loud." "Thank you," she said, taking the program that Vronsky passed to her in her little hand, encased in a long glove, and at the same moment her beautiful face quivered. She rose and went to the back of the box. The last act had hardly begun when Vronsky, seeing Anna's box empty, left the parquet, though he was hissed for disturbing the quiet of the theater while a cavatina was going on, and went back to the hotel. Anna was already in her room. When Vronsky went to her, she was sitting in the same toilet which she had worn at the theater. She was sitting in the first chair she had come to, near the wall, looking straight before her. When she saw Vronsky enter, she glanced at him without moving. "Anna," he said. "You are to blame for it all!" she exclaimed, rising with tears of anger and despair in her voice. "I begged you, I implored you, not to go. I knew that it would be unpleasant to you." "Unpleasant!" she exclaimed. "It was horrible! I shall not forget it as long as I live. She said that it was a disgrace to sit near me." "She was a stupid woman to say such a thing. But why did you run the risk of hearing it? Why did you expose yourself?" "I hate your calm way. You should never have driven me to this. If you loved me—" "Anna, what has my love to do with this?" "Yes, if you loved me as I love you, if you suffered as I—" she said, looking at him with an expression of terror. He felt sorry for her, and yet he was vexed with her. He protested his love because he saw that it was the only way to calm her, and he refrained from reproaching her, but in his heart he reproached her. And his expressions of love, which seemed to him so banal that he was ashamed of himself for repeating them, she drank in and gradually became herself again. 2 days later they left for the country, completely reconciled. End of chapter 33 and end of part 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 6, Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 6, Chapter 1. Darya Alexandrovna, with her children, was spending the summer at Pokrovskoye, at the house of her sister, Kitty Levin. The house on her own estate, Yergoshovo, was all in ruins, and Levin and his wife had urged her to come to them for the summer. Stepan Arkadyevitch heartily approved of this arrangement. He assured them that he very much regretted that his duties would prevent him from spending the summer with his family in the country, for that would be the greatest possible delight for him, and if he stayed in Moscow he could occasionally run down for a day or two at a time. Besides the Oblonskys and all their children, the Levins had with them the old princess, who considered her presence near her daughter at this particular time indispensable. They had also Varenka, Kitty's sodden friend, who was fulfilling her promise of making Kitty a visit when she should have been married. All these were Kitty's relatives and friends.
Levin, though he liked them all, still felt some regret for his own people and his own ways, which were swallowed up as in a flood of the Shtcherbatsky element, as he called it. Of his own relatives that summer, Sergey Ivanovitch was the only representative, and he was not a Levin, but a Kozneushef, so that the Levin spirit was in a great discount. There were so many persons in the long deserted house that almost all the rooms were occupied, and almost every day the old princess, as she sat down at table, would count the guests and send off to the special table the grandson or granddaughter who made the number 13. And Kitty, diligently occupied with her housekeeping, found it no small burden to provide turkeys, chickens, and ducks for the satisfaction of the various appetites of young and old, made keen by the country air. The whole family were at table. Dolly's children were planning to go out and hunt for mushrooms with the governess and Varenka, when, to the great astonishment of all, Sergey Ivanovitch, who enjoyed among all the guests a great reputation, amounting almost to reverence, on account of his wit and learning, evidenced a desire to join the expedition. "Allow me to go with you," said he, addressing Varenka. "I am very fond of getting mushrooms. I think it is a very admirable occupation." "Why, certainly, we shall be very glad," she answered, blushing. Kitty exchanged looks with Dolly. The proposition of the learned and intellectual Sergey Ivanovitch to go with Varenka after mushrooms confirmed an idea which had been engaging Kitty for some time. She hastened to say something to her mother so that their looks might not be observed. After dinner, Sergey Ivanovitch was sitting at the drawing-room window with his cup of coffee, still talking with his brother on some topic which they were discussing, but he kept his eyes on the door through which the children would have to pass when they should start after the mushrooms. Levin was sitting at the window near his brother. Kitty was standing near her husband, evidently expecting the end of a conversation which did not interest her, so that she might say something to him. "You have changed a good deal since you were married, and for the better," said Sergey Ivanovitch, smiling at Kitty, and evidently not taking much interest either in the conversation, but at the same time he remained true to his passion for defending the most paradoxical themes. "Katya, it is not well for you to stand," said her husband, moving up a chair for her and giving her a significant look. "Well, we will finish this some other time," said Sergey Ivanovitch, as he saw the children come running out. In advance of the rest, galloping sidewise in her tightly fitting stockings, came Tanya, waving a basket and Sergey Ivanovitch's hat. Boldly darting up to him, and with sparkling eyes, they were just like her father's handsome eyes, she gave Sergey Ivanovitch his hat, and made believe that she was going to put it on him, tempering her audacity with a timid and affectionate smile. "Varenka is waiting," said Tanya, carefully putting his hat on his head, seeing by Sergey Ivanovitch's smile that she might do so. Varenka was standing at the door. She had put on a yellow muslin frock, and had tied a white hat over her head. "I am coming, Varvara Andreevna," cried Sergey Ivanovitch, finishing his cup of coffee and putting his handkerchief and cigarette case into his pocket. "Isn't Varenka charming?" asked Kitty of her husband, as Sergey Ivanovitch got up. She said this so that he might hear, for this was what she especially wanted. "And how pretty she is, royally pretty." "Varenka," cried Kitty, "are you going to the woods by the mill? We will join you there." "You really forget your condition, Kitty," said the old princess warningly, as she came hastily to the door. "You ought not to shout so loud." Varenka, on hearing Kitty's voice and the princess's reproof, came up to them with quick, light steps. Her quickness of motion, the bright color that flushed her cheek, all proved that some metamorphosis was taking place in her. Kitty knew that this was something unusual, and she watched her attentively. She now called Varenka only for the sake of bestowing on her a silent benediction, in the interest of an important event which she firmly believed would take place that day in the woods. "Varenka, I shall be very glad if a certain thing comes to pass," she said to her in a whisper, and giving her a kiss. "Are you coming with us?" asked Varenka of Levin, confused, and pretending that she had not heard what had been said. "Yes, but only as far as the barns. I shall have to stop there."
What do you propose to do there?" asked Kitty. "I have some new carts to examine and test. And where shall I find you?" "On the terrace." CHAPTER II. Of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. All the women were gathered on the terrace. They generally liked to sit there after dinner, but to-day they had a special matter of interest before them. Besides the making of baby shirts and the knitting of bands, in which all of them were engaged at that time, they were engaged in superintending the cooking of some preserves after a recipe unknown to Agafya Mihalovna. Kitty had brought with her this new process, which had been used in her own home and required no water. Agafya Mihalovna, who had before been shown how to do it in this way, considering that what had always been done at the Levins could not be improved on, insisted on pouring water into the berries, declaring it could not be made otherwise. She had been detected doing this, and now the berries were cooking in the presence of them all, and Agafya Mihalovna was to be brought to a realizing sense of the fact that the preserves could be made without the use of the water. Agafya Mihalovna, with flushed and heated face and dishevelled hair, and with her sleeves rolled up to the elbow, was moving a porringer round and round over a portable stove and looking gloomily at it, wishing with all her soul that the berries would thicken and not boil. The old princess, conscious that Agafya Mihalovna's indignation must be directed against her as the chief adviser in the concoction of the sweetmeat, pretended that she was busy with something else and was not interested in it. But though she talked of extraneous affairs, she occasionally glanced at the cooking out of the corner of her eyes. "I always buy my girls' dresses at a cheap shop," the princess was saying in regard to something they had been talking about. "Hadn't you better take off the scum, my dear?" she added, addressing Agafya Mihalovna. "It is not at all necessary for you to do it, and it is hot," said she, stopping Kitty. "I will do it," said Kitty, who had got up and was carefully stirring the boiling sugar with a spoon, occasionally pouring out a little on a plate, which was already covered with a variegated yellowish red and sanguine scum, mixed with syrup. "How they will like to lick it," she said to herself, thinking of her children, and remembering how she herself, when she was a little girl, had wondered that grown-up people did not feed upon that best of all things, scum. "Stiva says it is far better to give money," Dolly was saying in regard to the question of making presents, which they had been discussing. "But how can one give money?" exclaimed the mother and Kitty simultaneously. "They despise it." "Well, for example, last year I bought our Matryona Semyonovna, not a poplin, but some of that kind," said the princess. "I remember she wore it on your name day. A lovely figure, so simple and ladylike. I should have liked one of it myself, if she had not one, like the kind Varenka wears, so pretty and cheap." "Now I think it is done," said Dolly, dropping the syrup from the spoon. "When it crystallizes it is done. Cook it a little more, Agafya Mihalovna." "What an absurdity!" exclaimed Agafya Mihalovna. "It would be the same anyway," she added. "Oh, what a beauty he is! Don't scare him," suddenly exclaimed Kitty, looking at a sparrow which perched on the rail, and, turning the heart of a berry over, began to peck at it. "Yes, but you ought to be farther away from the charcoal," said her mother. "À propos de Varenka," said Kitty in French, in which language indeed they had been speaking all the time, so that Agafya Mihalovna might not understand them. "Do you know, maman, that I somehow expect something decided. You know what I mean. How nice it would be." "What a master hand at matchmaking you are!" exclaimed Dolly. "How adroitly she has brought them together." "No. But tell me, maman, what do you think of it?" "What do I think of it? He can at any time have his choice of all the best in Russia." By he she meant Sergey Ivanovitch. "He is not so young as he was, but still, I know many would set their caps for him. She is very good, but he might—" "No, indeed, you know perfectly well that nothing better could be imagined for either of them. In the first place, she is charming," said Kitty, bending down one finger.
She pleases him very much, that is true," said Dolly, in confirmation. "In the next place, he has such a position in the world that it would make no difference to him what his wife's property or social standing was. He needs only one thing, a sweet, pretty, even-tempered wife." "Yes, he might be very happy with her," said Dolly, in confirmation of this also. "In the third place, she must love him. And so it is now, and so it would be perfectly lovely. I expect when they come in from the woods it will all be decided. I shall read it instantly in their eyes. I should be so glad. What do you think about it, Dolly?" "Don't get so excited. You really must not get so excited," said her mother. "But I am not excited, mamma. I think that he will surely propose to her to day." "Oh, how strange it is how and when a man proposes. Even if there is an obstacle, it is suddenly swept away," said Dolly, smiling pensively and recalling the old days with Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Mamma, how did papa propose to you?" asked Kitty suddenly. "There was nothing extraordinary about it. Very simply," replied the princess, but her face grew all radiant at the remembrance. "No, but how was it? And did you love him before you allowed him to speak?" Kitty found a special charm in the fact that now she could talk with her mother, as with an equal, on the most important questions in the lives of women. "Of course I loved him. He came to visit us in the country." "But how was it decided, mamma?" "Do you really think that you young people have invented something new? It is always one and the same thing. It is decided by looks and smiles." "How well you describe it, mamma. That is just it, by looks and smiles," said Dolly, confirming what her mother had said. "But what words did he say?" "What words did Kostya say to you?" "He wrote in chalk. How long it seems since then," said Kitty. And the three ladies sat occupied with the same thought. Kitty was the first to break the silence. She had been thinking about that long past winter before her marriage and her infatuation for Vronsky. "There is one thing, Varenka's first love," said she, remembering this by a natural connection of thought. "I wanted to give Sergey Ivanovitch a hint of that to warn him. All men," she added, "are awfully jealous of our past." "Not at all," said Dolly. "You judge by your husband. I believe he is even now tormented by the remembrance of Vronsky. Isn't that so?" "He is," replied Kitty, with a pensive smile in her eyes. "Well, I don't know what there is in your past life to disquiet him," exclaimed the princess, her mother, resenting the inference that her maternal vigilance was called in question. "Is it because Vronsky paid you some attention? That happens to every young girl." "Yes, but we were not talking about that," said Kitty, blushing. "No, permit me to finish what I was saying," pursued the princess. "And besides, you yourself would not permit me to have an explanation with Vronsky. Do you remember?" "Oh, mamma!" exclaimed Kitty with an exclamation of pain. "There is no need of your being vexed. Your behavior toward him could never have been anything but perfectly proper. I myself should have challenged him. However, my darling, don't allow yourself to get excited. Please remember this, and calm yourself." "I am perfectly calm, maman." "How fortunate it turned out for Kitty that Anna appeared on the scene," said Dolly, "and how unfortunate for her. How their positions are reversed," she added, overwhelmed by her own thought. "Anna was so happy then, and Kitty thought herself so miserable. I often think of her. What a complete change!" "What is the use of thinking about her? She is a vile, disgusting, heartless woman!" exclaimed the princess, who could not forget that Kitty had married Levin instead of Vronsky. "What is the good of speaking about her, anyway?" said Kitty in disgust. "I do not think about her, nor do I wish to think of her at all. I do not wish to think about her," she repeated, hearing her husband's well-known step on the steps leading to the terrace. "Whom do you wish not to think about?" asked Levin, appearing on the terrace. No one answered, and he did not repeat his question. "I am sorry that I am disturbing your feminine realm," said he, looking angrily at them all, and perceiving that they were talking about something which they would not talk about in his presence. For an instant he felt that he shared Agafea Mikhailovna's sentiments.
her dissatisfaction at the Shtcherbatskys' way of making preserves without water, and especially the alien regime of his wife's family. Nevertheless he smiled and went up to Kitty. "Well, how is it?" he asked, looking at her with the same expression everyone used in addressing her. "All right," said Kitty with a smile. "And how is it with you?" "The 3-horse team will take a larger load than we could put on the telyaga. Shall we go to meet the children? I have ordered the men to harness." "What! Are you going to take Kitty in the linyadka?" exclaimed the princess reproachfully. "We shall walk the horses, princess." Levin never called the princess maman, as his brothers-in-law did, and the princess resented it. But Levin, though he loved and respected her, could not call her so without doing violence to his feelings toward the memory of his own mother. "Come with us, maman," said Kitty. "I do not wish to countenance such imprudence." "Well, then, I will walk. That is good for me," said Kitty, rising to take her husband's arm. "Good for you! But there's reason in all things," said the princess. "Well, Agafya Mikhailovna, are your preserves done? Is the new method good?" asked Levin, smiling at the housekeeper in his desire to cheer her. "Perhaps they're good, but in my opinion much overdone." "There's one thing about them that's better, Agafya Mikhailovna. They won't spoil," said Kitty, divining her husband's intention, and with the same feeling addressing the old servant. "And you know the ice in the ice house is all melted, and we can't get any more. As for your spiced meats, mamma assures me that she has never eaten any better," she said, adjusting, with a smile, the housekeeper's loosened neckerchief. Agafya Mikhailovna looked angrily at Kitty. "Do not try to console me, Baruanya. To see you with him is enough to content me." This familiar way of speaking of her master touched Kitty. "Come and show us the best places to find mushrooms." The old woman raised her head, smiling, as if to say, "One would gladly guard you from all hatred, if it were possible. Follow my advice, please, and put over each pot of jelly a round piece of paper soaked in rum, and you will not need ice in order to preserve them," said the princess. Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Kitty was especially glad of the opportunity to be alone with her husband, because she had noticed how a shadow of dissatisfaction had crossed his telltale face when he stepped on the terrace and asked what they were talking about, and no one replied. As they walked along in front of the others, and, losing sight of the house, took to the well-trodden, dusty road, bestrewn with rye and corn, she seized his hand and pressed it against her side. He had already forgotten the momentary unpleasant impression, and now that he was alone with her, and while the thought of her approaching maternity did not for an instant escape from his mind, he experienced a novel joy in the sense of the presence of a beloved woman, a joy perfectly free from anything sensual. There was nothing special to talk about, but he liked to hear the sound of her voice, which, like the expression of her eyes, had changed owing to her condition. In her voice and in her eyes there was a gentleness and gravity, like that which people show when their attention has been concentrated on some one favorite task. "You are not getting tired, are you? Lean on me more," said he. "No, I am so glad to have a chance to be alone with you, and I confess that I miss our winter evenings when we two were alone together, much as I enjoy having them here." "That was good, but this is better. Both are better," said he, pressing her hand. "Do you know what we were talking about when you came?" "About preserves?" "Yes, about preserves, but afterward about the way men propose." "Ah!" said Levin, listening rather to the sound of her voice than to the words which she spoke, and all the time thinking of the road which they were following down to the forest, and carefully avoiding the places that might cause her to stumble. "But how about Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka? Have you noticed it? I very much wish it might come about," she went on to say. "What do you think about it?" And she glanced into his face. "I don't know what to think.
replied Levin, with a smile. "Sergey in this respect was always a mystery to me. I think I told you about it."
"Yes, that he was in love with a young girl, but she died."
"That was when I was a child. I knew it by tradition. I remember him as he was then. He was wonderfully charming. But since then I have watched him with women. He is polite. He likes some of them. But you can't help feeling that for him they are merely people, not women."
"Yes, but now in the case of Varenka, it seems to me there is some—"
"Maybe there is. But one must know him. He is a peculiar, a remarkable man. He lives only a spiritual life. He is too pure and high-minded a man."
"What do you mean? How could this bring him to a lower level?"
"I don't say it would. But he is so accustomed to live a spiritual life only, that he cannot reconcile himself to what is matter-of-fact. And Varenka is quite matter-of-fact."
Levin by this time had become accustomed to speak his thoughts with all freedom, not taking pains to couch it in explicit words. He knew that his wife in such moments of intimate communion as now would understand what he expressed by a hint, and she did understand him. "Yes, but she has none of that practicality such as I have. I can understand that he would never fall in love with me. She is all soul."
"That is not so. He is so fond of you. And I am always so glad that my friends like you."
"Yes, he is kind to me, but—"
"But not as it was with our lamented Nikolenka. You loved each other," said Levin in conclusion. "But why not speak it out?" he added. "I often reproach myself that one so quickly forgets. Oh, what a terrible, what a fascinating man he was! But what were we talking about?" said Levin after a silence.
"You mean that he is incapable of falling in love," said she, expressing her husband's thought in her own way.
"I did not say that. But he has none of that weakness which is requisite. And I always have envied him, and envy him still, in spite of my happiness."
"You envy him because he is incapable of falling in love?"
"I envy him because he is better than I am," said Levin, smiling. "He does not live for himself. It is duty which guides him, and so he has a right to be serene and well satisfied."
"And you?" asked Kitty, with a mischievous smile. He could never follow the course of her thoughts when they caused her to smile. But the last deduction was that her husband, who had the greatest admiration for his brother, and who humbled himself before him, was insincere. Kitty knew that this insincerity of his was caused by his love for him, from a sort of conscientious scruple at being too happy, and especially from a never-ceasing desire to be better, and she loved this in him, and that was why she smiled. "But why should you be dissatisfied?" she asked, with the same smile. Her disbelief in his self-dissatisfaction pleased him, and he unconsciously provoked her to explain the reasons for her unbelief.
"I am happy, but I am dissatisfied with myself," said he.
"How can you be dissatisfied, if you are happy?"
"How can I express it? In my heart of hearts I wish nothing else except that you should not stumble. Oh, you must not jump so!" he exclaimed, interrupting his argument with reproach because she had made a too vivacious motion in jumping over a branch which lay in the path. "But when I criticize myself, and compare myself with others, especially with my brother, I am conscious of all my inferiority."
"But why?" persisted Kitty, with the same smile. "Aren't you always doing for others? And your farming, your book?"
"Yes, I feel this especially now, and you are to blame," said he, pressing her hand. "I do this so superficially. Ah, if I could love all this work as I love you! But of late I work on it as if it were a task imposed on me."
"But what do you say about papa?" asked Kitty. "Is he unworthy because he does nothing for the Commonwealth?"
"He? Oh no! But one must have just such simplicity, transparency, goodness, as he has. But I haven't, have I? If I do not work, I am tormented. 'Tis you who have made it so. If it were not for you, and if it were not for what is coming," said he, with a significant glance at her figure, "I should devote all my powers to this work, but now I can't, and my conscience pricks me. I do it like a task. It is all pretense." "Would you like to exchange with Sergey Ivanovitch?" asked Kitty. "Would you like to work for nothing but your duty and the general welfare of mankind?" "Of course not. The fact is, I am so happy that I can't reason clearly. So you think the proposal will take place to-day, do you?" he asked after a moment's silence. "I think so, and then I think not. But I wish with all my heart it might. Here, wait." She stooped down and plucked a daisy growing by the roadside. "Now count. He'll propose, he'll not propose," said she, giving him the flower. "He'll propose, he'll not propose," repeated Levin, picking off the narrow, white, trembling petals. "No, no!" cried Kitty, stopping him and seizing his arm as she excitedly watched his fingers. "You pulled off two." "Well, that little one doesn't count," said Levin, tearing off a short, undeveloped petal. "But here comes the Lenyenka to meet us." "Kitty, you haven't fatigued yourself?" cried the princess. "Not the least in the world, mamma." "Well, get in, if the horses are quiet, and we'll walk." But there was no need of riding. The place was so near, they continued walking. Chapter 4. Part 6, Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Varenka, in her white kerchief setting off her dark locks, and surrounded by children whom she was good-naturedly and gaily entertaining, and evidently excited by the possibility of a declaration from a man who was agreeable to her, was very fascinating. Sergey Ivanovitch walked by her side and could not help admiring her. As he looked at her he recalled all the pleasant remarks he had heard her make, all the goodness that he had found in her, and he confessed to himself more and more that the feeling which she aroused in him was something peculiar, like what he had experienced once, only long, long before, in his early youth. The feeling of pleasure at being near her kept growing stronger, and at last when, as he put into her basket a monstrous birch mushroom with thin stem and edges, he looked into her eyes and, noticing the blush of pleasure and timid emotion which spread over her face, he himself grew confused, and smiled with a mute smile which said too much. "If this is the way it is going, I must deliberate and come to a decision, and not give way like a child to the impulse of a moment. I am going now to hunt for mushrooms independently of the rest of you, otherwise my acquisitions will not be noticed," said he, and he went off by himself from the edge of the woods, where they had been walking along the velvety turf among the old birch trees, scattered here and there in the forest, together with the gray trunks of aspens and dark clumps of hazelnuts. Going off 40 steps or so, and coming to a clump of the bush called beresklet, which was in full flower with its rosy catkins, Sergey Ivanovitch sheltered himself behind it, knowing that he would not be seen. Around him it was perfectly still. Only up in the tree-tops above his head, ceaseless, like a swarm of bees, buzzed the flies, and occasionally he heard the voices of the children. Suddenly, not far from the edge of the woods, rang out Varenka's contralto voice, calling Grisha, and a happy smile spread over Sergey Ivanovitch's face. When he realized what he was doing, he shook his head disapprovingly at his state of mind, and, taking out a cigar, he began to smoke. It was some time before he could light a match against the bole of a birch tree. The juicy scales of the white bark dampened the phosphorus, and the match refused to burn. At last one of the matches took fire, and the fragrant cigar smoke, like a wide wavering scarf, floated up and away above the bush under the pendant twigs of the birches. As he followed the whiff of smoke with his eyes, Sergey Ivanovitch slowly walked on, thinking over the situation. "And why should I not?" he asked himself. "If this was a caprice of passion, if I had experienced only this mutual attachment, for I may call it mutual, and if I felt that it would run counter to the whole scheme of my life, if I felt that in giving way to this impression I should change my calling and duty, then it would not do at all. The one thing that I can bring against it is that when I lost Marie, I vowed that I would never marry in remembrance of her. This is the only thing that I can say against this feeling." "This is serious," said Sergey Ivanovitch to himself, but at the same time he recognized that this consideration had personally for him no great importance, but would simply spoil in the eyes of others the poetic rôle which he had been keeping up so long. "But besides this, no matter how long I searched, I should never find out what would be said against my feeling. If I used all my wits, I could never find any one better." Among all the women and girls whom he had ever known, he could not think of one who united to such a high degree all, yes, verily, all the qualities which in a cold calculation he should wish to see in his wife. She had all the freshness and charm of youth, and yet she was no longer a child. And if she loved him sensibly, as a woman ought to love. This was one thing. Another was, she was not only far removed from worldly mindedness, but evidently found fashionable society distasteful. But at the same time she knew society well, and had all those ways of a woman of good society, lacking which married life for Sergey Ivanovitch was unthinkable. Thirdly, she was religious, but not like a child, irresponsibly religious and good, as Kitty, for example, was, but her life was founded on religious convictions. Even in trifles Sergey Ivanovitch found in her all that he desired in a wife. She was poor and unencumbered, so that she would not bring a throng of relatives and their influence into her husband's home, as he saw was the case with Kitty. But she would be in everything pledged to her husband, which was one of the conditions which he had demanded for himself in case he ever had any family life. And this young woman, having all these qualities, loved him. He was modest, but he could not help seeing this. And he liked her. One obstacle stood in the way: his age. But his family were long-lived. He had not as yet a single gray hair. No one took him to be more than 40, and he remembered that Varenka had said that only in Russia men of 50 considered themselves old, while in France a man of 50 reckoned himself dans la force de l'âge, and one of 40 was un jeune homme. But what signified his years when he felt himself as young in spirit as he had been 20 years before? Was not youth the feeling which he enjoyed when, coming out again from the forest into the clearing, he saw in the clear sunlight Varenka's graceful figure in her yellow frock and with her basket, moving along with light steps past the bole of an ancient birch tree, and the impression produced by the sight of Varenka blended with the surprising beauty of a field of oats shining yellow under the oblique rays of the sun, and beyond the field the old forest, variegated with yellow and stretching away into the azure distance. His heart swelled with joy. A feeling of tenderness seized him. He felt within him that his mind was made up. Varenka, who had just stooped down to pick up a mushroom, with an agile motion straightened herself up again and glanced around. Sergey Ivanovitch, tossing away his cigar, went toward her with resolute steps. Chapter 4. Part 6, Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Varvara Andreevna, when I was young I formed for myself an ideal of the woman whom I should love, and whom I should be happy to call my wife. I have lived a long life, and now for the first time I find in you all that I was seeking. I love you, and I offer you my hand. Sergey Ivanovitch was saying these words to himself when he was within 10 steps of Varenka. She was kneeling on the grass and defending with her hands a mushroom from Grisha, and at the same time calling to little Masha. "Here, come here, little ones, lots of them," she cried in her deep, pleasant voice.
Though she saw Sergey Ivanovitch approaching, she did not rise, nor did she change her position. But everything told him that she was aware of his presence and was glad. "Did you find any?" she asked, turning her sweet face toward him with a smile. "Not one," replied Sergey Ivanovitch. "And you?" She made no reply, her attention being just then absorbed by the little children who surrounded her. "Here's one for you near the twig." And she pointed out a little agaricus pushing its elastic red cap through the dry grass, from which it was extricating itself. Varenka got up after Masha had plucked the mushroom, breaking it into 2 white halves. "That reminds me of my childhood," she remarked, as she joined Sergey Ivanovitch and walked with him away from the children. They proceeded a few steps in silence. Varenka saw that he wanted to speak. She suspected what he had in mind, and felt stifled with the emotions of joy and terror. They had now gone so far from the rest that no one could have heard them, yet he had not opened his mouth to speak. Varenka would have done better not to say a word. After a silence it would have been easier to say what they wanted to say than after any casual words. But against her own will, as if it were unexpectedly, Varenka broke out. "And so you did not find any? But there are never so many mushrooms in the woods as along the edge." Sergey Ivanovitch sighed and made no answer. He was annoyed because she spoke about mushrooms. He wanted to bring her back to the first words which she had spoken about her childhood, but, as it were, contrary to his will, after a brief silence, he made an observation on what she had said last. "I have heard that the white mushrooms are found preeminently on the edge of the forest, but I cannot tell them." A few moments more passed. They had gone still farther away from the children, and were wholly alone. Varenka's heart beat so violently that she heard its throbs, and she was conscious that she was blushing, turning pale, and then blushing again. To be the wife of such a man as Koznoyashev after her position with Madame Stahl seemed to her the height of happiness. Moreover, she was almost convinced that she was in love with him. And this was to be decided immediately. It was a terrible moment for her, terrible, both what he would say and what he would not say. Now, or never, it would have to be decided. Sergey Ivanovitch also felt this. Everything in Varenka's looks, in her heightened color, in the way she dropped her eyes, betrayed the most painful expectation. Sergey Ivanovitch saw this and was sorry for her. He even felt that he should wrong her if he kept silence. He made an effort to recall his recent arguments in favor of making the decision. He even repeated to himself the words in which he was going to couch his declaration. But instead of these words, by some combination unexpected to himself, he asked, "What is the difference between a white mushroom and a birch mushroom?" Varenka's lips trembled as she answered, "There is very little difference in the cap, but it lies in the root." As soon as these words were spoken, both of them felt that this was the end of it, that what should have been said would never be said, and the emotion which up to this moment had reached its highest pitch gradually died away. "The birch mushroom, or its root, reminds me of a black beard which has not been shaved for 2 days," said Sergey Ivanovitch calmly. "Quite true," answered Varenka, smiling, and involuntarily the direction of their walk changed. They were going back toward the children. Varenka was puzzled and hurt, but at the same time she experienced a sense of relief. Sergey Ivanovitch mentally reviewed his arguments in favor of marriage, and found them mistaken. He could not be unfaithful to Marie's memory. "Gently, children, gently!" cried Levin testily, as the children sprang toward Kitty with shouts of glee. Behind the children came Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka. Kitty needed not to question them. She knew by their calm and slightly mortified manner that the hope which she had been nursing would not be realized. "Well, how is it?" her husband asked when they returned to the house. "It will not happen," said Kitty, with a smile and manner which reminded him of her father, as Levin had often remarked to his delight. "Why won't it happen?" "This is why," said she, taking his hand, raising it to her mouth and touching it with her closed lips. as people kiss a bishop's hand."
"Which one has failed of it?" he asked, laughing.
"Both. It must be so when—"
"Here come the muzhiks."
"No, not yet."
Chapter 6.
Part 6, Chapter 6 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. While the children took their supper, the older people sat on the balcony and talked as if nothing had happened. But all, and especially Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka, knew very well that an important event had occurred, although it was a negative one. The two experienced a feeling such as a boy has when, having failed in the examination, he is either kept in the same class or is excluded forever from an institution. All present, feeling likewise that something had taken place, talked with forced animation. Levin and Kitty felt especially happy and in love with each other that evening. And that they were happy in their love seemed to make it impolite to comment on the unskillfulness of those who did not know how to be happy, and this made them feel guilty. "Take my word for it, Alexander will not come," said the princess. That evening they were expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch from the train, and the old prince had written that perhaps he, also, would come. "And if he doesn't, I know why," continued the princess. "He says that young people ought to be left alone during the first part of their married lives." "Yes, papa is abandoning us for that very reason. He has not been to see us at all. But how are we, young folks? I am sure we are quite old." "Only, if he does not come, and I have to take my leave of you children," said the princess, with a melancholy smile. "What is the matter with you, mamma?" cried both daughters at once. "You can think how it is with him. Here, now." And suddenly and unexpectedly the old princess's voice broke. The daughters exchanged glances in silence. "Maman is always finding some melancholy topic," said their eyes. They did not know that, however pleasant it was for the princess to visit her daughters, and however necessary she felt that she was, nevertheless both she and her husband had been very sad ever since they had given up their last beloved daughter and the family nest had become empty. "What is it, Agafya Mikhailovna?" suddenly asked Kitty of the old housekeeper, whom she saw standing near her with a mysterious and significant look in her eyes. "It is about supper." "Now, that is excellent," said Dolly. "You go and make your arrangements, and I will hear Grisha recite his lesson. He has not done anything all day." "The lesson is my part. No, Dolly, I will go," cried Levin, springing up. Grisha, who had already entered the gymnasium, was obliged to keep up his lessons during the summer. Darya Alexandrovna, who had already begun, in Moscow, to study Latin with her son, now that she had come to the Levins', had made it a rule to go over with him, at least once a day, his most difficult lessons in Latin and arithmetic. Levin had taken it on himself to substitute for her. But the mother, having once listened while Levin was hearing the recitation, and noticing that he did not teach as the instructor in Moscow did, with an awkward attempt not to hurt his feelings, told Levin decidedly that he must go according to the book, as his tutor did, and that she had better take charge of his lessons again. Levin was annoyed with Stepan Arkadyevitch, owing to whose carelessness the mother had charge of the children's education, though she understood nothing about it at all, and he was annoyed with the teachers because they had such bad methods of teaching. But he promised his sister-in-law that he would conduct the recitations as she wished. And so he continued to take charge of Grisha's studies, no longer, however, in his own method, but according to the book, and therefore perfunctorily, and frequently forgetting the lesson hour. And that is what had happened that day. "No, I will go, Dolly, and you keep your seat," said he. "We are going along in due order by the book, only, now that Stiva is coming, we shall be going hunting, so we shall have to neglect them." And Levin went to find Grisha. Varenka was saying almost the same thing to Kitty. Varenka had found the way of being useful even in the Levins' happy, well-ordered household. "I will go and see about supper, And you keep your seat," said she, and she joined Agafya Mikhailovna. "Yes, yes, but you won't find the chickens, then," said Kitty. "Agafya Mikhailovna and I will settle the difficulty," said Varenka, and disappeared with her. "What a pretty girl!" exclaimed the princess. "Not pretty, maman, but the charmingest girl in the world." "And so you are expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch, are you?" said Sergey Ivanovitch, evidently not liking to have the conversation about Varenka prolonged. "It would be hard to find two brothers-in-law less alike," said he, with a sly smile. "One versatile, living only in society, like a fish in the water; the other, our Kostya, full of life and activity, quick at everything, but as soon as he gets into society, he either gives up the ghost or flops about aimlessly, like a fish on dry land." "Yes, he is very heedless," said the princess, addressing Sergey Ivanovitch. "I wanted especially to ask you to persuade him that it is impossible for her," she was referring to Kitty, "to stay here. She certainly ought to be taken to Moscow. He says write for a doctor." "Maman, he is doing everything. He agrees to all you want," said Kitty, vexed with her mother for drawing Sergey Ivanovitch into this matter as a judge. While they were talking, the whinnying of a horse on the driveway was heard, and the sound of wheels on the stones. Before Dolly could jump up to go and meet her husband, Levin jumped out of the window of the room downstairs where he was teaching Grisha, and put Grisha out. "It's Stiva!" cried Levin from below the balcony. "We had finished, Dolly, don't you worry," he added, as the boy darted off to meet the carriage. "Is a id ejus," cried Grisha, as he ran down the avenue. "And there is someone with him. It must be Papa," cried Levin, standing at the entrance of the driveway. "Kitty, don't come down by the steep stairs. Come round." But Levin was mistaken in thinking that the other man in the carriage was the old prince. When he came close he saw, sitting next to Stepan Arkadyevitch, not the prince, but a handsome, portly young man in a Scotch cap with long floating ribbons. This was Vasenka Veslovsky, a third cousin of the Shtcherbatskys, a brilliant young member of Moscow and Petersburg society. "One of the best fellows that ever lived, and a devotee of hunting," as Stepan Arkadyevitch expressed it in introducing him. Veslovsky was not in the least disconcerted by the surprise which his appearance, in place of the old prince, caused. He gaily greeted Levin, reminding him of their former acquaintance, and took Grisha into the carriage, lifting him up over the pointer which Stepan Arkadyevitch had brought with him. Levin did not get into the carriage, but followed on foot. He was somewhat put out by the non-arrival of the old prince, whom he liked better and better the more he saw him. He was still more put out at the appearance of this Vasenka Veslovsky, a man who was utterly unknown and superfluous. He seemed to him still more unknown and superfluous when, as Levin approached the front door, about which had collected a lively throng of old and young, he kissed Kitty's hand with a remarkably flattering and gallant look. "Your wife and I are cousins and old friends," said Vasenka Veslovsky, heartily pressing Levin's hand a second time. "Well, how is it? Any game?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, addressing Levin almost before he had greeted the others. "Vasenka and I have the most ferocious intentions. How are you, maman, since we saw each other in Moscow? Well, Tanya, how goes it? Get the things from the back of the calash, please," said he, addressing everyone at once. "How well you look, Dolenka," he said to his wife, again kissing her hand, holding it in his, and smoothing it. Levin, who a few minutes before had been in the happiest frame of mind, now looked at them all with indignant eyes, and everything disgusted him. "Whom did he kiss yesterday with those same lips?" he queried, as he saw how affectionate Stepan Arkadyevitch was to his wife. He looked at Dolly, and even she was displeasing to him. Of course, she cannot believe in his love for her. How then can she seem so glad? Repulsive, said Levin to himself. He looked at the princess, who had seemed to him so charming a moment before, and her manner of receiving this Veslovsky and his ribbons, as if she were at home there, displeased him. Even Sergey Ivanovitch, who had come out on the porch with the rest, seemed to him disagreeable by reason of the hypocritical friendliness with which he met Stepan Arkadyevitch, for Levin knew that his brother neither liked nor respected Oblonsky. And Varenka disgusted him because she, with her Saint Nitouche look, nevertheless met this stranger as if she thought only what sort of husband he would make for her. And most displeasing of all was Kitty, as she fell into conformity with the tone of gaiety with which that gentleman regarded his visit, as if it were a festival for himself and all the rest. Especially disagreeable was the peculiar smile with which she responded to his smile. Noisily talking, they all went into the house, but as soon as they sat down, Levin turned on his heel and started off. Kitty saw that something was amiss with her husband. She wanted to take advantage of a favorable moment and have a little talk with him alone, but he hastened from her, declaring that he had business to attend to at the office. Not for a long time had his affairs seemed to him so important as they did at that day. "It may be a holiday for them," he said to himself, "but here are affairs of importance to be attended to, and they can't be delayed, and without them life could not be carried on." Chapter 6. Part 6, Chapter 7 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Only when they had sent to tell him supper was ready did Levin go back to the house again. On the stairway Kitty and Agafya Mikhailovna were standing holding a consultation over the wines for supper. "But why do you make such a fuss? Give them what you usually do." "No, Stiva doesn't drink. Kostya, wait! What is the matter with you?" exclaimed Kitty, hastening after him, but he, without heeding her, went with long strides into the dining room, and immediately began to take part in the lively conversation which Vasenka Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch were enjoying. "What do you say? Shall we go hunting tomorrow?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Please let us go," said Veslovsky, changing his seat to another chair and doubling his fat leg under him. "I shall be very glad. Yes, we will go. Have you had any hunting this year yet?" asked Levin, looking at Veslovsky's leg, but his cordiality was put on, as Kitty could easily see, and did not become him. "I doubt if we find any woodcock, but snipe are abundant. We shall have to start early. You will not be too tired. Are you tired, Stiva?" "I? Tired? I don't know what it is to be tired. I'm ready to stay up all night. We'll go and take a walk." "Certainly. Let us stay up all night. Capital," said Veslovsky. "Oh, yes. We are agreed on that point, that you can stay up all night and also keep other people awake," said Dolly, in a tone of playful irony which she almost habitually employed in addressing her husband. "In my opinion, I had better be going to bed. I won't eat any supper. I'll go now." "No, Dolyenka, sit down," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, going to the other side of the great table and taking a seat near his wife. "I've so many things to tell you about." "Probably mighty little. Do you know, Veslovsky has been at Anna's. She lives only 70 versts away from here. He is going there when he leaves us, and I intend to go too. Veslovsky, come here." Vasenka approached the ladies and sat down next to Kitty. "Oh, please tell us about it. Have you really been to Anna Arkadyevna's? How is she?" asked Darya Alexandrovna. Levin had remained at the other end of the table, and while he kept on talking with the princess and Varenka, he observed that Stepan Arkadyevitch, Dolly, Kitty, and Veslovsky were having an animated and mysterious conversation. Not only were they talking confidentially, but it seemed to him that his wife's face expressed a deep tenderness, as, without dropping her eyes, she looked into Vasenka's handsome face, while he was talking vivaciously. "Their establishment is superb," Vasenka Veslovsky was saying in reference to Vronsky and Anna. "Of course, I don't take it on myself to pass judgment on them, but when you are there in their house, you feel yourself at home." "What are their plans?" "They would like to pass the winter in Moscow, I believe." "How jolly it would be for us to go there together. When shall you go there?" Oblonsky asked Vasenka. "I'm going to spend July with them." "And are you going?" he asked his wife. I have long been wanting to go, and I certainly shall," said Dolly. "I am sorry for her, and I know her. She is a lovely woman. When you have gone away, I shall go alone. That will not disturb any one, and it would be better for me to go without you." "Just the thing," answered Stepan Arkadyevitch. "And you, Kitty?" "I? Why should I go to see her?" said Kitty, and blushing with vexation she glanced at her husband. "Do you know Anna Arkadyevna?" asked Veslovsky. "She is a very fascinating woman." "Yes," answered Kitty, blushing still more, and she rose and joined her husband. "So you are going hunting tomorrow, are you?" she asked him. Levin's jealousy during those few moments, and especially at the blush which covered her cheeks while she was talking with Veslovsky, had already reached an acute stage. Now, hearing her question, he interpreted it in his own way. Strange as it was afterward for him to remember this, and now it seemed clear to him that the reason for her asking him if he was going hunting, and for her interest in it, was to know if he would give Vasenka Veslovsky that pleasure, and that proved that she was already in love with him. "Yes, I am thinking of it," he answered, in a voice so unnatural and constrained that he himself was horrified at it. "Well, you had better stay at home tomorrow. Dolly has hardly seen her husband yet. Go day after tomorrow." Levin now translated Kitty's words thus: "Do not separate me from him. You may go, it is all the same to me, but let me enjoy the society of this attractive young man." "Oh, if you desire it, we will stay at home tomorrow," answered Levin, with a special pleasantness. Meantime Vasenka, not suspecting the effect his presence had produced, rose from the table and approached Kitty with an affectionate smile. Levin noticed that smile. He grew pale and for a moment could not get his breath. "How does he dare to look at my wife in that way?" He was boiling. "We are to go hunting tomorrow, are we not?" asked Vasenka, and he sat down in a chair and again doubled one leg under him, as his habit was. Levin's jealousy grew still more intense. Already he saw himself a deceived husband, whom his wife and her lover were plotting to get rid of that they might enjoy each other in peace. Nevertheless, he asked Veslovsky with all friendliness and hospitality about his hunting gear, his guns and boots, and agreed to go the next day. To Levin's happiness, the old princess put an end to his torture by advising Kitty to go to bed. But even this was accompanied by new suffering for Levin. On bidding his hostess good night, Vasenka tried to kiss her hand again. But Kitty, blushing and drawing away her hand, said, with a naive rudeness for which her mother afterward chided her, "That is not the custom with us." In Levin's eyes she was blameworthy for permitting such liberties with her, and still more so for being so awkward in showing her disapprobation. "Why should you go to bed?" said Oblonsky, who had taken several glasses of wine at dinner, and was in his most genial and poetic mood. "Look, Kitty," said he, pointing to the moon just rising above the lindens. "How lovely! Veslovsky, it is just the time for serenading. You know he has a splendid voice. He and I tried some on the way down. He has brought 2 new ballads with him. He and Varvara might sing to us." After they had all left, Stepan Arkadyevitch and Veslovsky still for a long time walked up and down in the avenue, and their voices could be heard as they practiced singing over the new ballads. Hearing these voices, Levin sat scowling in an easy-chair in his wife's room, and obstinately refused to answer her questions as to what was the matter with him. But at last Kitty, timidly smiling, asked him, "Is there anything about Veslovsky that has displeased you?" This question loosened his tongue, and he told her all. What he said filled him with vexation, and he grew still more excited. He stood up in front of his wife with his eyes flashing terribly under his contracted brows and his hands pressed against his chest as if exerting all his force to restrain himself. His face would have been harsh and even cruel had it not expressed also such keen suffering. His cheeks trembled and his voice shook. "Don't think me jealous. The word is disgusting. I could not be jealous and at the same time believe that. I cannot tell you what I feel, but it is horrible to me. I am not jealous, but I am hurt, humiliated, that anyone should dare to look at you so." "Why? Look at me how?" asked Kitty, honestly trying to recall all the remarks and incidents of the evening and all their possible significance. In the depth of her heart she had thought that there was something peculiar at the time when Veslovsky followed her to the other end of the table, but she dared not acknowledge it even to herself, and still more she did not wish to say this to him and thus increase his suffering. But what could he find attractive in me, in my condition? "Oh!" he cried, clutching his head. "You should not have said that. That means, if you had been attractive—" "Now stop, Kostya, and listen to me," said Kitty, looking at him with a passionately compassionate expression. "What can you be thinking about? You know you are the only person in the world for me, but you would not wish me to shut myself up away from everybody." At first she had been wounded by this jealousy of his, which spoiled even the slightest and most innocent pleasures, but she was ready now to renounce, not merely the trifling things, but everything, for the sake of calming him so as to cure him of the suffering which he was enduring. "Try to understand all the horrible absurdity of my position," he went on to say, in a whisper of despair. "He is my guest, and if it were not for his silly gallantry, and his habit of sitting on his leg, he has certainly done nothing unbecoming. He certainly thinks himself irreproachable, and so I am obliged to seem polite." "But Kostya, you exaggerate things," said Kitty, glad at heart to see the force of his love for her, which was now expressed in his jealousy. "But more terrible to me than all this is that, when you are an object of worship to me, and we are so happy, so peculiarly happy, this trashy fellow—but why should I call him names? He has done nothing to me. But why should our happiness—" "Listen, Kostya. I believe I know what has offended you." "Why is it? Why is it?" "I saw how you were looking when we were at supper." "Well? Well?" asked Levin excitedly. She told him what they were talking about, and as she recounted it, she sighed with her emotion. Levin was silent, then observing his wife's pale, excited face, he clutched his head again. "Katya," cried he, "I have tried you. Golubchik, forgive me. This is sheer craziness. I am a burden to you, Katya. I am a fool. How could I torture myself over such a trifle?" "I am sorry for you." "For me? For me? That I am insane? But still it is horrible to think that any stranger might destroy our happiness." "Of course. This is outrageous." "No. To disprove this, I will keep him with us all summer, and I'll spread myself in heaping favors on him," said Levin, kissing his wife's hands. "You'll see. And tomorrow, yes, certainly tomorrow, we will go." Chapter 8. Part 6, Chapter 8 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The next morning the ladies were not yet up when the hunting traps were waiting at the door, and Laska, who since dawn had realized that hunting was in prospect, and having frisked and barked till she was tired, was sitting up on the katki next to the coachman, looking with excitement and disapprobation at the door at which the huntsmen were so provokingly dilatory in making their appearance. The first to appear was Vassenka Veslovsky, in a green blouse, with a cartridge belt of fragrant Russian leather, shod in new high boots which reached halfway up his thighs, his Scotch cap, with ribbons, on his head, and having an English gun of rather recent style, but without strap or bandolier. Laska sprang toward him and welcomed him, and asked in her way if the others were coming, but, receiving no answer, she returned to her post, and waited with bent head and one ear pricked up. At last the door opened noisily, and let out Krak, the pointer, circling round and leaping into the air, and after him came his master, Stepan Arkadyevitch, with gun in hand and cigar in mouth. "Down, Krak, down!" exclaimed Oblonsky, caressingly to the dog, which leaped up to his breast and caught his paws on his game-pouch. Stepan Arkadyevitch wore pigskin sandals, leggings, torn trousers, and a short overcoat. On his head was the ruin of what had once been a hat, but his gun was of the most modern pattern, and his game bag, as well as his cartridge box, though worn, were of the finest quality. Vasenka Veslavsky had never before realized the fact that the height of elegance for a huntsman is to be in rags, but to have the equipment of the finest quality. He understood this now, as he gazed at Stepan Arkadyevitch, whose elegant, well-nurtured, and aristocratic figure was so gaily brilliant, though in rags, and he made up his mind to profit by this example the next time he should go hunting. "Well, where is our host?" asked he. "He has a young wife," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. "And how charming she is! He must have gone in to see her again, for I saw him all ready to start." Stepan Arkadyevitch was right. Levin had gone back to Kitty to make her say over again that she forgave him for his absurd behavior of the evening before, and to ask her for Christ's sake to be more careful. The most important thing was for her to keep the children at a distance, for they were always likely to run into her. And then he needed once more to receive assurance from her that she would not be angry with him because he was going away for 2 days, and to reiterate his desire that she should infallibly send him a note the next morning by a mounted courier, if it were only 2 words, so that he might know that she was comfortable. Kitty, as always, had regretted the 2 days' separation from her husband, but, as she saw him full of animation, and seeming especially big and strong in his hunting boots and white blouse, and recognized that, to her incomprehensible enthusiasm for hunting, she forgot her own regret in her delight in his happiness, and cheerfully bade him good-bye. "Pardon, gentlemen," cried Levin, hurrying down to the porch. "Has breakfast been put up? Why is the chestnut horse on the off-side? Well, then, it makes no difference. Down, Laska! Charge!" "Put him among the geldings," said he, addressing the cowherd who was waiting for him on the doorsteps with a question about the young ram. "It is my blunder that he's become ugly." Levin jumped down from the katki in which he had already taken his seat, and met a hired carpenter who was just approaching the porch. "Now, yesterday evening you didn't come to my office, and here you are delaying me. Well, what is it?" "You bid me to make a new stairway. 3 steps will have to be added, and we can get all the lumber at once. It would be much more convenient." "You should have listened to me," said Levin in a tone of annoyance. "I said, fix the string boards and then cut in the steps. Now, don't try to mend them. Do as I ordered, make a new one." The matter in question was this. In the wing which was building, the carpenter had spoiled a staircase by framing it separately and not taking the slope into account, so that the steps were all at an angle when it was put into its place. But now the carpenter wanted to add 3 steps and still keep the same framework. It would be much better. "But where would it go, even if you added 3 steps?" "Excuse me," said the carpenter, with a disdainful smile. "It would go up to the same landing. Of course you'd pull it out below," said he, with a persuasive gesture. "It will fit. It will surely fit." "But 3 steps add to the length of it. How would that improve it?" After an idle argument in which the carpenter kept obstinately repeating the same words, Levin took his ramrod and proceeded to outline the plan of the staircase in the dust. "Now do you see?" "As you command," said the carpenter, with a sudden light flashing into his eyes, and evidently at last comprehending what Levin was driving at. "I see. We shall have to make a new one." "Well, then, do as you were ordered," cried Levin, taking his place in the katki again. "Let us start. Hold the dogs, Philip." Levin, now that he had left behind him all domestic and business cares, felt such a powerful sense of the joy of living, and such expectation that he did not care to talk. Moreover, he experienced that sense of concentrated emotion which every huntsman feels as he approaches the field of his activity. If anything occupied him now, it was the question whether they should find anything in the Kolpensky marshes, and how would Laska come out in comparison with Krak, and what sort of luck would he that day enjoy? Should he do himself credit as a huntsman before this stranger? How would Oblonsky shoot? Better than he? Oblonsky was occupied with similar thoughts, and was not talkative. Vasenka Veslavsky was the only voluble one, and now, as Levin listened to him, he reproached himself for his injustice of the previous evening. He was a capital fellow, simple, good-natured, and very gay. If Levin had known him in his bachelor days, he would have become intimate with him. But Levin rather disliked his holiday view of life and a certain free and easy elegance. He seemed to arrogate to himself a marked and indubitable superiority because of his long finger-nails and his little cap and everything else corresponding. But this could be condoned in view of his good nature and irreproachable manners. He pleased Levin because he was well educated and spoke French and English admirably, in fact, was a man of his own walk in life. Vasenka was completely carried away by the Stepnaya Donskaya horse on the left of the three-span. He kept going into raptures over her. How splendid it would be to gallop over the steppe on a steed of the steppe! Isn't that so? He cried. He imagined that galloping over the steppe on such a horse was something wild and poetic, with no possibility of disappointment. But his innocence, especially in conjunction with his good looks, his pleasant smile, and his graceful motion, was very captivating. And because he was naturally sympathetic to Levin, or else because Levin, in consequence of his injustice to him the evening before, tried to find all his best qualities, they got on famously. They had gone scarcely 3 versts when Veslovsky suddenly remembered his cigars and pocket-book, and could not tell whether he had lost them or left them on his table. There were 370 rubles in the pocket-book, and he could not leave them so. "Do you know, Levin, I could take your Cossack horse and gallop back to the house. It would be elegant." "Oh, no," replied Levin, who calculated that Vasenka's weight might be not less than 240 pounds. "My coachman can easily do the errand." The coachman was sent back on the Cossack horse, and Levin drove on with the pair. Chapter 8. Part 6, Chapter 9 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. "Well, what's our line of march? Give us a good idea of it," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "This is my plan. We will go first to Gvozdevo. Just this side of Gvozdevo is a snipe marsh, but on the other side of Gvozdevo extend splendid woodcock marshes, and there'll be game there. It's hot now, but towards the cool of the day. It's 20 versts from here. We will try the field. We will spend the night there, and then tomorrow we will strike into the great marshes." "But isn't there anything on the way?" "Yes, but it would delay us, and it's too hot. There are 2 splendid little places, but it is hardly worth while." It was Levin's intention to attack these places, but as they were near home, he could go there at any time, and as they were small, he thought that 3 hunters were too many. Therefore, he prevaricated when he said that it was hardly worth while. When they came up to the little marsh, Levin was proposing to drive by, but Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the experienced eye of a huntsman, immediately saw the water-soaked ground which was visible from the road. "Shan't we try that?" he asked, pointing to the marsh. "Levin, please stop! How splendid!" Vasenka Veslovsky began to beg, and Levin could not well refuse. Before they had fairly stopped, the dogs in eager emulation darted into the marsh. "Crack! Laska!" The dogs turned back. "There won't be room enough for 3. I will wait here," said Levin, hoping that they would not find anything except lapwings, which flew up from in front of the dogs, and, as they skimmed away over the marshy ground, uttered the most mournful cries. "No, come on, Levin, let's all go together," cried Veslovsky. "It's a fact that there isn't room. Back, Laska, back. You don't need more than 1 dog, do you?" Levin remained by the Linietka, and with jealousy in his heart watched the huntsmen, who were tramping through the whole bog. There was nothing in it, however, except moorhens and lapwings, one of which Vasenka killed. "Now you see that I gave you good advice about the marsh," said Levin. "It's only a waste of time." "No, it's good fun all the same. Did you see?" exclaimed Vasenka, awkwardly climbing into the wagon with his gun and his lapwing in his hands. "Didn't I make a stunning good shot? Well, will it take long to get to the other one?" Suddenly the horses plunged. Levin gave himself a violent bump on the head against someone's gun, and a shot went off. The gun really went off before, but it seemed to Levin the other way. It happened that Vasenka, in uncocking his gun, fired one barrel. The shot buried itself in the ground and no damage was done to anyone. Stepan Arkadyevitch shook his head and laughed reproachfully at Veslovsky, but Levin had not the heart to rebuke him. In the first place, any reproach would seem to be called forth by a danger past and by the bump on his forehead, and in the second place, Veslovsky was so innocently filled with remorse, and afterward laughed so good-naturedly and so contagiously over their common alarm that no one could help joining in. When they reached the second marsh, which was of considerable size and sure to occupy much time, Levin advised not getting out. But Veslovsky again put in his entreaties. Again, since the marsh was not big enough for three, Levin, like the hospitable host, remained by the teams. As soon as they stopped, Laska darted off to the tussocks. Vasenka Veslovsky was the first to follow the dog, and before Stepan Arkadyevitch reached the wet ground a snipe flew up. Veslovsky missed it, and the bird flew over into an unmown meadow. But this snipe was predestined to be Veslovsky's. Krak again pointed it, and Veslovsky killed it and returned to the teams. "Now you go, and I will stay by the horses," said he. The huntsman's fever had by this time taken possession of Levin. He turned the reins over to Veslovsky and went into the swamp. Laska, who had been for some time pitifully whining and complaining at the inequality of fate, darted toward the tussock-filled bog which Levin knew so well, and to which Krak had not yet found his way. "Why don't you hold her back?" cried Stepan Arkadyevitch. "She won't scare them away," replied Levin, delighting in his dog and following after her. As Laska went forward, the nearer she came to the tussocks, the greater grew her gravity. A little marsh bird, only for a second distracted her attention. She made one sweep around the tussocks, then began a second, but suddenly trembled and stood stock still. "Come, Stiva, come!" cried Levin, feeling how his heart was beginning to throb, and how, suddenly as if some bolt had slipped in his ears, all sounds losing their sense of proportion, disconnectedly but distinctly began to come to him. He heard Stepan Arkadyevitch's steps, distinguishing them from the distant stamping of the horses. He heard the crunching sound of a corner of a tussock torn away by the roots, and he could distinguish above it the whir of a woodcock's wings. He could also hear, not far behind him, a strange splashing in the water, but what it was he could not make out. Choosing a place for his feet, he moved toward the dog. "Go on." Not a snipe, but a woodcock flew up from under the dog's nose. Levin raised his gun, but at the instant he aimed the same noise of splashing in the water grew louder and nearer, and together with it Veslovsky's voice loudly shouting something. Levin saw that he was aiming too far behind the woodcock, but still he fired. Turning round to discover what made the noise, Levin saw that the horses attached to the Katki were no longer in the road, but were in the swamp. Veslovsky, desirous of watching the shooting, had driven down to the swamp and had entangled the horses. "The devil take him!" said Levin to himself, turning back to the entangled horses. "Why did you drive in so far?" he asked dryly, and summoning the coachman, he began to disengage the horses. Levin was vexed because they had caused him to miss his shot, but still more so because neither Stepan Arkadyevitch nor Veslovsky would help him to unharness and get out the team. But the reason for this was that they had not the slightest comprehension of the art of harnessing. Not vouchsafing Vasenka a single word in answer to his assurance that where he stood it was perfectly dry, Levin silently worked with the coachman to unhitch the horses. But afterward, warming up to the work, and noticing how zealously and assiduously Veslovsky dragged at the Katki by its side and even broke a part of it off, Levin blamed himself because, under the influence of the feeling which he had had the evening before, he had been too cool toward Veslovsky, and he tried by especial friendliness to atone for his curtness. When everything was brought to order again, and the teams were on the highway, Levin gave orders to get the luncheon ready. "Bon appétit! Bonne conscience! Ce poulet va tomber jusqu'au fond de mes bottes!" exclaimed Vasenka, growing lively again, and employing a quaint French proverb as he devoured his second chicken. "Now our misfortunes are ended. Now everything will go on famously. Only as punishment for my sin I must certainly sit on the driver's box. Isn't that so? Hey? No, no, I'm a born Automedon. Just see how I will tool you along," he insisted, not letting go the reins when Levin asked him to give up to the coachman. "No, I must atone for my sin, and I like it immensely on the box." And he drove. Levin was somewhat afraid that he would tire out the horses, especially the chestnut on the left, which he could not control, but reluctantly he gave in to his gaiety, listened to the love songs which Veslovsky, sitting on the box, sang all the way, or to his stories and personation of an Englishman driving a four-in-hand, and after they had enjoyed their luncheon they reached the marshes of Gozdevo in the gayest possible spirits. Chapter 10. Part 6, Chapter 10 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Vasenka drove the horses so furiously that they reached the marshes too early, and it was still hot. On reaching the important marsh, the real goal of their journey, Levin could not help wondering how he might rid himself of Vasenka and so get along without impediment. Stepan Arkadyevitch had evidently the same desire, and Levin could read in his face that expression of anxiety which a genuine huntsman always betrays before he goes out on the chase. He also detected a certain good-natured slyness characteristic of him. "How shall we go in? I can see the marsh is excellent, and there are the hawks," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pointing to two big birds circling over the tall grass. "Where hawks are there is sure to be game." "Well, do you see, gentlemen," said Levin with a rather gloomy expression, pulling up his boots and contemplating the caps on his fowling-piece. "Do you see that tall grass?" He pointed to an islet, shading into a black green in the midst of the wet meadow, which, already half mown, extended along the right bank of the river. "The marsh begins directly in front of you, where it is so green. From there it extends to the right, where those horses are going. There are the tussocks, and you will find snipe there, and so on around this high grass, clear up to the alders and the mill itself. That direction, you see where the ground is overflowed, that is the best place. I've killed as many as 17 woodcock there. We will separate with the two dogs in different directions, and then we will meet at the mill." "Well, who will go to the right, who to the left?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "There is more room to the right. You two go down that way, and I will take the left," said he, with pretended indifference. "Capital! We will shoot more than he does. Come on, come on, come on!" cried Veslovsky. Levin saw that he was in for it, so they started off together. As soon as they struck into the marsh the dogs began to hunt round and darted off for the swamp. Levin well knew what that careful and indeterminate maneuver of Laska's meant. He also knew the place, and he was on the lookout for a bevy of woodcock. "Veslovsky, come in line! In line!" he cried in a voice of anguish to his companion, who insisted in falling behind. Since the accidental discharge of the weapon at the Kolpensky marsh, Levin could not help taking an interest in the direction in which Veslovsky's gun barrel was pointing. "Now, I won't bother you. Don't worry about me." But Levin could not help worrying, and he remembered Kitty's words as she said good-bye to him. "Look out that you don't shoot one another." Closer and closer ran the dogs, avoiding each other, each following her own scent. The expectation of startling up a woodcock was so strong that the squeak of his heel as he lifted it out of the mud seemed to Levin like the cry of the bird. He clutched and squeezed the butt of his gun. Bang! Bang! A gun went off directly behind his ear. It was Vasenka shooting at a flock of ducks which were splashing about in the swamp, and alighted far away from the huntsman in an irregular line. Before Levin had a chance to glance round, a woodcock drummed. Another, a third, and half a dozen more flew up one after the other. Stepan Arkadyevitch shot one at the very instant he was about beginning his zigzags, and the woodcock fell in a heap in the swamp. Oblonsky took his time in aiming at another which was flying low towards the high grass, and simultaneously with the flash the bird fell, and it could be seen skipping from the mown grass, flapping its white, uninjured wing. Levin was not so fortunate. He shot at too close range for the first woodcock, and missed. He was about to follow after it, but just as it was rising again, another flew up from almost under him and diverted his attention, causing him to miss again. While they were reloading, still another woodcock flew up, and Veslovsky, who had got his gun loaded first, fired 2 charges of small shot into the water. Stepan Arkadyevitch picked up his woodcock and looked at Levin with flashing eyes. "And now let us separate," said he, and limping with his left leg, and holding his gun ready cocked, and whistling to his dog, he started off by himself. Levin and Veslovsky took the other direction. It always happened with Levin that when his first shots were unsuccessful, he grew excited, lost his temper, and shot badly the rest of the day. So it was in the present instance. The woodcock were abundant, they kept flying up from before the dogs, and from under the huntsman's feet, and Levin might have easily retrieved his fortunes. But the longer he hunted, the more he disgraced himself before Veslovsky, who kept merrily firing recklessly, never killing anything, and never in the slightest degree abashed at his ill luck. Levin moved forward hotly, growing more and more excited, and finally he came not to have much hope of bringing down his game. Laska seemed to understand this state of things. She began to follow the scent more lazily, and looked at the huntsman with almost an air of doubt and reproach. Shot followed shot. The gunpowder smoke hung round the sportsman, but in the great wide meshes of the hunting bag lay only 3 light little woodcock, and of those one was killed by Veslovsky, and one of them they both brought down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the swamp, Stepan Arkadyevitch's shots were heard, not very frequently, but, as it seemed to Levin, very significantly, and at almost each one he would hear him cry, "Crack! Crack! Apporte!" This still more excited Levin. The woodcock kept flying up into the air over the high grass. The drumming on the ground and the cries of the birds in the air continued incessantly on all sides, and the woodcock, which flew up before them and swept through the air, kept settling down again in front of the huntsman. Now instead of 2 hawks, there were dozens of them screaming over the marsh. After they had shot over the larger half of the swamp, Levin and Veslovsky directed their steps to a place where there were alternating strips of meadowland which the peasants were accustomed to mow. Half of these strips had already been mown. Although there was less hope of finding game where the grass was tall than where it had been cut, Levin had agreed with Stepan Arkadyevitch to join him there, and so he proceeded with his companion across the mown and unmown strips. "Hi, sportsman!" called a muzhik, who with several others were sitting around an unharnessed cart. "Come and have a bite with us. We'll give you some wine." Levin looked round. "Come on, we've got plenty," shouted a jolly bearded muzhik with a red face, displaying his white teeth and holding up a green bottle which glittered in the sun. "Qu'est-ce qu'il descend?" asked Veslovsky. "They invite us to drink some vodka with them. They have probably just finished their meadows. I'd go if I were you," said Levin, not without craftiness, for he hoped that Veslovsky would be tempted by the vodka and would go for it. "Why should they treat us?" "Oh, they're probably having a jollification. Really, you had better go, and it will interest you." "Allons, c'est curieux." "Go ahead, you will find the road to the mill," cried Levin, and looking round he saw to his delight that Veslovsky, stooping over and dragging one leg after the other, and carrying his musket on his outstretched arm, was making his way from the swamp toward the peasants. "You come too," cried the muzhik to Levin. "Don't be afeard. We'll give you a tart." Levin felt a strong inclination to drink a glass of vodka and eat a piece of bread. He was tired and could hardly lift his feet out of the bog, and for a moment he hesitated. But the dog was pointing, and immediately all his weariness vanished, and he lightly made his way over the marsh toward the dog. The woodcock flew from under his feet. He fired and brought it down. The dog pointed again. Pill! From in front of the dog another arose. Levin blazed away. But the day was unfortunate. He missed, and when he looked for the one he had killed, it was nowhere to be found. He searched all through the tall grass, but Laska had no faith that her master had killed it, and when he sent her to find it, she pretended to circle round, but did not really search. Even without Vasenka, on whom Levin had laid the blame for his bad luck, there was no improvement. There also woodcock abounded, but Levin missed shot after shot. The slanting rays of the sun were still hot. His clothes wet through with perspiration stuck to his body. His left boot, full of water, was heavy and made a sucking noise. Over his face, begrimed with gunpowder, the perspiration ran in drops. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. His nose was filled with the odor of smoke and of the bog. In his ears rang the incessant cries of the woodcock. His gun barrels were so hot that he could not touch them. His heart beat with loud and rapid strokes. His hands trembled with excitement. His weary legs kept stumbling and catching in the roots and tussocks. But still he kept on shooting. At last, having made a disgraceful failure, he threw down his gun and cap. "No, I must get my wits back," he said to himself, and, picking up his gun and cap, he called Laska to heel and quitted the swamp. As he came out on the dry ground he sat down on a tussock, took off his boots and stockings, poured out the water. Then he went back to the swamp, took a long drink of the boggy-smelling water, soaked his hot gun barrels, and washed his face and hands. After he had cooled off he again went down to the place where he would find the woodcock, and he made up his mind not to lose his self-control again. He meant to be calm, but it was the same as before. His finger would press the trigger before he had taken fair aim at the bird. Indeed, it went from bad to worse. He had only 5 birds in his game bag when he quitted the marsh and went to the alder wood where he had agreed to meet Stepan Arkadyevitch. Before he caught sight of Stepan Arkadyevitch he saw his dog, Crack, all black with marsh slime, and with an air of triumph as he came leaping out from under the upturned root of an alder and began to snuff at Laska. Then appeared Stepan Arkadyevitch's stately figure in the shade of the alders. He came along, still limping, but with flushed face, all covered with perspiration, and with his collar flung open. "Well, how many is it? Have you killed many?" he cried with a gay smile. "How is it with you?" asked Levin. But there was no need of asking, because he could see his overflowing game bag. "Oh, just a trifle." He had 14 birds. "What a splendid marsh! Veslovsky must have bothered you. 2 can't hunt well with the same dog," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, to soften the effect of his triumph. End of chapter 10. Part 6, Chapter 11 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. When Levin and Stepan Arkadyevitch reached the peasant's izba, where Levin always stopped when he was out hunting, Veslovsky was already there. He was laughing his merrily contagious laugh, sitting in the middle of the hut, and clinging with both hands to a bench from which a soldier, the brother of their host, was pulling him in his efforts to haul off his muddy boots. "I have only just gotten here. Il ont et charmant. Imagine it, they gave me plenty to eat and drink. What bread! 'Twas marvelous. Délicieux! And such vodka I never tasted. And they utterly refused to take any payment. They kept saying, 'Drink it down,' or something like that." "Why should they take money? They regarded you as a guest. Do you suppose they had vodka to sell?" asked the soldier, who at last succeeded in pulling off the wet boot together with the mud-stained stocking. Notwithstanding the dirtiness of the izba, which the huntsmen and their dogs had tracked all over with mud, notwithstanding the smell of bog and gunpowder with which it was filled, and notwithstanding the absence of knives and forks, the 3 men drank their tea and ate their luncheon with appetites such as only hunting produces. After they had washed up and cleansed off the mud, they went to a hayloft where the coachman had prepared them beds. Although it was already dark, not one of the huntsmen felt any inclination to go to sleep. After they had indulged in various recollections and stories of shooting of dogs, and of previous expeditions, the conversation turned on a theme which interested them all. As it happened, Vasenka kept going into raptures over the fascination of this their camp, and the fragrance of the hay, and the charm of the broken telyaga. It seemed to him to be broken because the front part was taken off, and about the hospitality of the muzhiks, who had given him vodka to drink, and about the dogs, which were lying each at his master's feet. Then Oblonsky gave an account of a charming meet which he had attended the summer before at the place of a man named Malthus, who was a well-known railway magnate. Stepan Arkadyevitch told what wonderful marshes and game preserves Malthus rented in the government of Tver,
what equipages, dog-carts, and wagonettes were provided for the sportsmen, and how a great breakfast tent was carried to the marshes and pitched there. "I can't comprehend you," exclaimed Levin, raising himself on his hay. "I should think such people would be repulsive to you. I can understand that a breakfast with Lafitte might be very delightful, but isn't such luxury revolting to you? All these people, like all monopolists, acquire money in such a way that they gain the contempt of people. They scorn this contempt, and then use their ill-gotten gains to buy off this contempt." "You're perfectly right," assented Veslovsky. "Perfectly. Of course Oblonsky does this out of Boheme. But others say Oblonsky goes there." "Not in the least." Levin perceived that Oblonsky smiled as he said this. "I simply consider that this man is no more dishonorable than any other of our rich merchants and nobles. They all have got their money by hard work and by their brains." "Yes, but what kind of hard work? Is it hard work to secure a concession and then farm it out?" "Of course it is hard work. Hard work in this sense, that if it were not for such men, then we should have no railways." "But it is not hard work such as the muzhik or the student has." "Agreed. But it is work in this sense, that it is a form of activity which gives us results. Railways. But perhaps you argue that railways are useless." "No, but that is another question. I am willing to acknowledge that they are useful. But all gains that are disproportionate to the amount of labor expended are dishonorable." "But who is to determine the suitability?" "Property acquired by any dishonest way, by craft," said Levin, feeling that he could not very well make the distinction between honorable and dishonorable. "For example, the money made by stock gambling," he went on to say. "That is bad, and so are the gains made by fortunes acquired without labor, as it used to be with the speculators in monopolies. Only the form has been changed. Le roi est mort, vive le roi. We had only just done away with brandy farming when the railways and stock gambling came in. It is all money acquired without work." "Yes, that may be very wise and ingenious reasoning. Lie down, Krak," cried Stepan Arkadyevitch, addressing the dog, which was licking his fur and tossing up the hay. Oblonsky was evidently convinced of the correctness of his theory, and consequently argued calmly and dispassionately. "But you do not make the distinctions clear between honest and dishonest work. Is it dishonest when I receive a higher salary than my head clerk, although he understands the business better than I do?" "I don't know." "Well, I will tell you one thing. What you receive for your work on your estate is, let us say, 5,000 above your expenses. But this muzhik, our host, hard as he works, does not get more than 50 rubles. And this disparity is just as dishonorable as that I receive more than my head clerk, or that Malthus receives more than a railway engineer. On the contrary, it seems to me the hostility shown by society to these men arises from envy." "No, that is unjust," said Veslovsky. "It cannot be envy, and there is something unfair in this state of things." "Excuse me," persisted Levin. "You say it is unfair for me to receive 5,000 while the muzhik gets only 50. You're right. It is unfair. I feel it. But—" "The distinction holds throughout. Why do we eat, drink, hunt, waste our time, while he is for ever and ever at work?" said Vassenka Veslovsky, who was evidently for the first time in his life thinking clearly on this question, and therefore was willing to be frank. "Yes, you feel so, but you don't give your estate up to the muzhik," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, not sorry of a chance to tease Levin. Of late there had arisen between the two brothers-in-law a secretly hostile relationship. Since they had married sisters, a sort of rivalry existed between them as to which of them had the best way of living, and now this hostility expressed itself by the conversation taking a personal turn. "I do not give it up because no one demands this of me, and even if I wanted to, I could not," replied Levin. "Give it to this muzhik. He would not refuse it." "But how could I give it to him? Should I come with him and sign the deed?" "I don't know, but if you are convinced that you have not the right—" "I am not altogether convinced. On the contrary, I feel that I have no right to give it away, that I have certain obligations both to the land and to my family." "No, excuse me. If you consider that this inequality is unjust, then why don't you do so?" "I do it. only in a negative way, in the sense that I do not try to increase the discrepancy that exists between him and me."
"No, but that is a paradox, if you will allow me to say so." "Yes, that is a sort of sophistical statement," averred Veslovsky. "Ho, friend!" he exclaimed, addressing their host, who had just then come into the loft, making the door creak on its hinges. "Aren't you asleep yet?" "No, how can one sleep? But I supposed you gentlemen were asleep. Still, I heard talking. I wanted to get a hook. Will she bite?" he added, carefully slipping along in his bare feet. "But where do you sleep?" "We are on night duty." "Oh, what a night!" exclaimed Veslovsky, catching a glimpse of the edge of the izba and the unharnessed wagons in the faint light of the west, through the now widely opened door. "Just listen to those women's voices singing. It is not bad at all. Who is singing, friend?" said he, addressing the music. "Oh, those are the girls from the farm, singing together." "Come, let us go out and take a walk. We shall never go to sleep. Come on, Oblonsky." "What's the use?" said Oblonsky, stretching. "It's more comfortable here." "Well, then, I'll go alone," exclaimed Veslovsky, jumping up eagerly and putting on his shoes and stockings. "Good bye, das vidanya, gentlemen. If there's any fun, I will come and call you. You have given me a good hunting, and I won't forget you." "He's a splendid young fellow," said Oblonsky, after Veslovsky had gone out and the music had shut the door again. "Yes, he is," replied Levin, still continuing to think of what they had been talking about. It seemed to him that he had clearly, to the best of his ability, uttered his thoughts and feelings, and yet these men, who were by no means stupid or insincere, agreed in declaring that he indulged in sophistries. This confused him. "This is the way of it, my friend," said Oblonsky. "One of two things must be. Either you must agree that the present order of society is all right, and then stand up for your rights, or confess that you enjoy unfair privileges, as I do, and get all the good out of them that you can."
"No, if this was unfair, you could not get any enjoyment out of these advantages. At least I could not. With me the main thing would be to feel that I was not to blame."
"After all, why should we not go out?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, evidently growing tired of this discussion. "You see we are not going to sleep. Come on, let's go out." Levin made no reply. What he had said in their conversation about his doing right only in a negative sense occupied his mind.
Can one be right only in a negative way?
He asked himself. "How strong the odor of the fresh hay is," said Stepan Arkadyevitch as he got up. "It is impossible to go to sleep. Vasenka is hatching some scheme out there. Don't you hear them laughing, and his voice? Won't you come? Come on."
"No, I am not going," said Levin.
"Is this also from principle?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch with a smile, as he groped round in the darkness for his cap.
"No, not from principle. But why should I go?"
"Do you know you are laying up misfortune for yourself?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, having found his cap and getting up.
"Why so?"
"Don't I see how you are giving in to your wife? I heard how much importance you attached to the question whether she approved of your going off for a couple of days' hunting. That is very well as an idol, but it doesn't work for a whole lifetime. A man ought to be independent. He has his own masculine interests. A man must be manly," said Oblonsky, opening the door.
"What does that mean? Going and flirting with the farm girls?" asked Levin.
"Why not go, if there's fun in it? Ce n'est pas sa conséquence. My wife would not be any the worse off for it, and it affords me amusement. The main thing is the sanctity of the home. There should not be any trouble at home. But there is no need of a man's tying his hands."
"Perhaps not," said Levin dryly, and he turned over on his side. "Tomorrow I must start early, and I shan't wake anyone, and I shall start at daybreak."
"Messieurs, venez vite," called Vasenka, returning. "Charmante! I have discovered her, charmante, a perfect Gretchen, and she and I have already scraped acquaintances. Truly she is mighty pretty," he cried, with such an expression of satisfaction that anyone would think that she had been made for his especial benefit, and that he was satisfied with the work of the one who had prepared her for him. Levin pretended to be asleep, but Oblonsky, putting on his slippers and lighting a cigar, left the barn, and soon their voices died away. It was long before Levin could go to sleep. He heard his horses munching their hay, then the muzhik setting out with his eldest son to watch the animals in the pasture, then the soldier going to bed on the other side of the loft with his nephew, the youngest son of their host. He heard the little boy in a low voice telling his uncle his impressions regarding the dogs, which to him seemed terrible and monstrous beasts. Then the boy asking what those dogs caught, and the soldier in a hoarse and sleepy voice telling him that the next day the huntsmen would go into the swamp and would fire off their guns. And then, the boy still continuing to ply him with questions, the soldier hushed him, saying, "Go to sleep, Vaska, go to sleep, and you will see." And soon the man began to snore, and all became quiet. All that was heard was the neighing of the horses and the cries of the woodcock. "Why is this simply revolting?" he asked himself. "Well, what is to be done? It is not my fault." And he began to think of the morrow. "Tomorrow I will start early in the morning, and I will take it on myself not to get excited. I will bring down some woodcock, and there are plenty of snipe, and when I get back there'll be a letter from Kitty. Yes, perhaps Stiva is right. I am not manly toward her. I'm too much under my wife's thumb. But what is to be done about it? This also is revolting." Through his dream he heard Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch gaily talking and laughing. For an instant he opened his eyes. The moon had risen, and through the open doors he saw them standing there in the bright moonlight and talking. Stepan Arkadyevitch was saying something about the freshness of a young girl, comparing her to a walnut just out of its shell, and Veslovsky, laughing his contagious laugh, made some reply, evidently repeating the words spoken by some muzhik, "You'd better be going home." Levin spoke through his dream. "Gentlemen, tomorrow at daybreak." Chapter 12. Part 6, Chapter 12 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Waking at earliest dawn, Levin tried to wake his companions. Vasenka, lying on his stomach with one leg in a stocking, was sleeping so soundly that it was impossible to get any reply from him. Oblonsky, only half awake, refused to start out so early. And even Laska, sleeping curled up in a round ball at the edge of the hay, got up reluctantly and lazily stretched out and straightened her hind legs, one after the other. Levin, putting on his boots, took his gun and cautiously opening the creaking door of the shed, went outdoors. The coachmen were sleeping near the wagons. The horses were dozing. Only one sheep was drowsily eating with its nose in the trough. It was still gray in the yard. "You are up early, aren't you, my dear?" said the old peasant woman, the mistress of the house, coming out from the izba and addressing him in a friendly way, like an old acquaintance. "Yes, I'm going out shooting, auntie. Can I go this way to the swamp?" "Directly behind the barns. Follow the footpath, along by the hemp field." Stepping cautiously with her bare sunburned feet, the old woman accompanied Levin as far as the fence back of the barn. "Go straight on, and you'll come to the swamp. Our boys went there last evening." Laska ran merrily ahead along the footpath. Levin followed her with swift, light steps, constantly watching the sky. He had an idea that he would reach the swamp before the sun would be up. But the sun did not loiter. The moon, which had been shining brightly when he first came out, was now growing pallid like a lump of quicksilver. The morning star, which before was most conspicuous, now almost defied detection. Certain spots before almost indistinguishable on the distant field were now becoming plainly visible. These were heaps of rye. The dew, though it could not be seen in the absence of the sunlight, was so dense on the fragrant tall hemp from which the seed had already been gathered that it wet Levin's legs and blouse above his belt. In the transparent stillness of the morning the slightest sounds were audible. A bee, humming like a bullet, whizzed by Levin's ear. He looked around and discovered a second, and yet a third. They were coming from the hives and were flying over the hemp field and disappearing in the direction of the swamp. The footpath led directly into the marsh, which could be detected by the mists rising over it, here denser, there thinner, so that clumps of grass and cytisus bushes looked like little islands emerging from them. Peasant boys and men who had been on night duty were scattered about on the edge of the swamp and along the roadside, and all of them were sleeping wrapped up in their kaftans. At a little distance from them 3 horses were moving about unfastened. One of them carried clinking chains. Laska ran along by her master's side, eager to dash ahead, and with her eyes on everything. After they had passed the sleeping muzhiks and had reached the first swampy places, Levin examined the priming of his gun and let the dog go. One of the horses, a fat chestnut 3-year-old, seeing Laska, shied and, lifting his tail, whinnied. The 2 other horses were also startled, and dashed through the water and galloped out of the swamp. As they pulled their hoofs out of the soft, sticky mud, they made a noise like smacking. Laska paused, looking with her amused eyes at the horses, and seemed to ask her master what she should do. Levin caressed her and gave a whistle as a signal that she might begin her work. Laska, joyous and full of importance, darted on over the soil of the marsh, which quaked under her weight. As soon as she got fairly into the bog, Laska instantly distinguished amid all the well-known odors of roots and swamp grass and the mud and the droppings of the horses, the scent of the bird perceptible through the whole place, the penetrating bird odor which more than anything else excited her. Wherever there was moss or sage bushes, this odor was peculiarly strong, but it was impossible to make out in which direction it increased or diminished in strength. In order to get her bearings, the dog had to bear to the lee of the wind. Unconscious of any effort in moving her legs, Laska, in an eager gallop, yet so restrained that she was able to stop at a bound, if anything of consequence presented itself, dashed toward the right, away from the breeze which was now beginning to blow freshly from the east. Snuffing the air with her widespread nostrils, she suddenly became conscious that she was no longer following a trail, but was on the game itself, not one bird alone, but many. Laska slackened her speed. The birds were there, but she could not as yet determine exactly where. In order to find the exact spot, she began another circle, when suddenly the voice of her master called her back. "Here, Laska!" he cried, directing her to the other side. She paused as if to ask him if she had not better keep on as she had begun, but he repeated his command in a stern voice, sending her to a tussock-covered place overwhelmed with water, where there could not possibly be anything. She heard him, and, pretending to obey him, so as to satisfy him, ran hastily over the spot indicated, and then returned to the place which had attracted her before, and instantly perceived them again. Now that he no longer bothered her, she knew exactly what to do, and without looking where she was going, stumbling over tussocks to her great indignation and falling into the water, but quickly extricating herself with her strong agile legs, she began to circle round so as to get her exact bearings. The scent of the birds kept growing stronger and stronger, more and more distinct, and suddenly it became perfectly evident to her that one of them was there, just behind a certain tussock, not 5 steps in front of her, and she stopped and trembled all over. Her legs were so short that she could not see anything, but she knew by the scent that the bird was sitting there not 5 steps distant from her. She pointed, growing each instant more certain of her game and full of joy in the anticipation. Her tail stuck straight out and only the end of it quivered. Her mouth was open slightly. Her eyes were cocked up. Indeed, one ear had been all the time pricked up as she ran, and she was panting heavily, but cautiously, and looking round still more cautiously, rather with her eyes than with her head, to see if her master was coming. He was coming, leaping from tussock to tussock, and more slowly than usual it seemed to her. His face bore the expression which she knew so well and which was so terrible to her. It seemed to her that he was coming slowly, and yet he was running. Remarking Laska's peculiar method of search as she crouched down close to the ground and took such long strides that her hind legs seemed to rake the ground, and noticing her slightly opened mouth, Levin knew that she was on the track of snipe, and offering a mental prayer to God that he might not miss especially his first shot, he followed the dog. As he came up close to her he looked from his superior height and saw with his eyes what she perceived only with her nose. In a nook between 2 tussocks, not more than 6 feet away from him, a snipe was sitting. With head raised it was listening. Then, Slightly spreading and closing its wings, and awkwardly wagging its tail, it hid behind its nook. "At him! At him!" cried Levin, pushing Laska from behind. "But I can't move," thought Laska. "Where shall I go? From here I smell 'em, but if I stir I shan't find anything, or know what they are, or where they are." But Levin again pushed the dog with his knee, and in an excited whisper he cried again, "At him, Latoshka, at him!" "Well, if he wants me to do it, I will, but I won't answer for the consequences now," she said to herself, and she darted forward with all her might between the tussocks. She no longer went by scent, but only by her eyes and ears, and did not know what she was doing. 10 paces from the first place a second snipe arose with a loud squawking and a characteristic drumming of wings. Instantly the shot rang out, and the bird fell heavily with its white breast on the moist ground. Still another immediately flew up, not even roused by the dog. When Levin aimed at it, it was already a long shot, but he brought it down. After flying 20 feet or more, the second snipe rose high into the air and then, spinning like a top, fell heavily to the ground on a dry spot. "That is the talk," thought Levin, thrusting the fat snipe, still warm, into his hunting bag. "Ha, Latoshka, there is some sense in this, eh?" When Levin, having reloaded, went still farther into the swamp, the sun was already up, though it was as yet hidden behind masses of clouds. The moon, which had now lost all its brilliancy, looked like a white cloud against the sky. Not a star was to be seen. The swampy places, which before had been silvered with the dew, were now yellow. The whole swamp was amber. The blue of the grass changed into yellowish green. The marsh birds bustled about among the bushes glittering with dew and casting long shadows along by the brook. A hawk awoke and perched on a hayrick, turning his head from side to side, looking with displeasure at the marsh. The jackdaws flew fieldward, and a barefooted urchin was already starting to drive the horses up to an old man who had been spending the night there, and was now crawling out from under his caftan. The gunpowder smoke lay white as milk along the green grass. One of the peasant children ran down to Levin. "There were some ducks here last evening, uncle," he cried, and followed him at a distance. And Levin experienced a feeling of the keenest satisfaction in killing 3 woodcock, one after the other, while the boy was watching him and expressing his approbation. Chapter 12. Part 6, Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. The superstition of hunters, that if the first shot brings down bird or beast, the field will be good, was justified. Tired and hungry, but delighted, Levin returned about 10 o'clock, after a run of 30 versts, having brought down 19 snipe and woodcock and 1 duck, which, for want of room in his game bag, he hung at his belt. His companions had been long up, and after waiting till they were famished, they had eaten breakfast. Hold on! I know there are 19," cried Levin, counting for the second time his woodcock and snipe, with their blood-stained plumage, and their drooping heads, all laid one over the other, so different from what they were on the marsh. The count was verified, and Stepan Arkadyevitch's envy was delightful to Levin. It was also delightful to him, on returning to his lodging, to find there a messenger who had just come from Kitty, bringing him a letter. "I am perfectly well and happy, and if you fear lest I shall not be sufficiently cared for, you may be reassured. I have a new bodyguard in the person of Marya Vasilievna." She was a midwife, a new and very important personage in Levin's family. "She came over to see me. She thinks I am wonderfully well, and we shall keep her till you get back. We are all well and happy, and if you are enjoying yourself and the hunting is good, you must stay another day." These 2 pleasures, his successful hunt and the letter from his wife, were so great that they effaced from Levin's mind 2 less agreeable incidents. The first was the fact that his fast horse, who had apparently been overworked the evening before, refused to eat and was out of sorts. The coachman said that she was used up. "They abused her last evening, Konstantin Dmitrich," said he. "The idea! They drove her 10 versts at full speed." The second unpleasantness, which for the first moment put an end to his happy frame of mind, but which afterward caused him no end of amusement, arose from the fact that not a thing was left for him from all the abundant store of provisions which Kitty had put up for them, and which it seemed ought to have lasted them a whole week. As he returned from his long and weary tramp, Levin had indulged his imagination in certain tarts, so that when he entered the izba he actually felt the taste of them in his mouth just as Laska scented the game, and he immediately ordered Philip to serve them to him. It then transpired that not only the tarts, but all the cold chicken had disappeared. "There, talk of appetites!" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, laughing and nodding at Vasenka Veslovsky. "I cannot complain of mine, but this is marvelous." "Well, what shall I do?" cried Levin, glowering at Veslovsky. "Philip, give me some cold beef." "Beef's all gone, and the dogs have got the bones," replied Philip. Levin was so irritated that he could not help exclaiming, "I should think you might have left something for me," and he felt like crying. "Then cook me a woodcock," he said with trembling voice to Philip, trying not to look at Vasenka, "and bring me some milk." But after he drank his milk he was mortified because he had shown his disappointment so plainly and before a stranger, and he began to laugh at himself for his anger. In the afternoon they went out into the fields again, and even Veslovsky shot several birds, and at night they went home. They were as gay on their return as they had been while going. Veslovsky now sang songs, and now told of his adventures with the muzhiks who gave him his vodka and bade him drink it down quick. Then he related his nocturnal experiences with the nuts and the farm girl, and the muzhik who asked him if he was married or not, and who, when he found out that he was not married, said to him, "Well, you'd better not be running after other folks' women. First of all go home and get a wife for yourself." This advice greatly amused Veslovsky. "Well, on the whole, I'm awfully glad we went. Aren't you, Levin?" "Very glad," replied Levin sincerely, and he was especially happy because he no longer felt that animosity which he had felt at home toward Vasenka Veslovsky. But, on the other hand, he conceived a genuine friendship for him. Chapter 14. Part 6, Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. About 10 o'clock the next morning, after inspecting the farm, Levin knocked at the door of the room in which Vasenka had spent the night. "Entrez!" cried Veslovsky. "Excuse me, but I am just finishing my ablutions," he added, with a smile, standing before Levin in his bare skin. "Do not let me disturb you," said Levin, and he sat down by the window. "Did you sleep well?" "Like the dead. Is it a good day for hunting?" "What do you drink, tea or coffee?" "Neither. I always go down to breakfast. I am mortified at being so late. The ladies, I suppose, are already up? A splendid time for a ride. You must show me your horses." After walking around the garden, examining the stable, and performing a few gymnastic exercises together on the parallel bars, Levin and his guest returned to the house and went into the drawing-room. "We had a splendid sport, and got so many new impressions," said Veslovsky, approaching Kitty, who was sitting near the samovar. "What a pity that ladies are deprived of this pleasure." "Well, of course he must have something to say to the lady of the house," thought Levin. Again he detected something peculiar in the smile and the triumphant air with which his guest behaved toward Kitty. The princess, who was sitting on the other side of the table, with Marya Vasyevna and Stepan Arkadyevitch, called Levin to her and began to broach her idea that they should go to Moscow for Kitty's confinement, and explain to him how the room should be prepared for her. Just as all the preparations for his wedding had seemed distasteful to Levin because they were so insignificant in comparison with the majesty of the event itself, so now even more humiliating were all the preparations for the approaching confinement, the time of which they were reckoning up on their fingers. He tried to shut his ears to all the talk about the various kinds of swaddling clothes for the unborn infant. He did his best to shut his eyes to all the mysterious and numberless bands and triangular pieces of linen to which Dolly seemed to attribute special importance, and the like. The event of the birth of a son, for he was firmly persuaded that it would be a son, seemed to him so extraordinary that he could not believe in its possibility. And while on the one hand it promised him a happiness too enormous and therefore incredible, on the other hand it seemed to him too mysterious to admit of trying to imagine what it meant, and consequently all this preparation as if something commonplace, for something in the hands of men, seemed to him revolting and humiliating. The princess did not understand his feelings, and she attributed his unwillingness to think and talk about this to indifference and carelessness, and so she gave him no peace. She had just been charging Stepan Arkadyevitch to look up a suite of rooms, and now she called Levin to her. "Do as you think best, princess. I understand nothing about the matter," said he. "But it must be decided just when you will go to Moscow." "Truly, I don't know. What I know is that millions of children are born away from Moscow, and doctors, and all that." "Yes, but in this case—" "Let Kitty do as she pleases about it." "It is impossible to speak with Kitty about it. Do you want me to frighten her? Only this spring Natalie Golitsyn died in consequence of an unskilled au coeur." "I shall do as you wish," repeated Levin angrily. The princess began to say something more to him, but he was not listening. Though his conversation with the princess upset him, he was not angered by what she said, but by what he saw at the samovar. "No, that can't go on," thought he, as he from time to time glanced over at Vasenka, who was bending down to Kitty with a flattering smile and making some remark to her, and he noticed his wife's disturbed and blushing face. There was something improper in Veslovsky's attitude, his smile, his eyes. So, too, Kitty's action and appearance seemed to him unbecoming, and again the light flashed in his eyes, and again, as happened 2 days before, he felt him suddenly, without the least warning, precipitated from the height of happiness, contentment, and dignity into the abyss of despair, hatred, and confusion. Again they seemed to him, each and all, his enemies. "Do just as you please, princess," he said again, turning round. "Heavy is the cap of Monokma," said Stepan Arkadyevitch in jest, referring evidently, not to Levin's conversation with the princess, but to the cause of Levin's agitated face, which he had noticed. "How late you are, Dolly!" All rose to greet Darya Alexandrovna. Vasenka also arose, but only for a moment, and with the lack of politeness characteristic of up-to-date young men toward ladies, scarcely bowing, he resumed his conversation with some humorous remarks. "Masha has been wearing me all out," said Dolly. "She did not sleep well, and she is terribly fretful today." The conversation which Vasenka and Kitty were engaged in once more turned, as it had the evening before, on Anna, and whether love could hold outside the conventions of society. This conversation was disagreeable to Kitty, and it agitated her, not only by reason of the topic and the tone in which it was carried on, but still more because she was already conscious of the effect it would have on her husband. But she was too simple and innocent to understand how to put an end to it, or even to hide the signs of agitation which this man's too pronounced attentions produced in her. Whatever she did, she knew perfectly well would be remarked by her husband, and would be absolutely misinterpreted. And indeed, when she asked Dolly what was the matter with Masha, and Vasenka, waiting till this new subject of conversation, which was a bore to him, should be finished, stared with an indifferent look at Dolly, this question struck Levin as an unnatural and obnoxious kind of slyness. "Well, are we going after mushrooms today?" asked Dolly. "Oh, yes, do let us go. I should like to get some," said Kitty, and she blushed. For mere politeness' sake she wanted to ask Vasenka if he would go with them, but she did not do so. "Where are you going, Kostya?" she asked with a guilty air, as her husband, with deliberate steps, went by her on his way out of the room. This guilty confusion confirmed all his suspicions. "A machinist came while I was away. I've not had a chance to see him yet," he answered, without looking at her. He had gone downstairs, but had not yet left his library, before he heard Kitty's well-known footsteps imprudently hurrying after him. "What is it? We are busy," he said curtly. "Excuse me," said Kitty, addressing the German machinist. "I wish to say a few words to my husband." The machinist was about to leave, but Levin stopped him. "Don't disturb yourself." "I don't want to lose the 3 o'clock train," remarked the German. Without answering him, Levin went out into the corridor with his wife. "Well, what is it you wish to say to me?" he asked in French. He did not look at her face, and did not want to see how it quivered and what a look of pathetic humiliation was in her eyes. I wanted to say that it is impossible to live so. It is torture.
murmured she. "There is some one there at the cupboard," he replied angrily. "Don't make a scene." "Then let us go in here, then." Kitty wanted to go into the next room, but there the English governess was teaching Tanya. "Then let us go into the garden." In the garden they ran across a muzhik who was weeding a path. And now, no longer thinking that the muzhik would see her tearful or his agitated face, not thinking that they were in sight of people, as if running from some unhappiness, they went with swift steps straight on, feeling that they must have a mutual explanation, and find some lonely spot where they could talk, and free themselves from this misery that was oppressing them both. "It is impossible to live so. It is torture. I suffer. You suffer. Why is it?" she said, when at last they reached a bench standing by itself in the corner of the linden alley. "But tell me one thing. Was not his manner indecent, improper, horribly insulting?" he asked, standing in front of her in the same position, with his fist doubled up on his chest, in which he had stood before her 2 days before. "It was," said she, in a trembling voice. "But, Kostya, can't you see that I am not to blame? All this morning I have been trying to act so that... But oh, these men! Why did he come? How happy we were!" she said, choking with the sobs that shook her whole body. The gardener saw with surprise that, though nothing was chasing them, and there was nothing to run away from, and there was nothing especially attractive about the bench before which they had been sitting, yet still they went past him back to the house with peaceful, shining faces. Chapter 15